Being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-475, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, methamphetamine and ecstasy, standing in the name of Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, seconded by Mr. Workington, moves that Bill C-475, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, methamphetamine and ecstasy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, merci bien.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
To speak to a bill designed to recover our youth, to deliver a greater sense of peace and order to our communities, to tackle a major interest of organized crime, all things which seem especially timely for the Member of Parliament who represents the riding which will host many of the Olympic and Paralympic Games in the year to come. Mr. Speaker, the bill which I'm introducing, Bill C-475, is a bill designed to tackle the procurement of precursors for the production of methamphetamines and amphetamines, specifically crystal meth and ecstasy. These are drugs which have become known as a scourge in our community. Drugs which have affected Canadians from coast to coast and which, in fact, have special relevance to the youth of our country. Mr. Speaker, a report of the United Nations that was tabled this very year underlined a link between crystal meth and suicide among Indigenous youth in Canada. A sample of street youth aged 14 through 30 surveyed in Vancouver found that 71% had tried amphetamine-type stimulants and 57% had used them more than 10 times. The most serious health implications of amphetamine and methamphetamine resulting from chronic use are dependence characterized by compulsive drug seeking and drug use and a phenomenon known as amphetamine or methamphetamine psychosis. The latter is a mental condition similar to episodes of schizophrenia, according to the United Nations report. We've also discovered that these drugs affect a huge variety of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It's shocking how quickly stories have come in the last few weeks since I introduced this bill, stories which highlight the effect of the drugs on persons and families in the riding I represent, in my home province of British Columbia, and across Canada. Mr. Speaker, too many of our young, healthy Canadians are losing the battle against these awful drugs, both of which are made from many easily accessible materials. These drugs have had a wide-ranging and harmful effect on Canadian communities, leaving no one untouched by their effects. The damage has been staggering, and our fight against these drugs carries on today. The trauma experienced by users includes great physical, psychological, and emotional harm. Not only does amphetamine-type stimulant use affect those who consume it, but also the families and communities of the user. It's unfortunate that there are so many sad stories of otherwise young and healthy individuals who have had their lives affected for the worse by these drugs. Some have been brave enough to share their struggles with the use of these drugs, and I applaud their courage to come forward and contribute their voices and stories to this important fight. It's important to take a moment and listen to the voices of some of these individuals, voices of Canadians in my riding and right across Canada. One young man, someone we'll call Nick so as to protect his identity, is a 21-year-old in treatment for ecstasy and crystal meth addiction in BC. This is what Nick had to say. One of the worst aspects is long-term depression. I've been depressed for months and need to continue using antidepressants. While using them, I've had huge mood swings. I felt rage. Another recovering addict spoke of the effects suffered from long-term use. She said, I'm a 29-year-old and have been using these drugs for over 15 years. The damage that has been done to my mind, body, and soul is irreparable. The getting and using of drugs such as ecstasy, cocaine, and crystal meth is socially acceptable and must stop. During my addiction, she said, I have had 3 suicide attempts, car accidents, psych ward visits, 5 rehabs, and extreme psychosis. Those were all caused by the use of drugs. Not the person I am today. I'm trying to clean up my life physically and emotionally. And to that young woman, I offer my encouragement and congratulations. Mr. Speaker, these are just 2 of a needlessly large number of addicts or former addicts who've experienced firsthand the devastation of these drugs. In addition to affecting some of the most vulnerable in our communities, such as street youth, these drugs can bring even the most young and healthy of our country to their knees. Mr. Speaker, the list of side effects of these drugs is sobering. To begin, though ecstasy might seem like a harmless party drug to some, one that is marketed as such through colorful pills and cheerful designs such as happy faces or hearts, police have found that a significant amount of ecstasy that they have seized from the streets is laced with more dangerous drugs such as crystal meth. And it's important to remember that it's possible to overdose from ecstasy, a risk even graver as these drugs are distributed on the streets or in clubs and not regulated. Mr. Speaker, what this means is that youth in our country are consuming these drugs blindly, unaware of what might be in them and how much of the drug they might be consuming. Side effects of crystal meth are similarly worrisome. A position paper on methamphetamines produced in Australia noted that methamphetamine psychosis is perhaps the most concerning aspect of the current meth situation. The report continues, methamphetamine use has often been associated with violent crime, and the drug has a strong reputation for inducing violent behavior. These are just a few of the side effects of the drug, but it's crucial to highlight the addictiveness of these drugs. Allow me to quote a report produced by the Ministry of Public Safety and the Solicitor General in my home province of British Columbia. Why not just quit using? A powerful stimulant, meth, alters the brain's production of dopamine. The drug then produces an initial positive, pleasurable physical reaction by increasing the levels of dopamine, leaving a person depressed as the effects of the drug wear off. The user then requires more of the drug to return to normal. The binge and crash pattern leads to loss of control over the drug and addiction. More must be said about the dangerous aspects of the production as well as the use of this drug. There's no regulation guiding the production of illegal chemical drugs, meaning that there's no way to control the quality of the substances produced. Unlike other drugs, such as cocaine or heroin, the production of crystal meth and ecstasy depends almost exclusively on materials that are available domestically. Furthermore, crystal meth and ecstasy can be produced in almost any environment with relatively few ingredients and easily obtainable tools. The labs in which they are made are often located in basements and other small spaces, making them difficult to trace. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a report produced by Carleton University in 2004 says the following. Versatility is a term that best defines methamphetamine production. Clandestine laboratories have been found in sites as diverse as private residences, rental homes, motel rooms, dorm rooms, garages, campgrounds, moving vans, trunks of cars, and storage facilities. Though large-scale industrial production of these drugs is increasing, the vast amount of crystal meth and ecstasy are produced in these small kitchen-like labs as outlined in the report to which I just referred. Mr. Speaker, it's troubling that these drugs have negatively affected the lives of Canadians all over the country, especially our youth. But the effect goes beyond our borders. It tarnishes Canada's reputation on an international level. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime said in its 2009 report that Canada is the single largest supplier of ecstasy to the United States and is a significant supplier of the drug to Japan and Australia. According to the 2009 United Nations World Drug Report, there is evidence that Canada-based Asian organized crime groups and outlaw motorcycle gangs have significantly increased the amount of methamphetamine they manufacture and export for the U.S. market and also for Oceania and East and Southeast Asia. Canada has grown to be the most important producer of ecstasy for North America, and since 2006, all ecstasy laboratories reported have been large capacity facilities operated principally by Asian organized crime groups, such said one observer. We have many resources, skills, and commodities to export, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that we must now recognize that crystal meth and ecstasy are among Canada's recognized exports. Mr. Speaker, we've covered ways in which the production and consumption of these drugs negatively affects individuals, families, communities, and Canada's international reputation. Yet another reason why this fight is an important one relates to environmental concerns. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations notes environmental harm and costs caused by illegal labs and their safe removal are considerable. The production of these drugs is an extremely toxic endeavor about which we should all be concerned. To further illustrate the problem, I return to the report by Carleton University, to which I referred earlier, Mr. Speaker. To quote, "For each pound of manufactured methamphetamine synthesized through one of the above methods, 5 to 7 pounds of toxic waste is produced, as well as the release of poisonous toxic gas." Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank my colleague, the member from Peace River, for his considerable work on this bill and his careful and tireless work in the previous session of this House. The member from Peace River originally introduced this bill in a slightly different form in 2007. I'm honored to be reintroducing the bill and to have him second it as we fight the battle against ecstasy and crystal meth. I also wish to acknowledge the input of various members of the House from other parties, members whom I approached while drafting this private member's bill. To the members from Windsor, Tecumseh, and Beausejour, I appreciate our conversations and your insight into how we might work together in this fight against the scourge against these drugs in our country. Additionally, both the member from Peace River and I have consulted extensively with stakeholders, such as law enforcement officials here in Ottawa and in British Columbia, and we greatly appreciate their insight and wisdom into how we might make legislation that will allow them to fight these drugs more effectively. Their commitment to keeping Canadian communities safe serves as an inspiration to us in this House as we do our part to contribute to the tackling of crystal meth and ecstasy head on. At the suggestion of law enforcement officials, the drug ecstasy was added to the bill that the member from Peace River originally introduced. These officials have noted that in their first-hand experience, the production of crystal meth and ecstasy are often linked. I'm also honored to announce that the British Columbia Association of Police Chiefs recently passed a motion in support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, following the path taken by countries such as New Zealand, Australia, and the United Kingdom, which have introduced aggressive strategies to target one or both of these drugs, the changes that would be made by this bill to the Controlled Drug and Substances Act would allow the procurement of the precursors for these drugs, would outlaw the procurement of the precursors for these drugs and make it more difficult for these addictive substances to be produced. When passed, this bill will greatly hamper the clandestine type of market that has made these drugs so easily accessible to Canadian youth. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, why this issue is of such great concern to constituents in the riding I represent, to members who sit in this House, and to all Canadians. Crystal meth and ecstasy affect individuals who use them, as well as their families and their communities. The production of crystal meth and ecstasy is feeding the appetite of criminal elements in our country. The production of these drugs also affects Canada's reputation internationally, and the environmental harm caused by the production of these drugs is considerable and also factors into the urgency to do something about their production. By affording law enforcement officials the tools to inquire into suspicious and voluminous acquisition of recognized precursors, suspected producers of these substances will be more vulnerable for investigation. I believe, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues in this House will join me in seeking to bring about the end of possession, production, and trafficking of the precursors of crystal meth and ecstasy. And I ask all of my colleagues to join me in the support of this bill, Bill C-475. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. I'm very supportive of the bill. I did chair a subcommittee for the Health Committee on controlled drugs and substances, where we initially set up the schedules on precursors, designer drugs, and a few other things. But, Mr. Speaker, there was a couple of questions. Maybe the member can assist. The coordinating amendment in the bill seems to make a reference to sub-item 19, sub-8 in the coordinating amendment, and the reference in the member's bill is sub-item 1, sub-9 of Schedule 3, not Schedule 1. I don't have the bills before me, but I wonder if the member could please explain what the difference would be if his bill, in fact, is overridden by the government bill that's already in process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if the member, since he's done all the work now, whether or not he has any comments on whether or not the process that we have to go through to amend the schedules to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act seems to be fairly onerous and may not be able to be responsive to the velocity of change in terms of the advancement of drug science.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. I think that the question illustrates several things, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, the general commitment, the commitment in principle to bringing to task the production of these harmful drugs. I've seen a willingness on both sides of the House to work together on this, and I look forward specifically to working with this member, who is obviously very well informed about the process. My hope, Mr. Speaker, is that through efforts like his, we can certainly expedite the processing of this bill. My colleague, the member from Peace River, put so much effort into bringing this bill into force. He received unanimous consent from this House. The bill received second reading in the Senate, and it was clearly bound to be enacted. And we need to make sure that all members of the House work together to ensure that this time it does get enacted.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And according to some United States reports that say that Canada is the primary source for this type of drug in the United States, it means the Americans are very concerned about this. And I did look into the pill compression machines issue, which the Americans certainly find is important, because I'm not sure whether the member is aware, but in the United States, the pill compression machines, pill-making machines, all have to be registered with the government, and even if they break down and have to be repaired, they have to. There's a paper trail there, and they feel that if Canada would take some action to register and regulate these pill compression machines, that somehow is going to help the problem that's there right now. And I wonder whether the member could give us his ideas on that point.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always gratifying when my colleagues in the House do their homework, as this member clearly has done, and he appreciates the impact upon Canada's reputation, the effect on organized crime of making the precursors and anything used to produce the drugs so accessible to criminal elements who are now engaged in the practice of creating these drugs. In fact, the bill has been crafted with input from a large number of stakeholders. We consulted with law enforcement officers in Ontario, in British Columbia, in Alberta, and other places. And the member will notice that one of the words in the bill that I've introduced is the word anything. So anything that is clearly and explicitly designed to assist in the production, the possession, the trafficking of crystal meth or ecstasy, and if the intent can be proven that that is why the pill making machines have been procured, then the offense could be proven by the prosecution. So it's a good question, and it goes to illustrate that this is not only going to be a bill with great intent, but a bill with great effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off with simply summarizing what this bill is trying to accomplish. If you look at subsection 2, it simply says every person who contravenes subsection 1, the previous section, is guilty of an indictable offence and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 10 years less a day. And then it simply says that any person shall possess, no person shall possess, produce, sell, or import anything knowing it will be used to produce or traffic in a substance referred to, and we have the schedules there. Mr. Speaker, we support that going to committee. We have no problem with that in terms of studying it. I have some preliminary concerns, which is we want to make sure, obviously, that people are aware of if they will be violating the law. If you look at section 7.1, possess, produce, sell, or import anything knowing that it will be used to produce, there'll have to be a lot of detail put in that, presumably in the regulations, but it's something that's going to have to be worked out and studied in some detail. But, Mr. Speaker, my main point today, once again, we're supporting it going to committee, but my main point today is why now, and why in this particular context. These recommendations that are in this legislation actually emanated from a Justice Canada report from 2007. That's fine. Why, if this is so important at this time today, why is this not in a government bill? This government has had no difficulty pursuing a law and order agenda, and I'd like to go through that and why they've done that. We've had the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The response of the Conservative government, law and order legislation. We've had the loss of approximately 500,000 full-time jobs. The response of the government, law and order legislation. We've had an isotopes crisis, so Canadians can't get the testing that they require for cancer treatments. The response from the government, law and order legislation. We've had the reduction of Canada's place inside the G8 from the best GDP to the worst. The response of the Conservative government, law and order legislation. We've had an EI crisis. The response was legislation that divides Canadians between the good workers and the bad workers, being the long-term workers and the short-term workers, and nothing for seasonal workers. And then the further response of the government, law and order legislation. We have an H1N1 pandemic crisis. We have a failure of this government to have a national pandemic plan in place, as confirmed by Canada's Auditor General. The response of this government, law and order legislation. An Afghanistan torture scandal. The response of this government, law and order legislation. So why? Why do we keep going to law and order legislation? And I want to be clear, I support this member's efforts in terms of this particular piece of legislation. But this is one that should have been far up on this law and order agenda. Why did it take a private member to introduce this? Why wasn't this already introduced and passed earlier? It should have been. Because we do have serious problems in Canada. We have, in terms of these particular drugs, we have high emergency room rates, deaths, permanent alteration of brains of humans, psychiatric disorders. We have statistics in terms of an American study where for 8th graders, 2.3% of all 8th graders, and I find this shocking, have tried these drugs, 2.4% of 10th graders and 2.8% of 12th graders. So there must be something similar in Canada, although we don't have those studies. So once again, I support this legislation, but if it had been government legislation rather than a private member's bill, more could have been done. Where is the money for prevention? Where is the money for education? And so that everybody understands, when it comes to private members' legislation, and I'm not criticizing my friend who introduced this, but he's not allowed to put provisions in a private member's bill that involve the spending of money. So it's not his fault. But if the government had introduced this legislation, there could have been spending on these issues. Crime prevention, drug education, education in schools for children, treatment programs, all of that for the sufferers that take these drugs and for the prevention to try to avoid this. So my friend's bill would have been far superior, once again, no fault of his own, if this had been government legislation, but it's not. Now, in Canada, I have the honor of serving on Canada's Public Safety and National Security Committee, so I'm aware of some of these statistics. 80% of the criminals who are incarcerated in our prisons have either substance abuse or mental health issues. That means that a huge majority of people who commit crimes and eventually get incarcerated first have these problems. So what is the government doing to prevent that, to stop the people, to try to help them and cure them before they actually commit crimes? If this had been government legislation, they could have done something, but it's not. As well, in terms of prisons and treatment in prisons, we have clear admissions from various experts who have appeared that people have to understand most prisoners get released into society. So if they've come into prison because of mental health or addiction issues, logically, we would want to make sure they got the treatment required before they were released. It would have been quite nice if this was government legislation doing something about that, because the experts have admitted that people in prison are not getting the treatment that they require before they're being released. That is a public safety issue, and frankly, in order to protect the Canadian populace, you would want those people to be released better than when they came in. Now, the other issue, in terms of drugs, since that's the topic we're discussing, with respect to prisons, there are clear admissions that the prison population is getting these illegal drugs into prison. What is the government doing to prevent these drugs from seeping into our prisons? They should be doing something. This legislation could be part of a larger package if it was a government bill trying to effectuate such changes both in society and in the prison population. Nothing. Once again, not the fault of my friend, because he's not allowed to introduce that because this is only a private member's bill. In terms of what the government has done in further law and order agenda, look at some of the other examples for what they've put ahead of this. The sex offender registry, which I support. I support this legislation, but it was introduced weak. It came in to before Parliament without the benefit of the report of our committee. And then it had clear things that were omitted that should have been included based on all the experts. For example, mandatory license plate registrations of convicted sex offenders. The government and the Minister Van Loan specifically said he chose not to include that in the legislation, despite the fact that all the experts recommended it, and it's logical. So even when they are pursuing the law and order agenda, they're not doing it properly. Other pieces of legislation, we have the faint hope clause. Nobody, in terms of experts, was clamoring for any changes on that. Conditional sentences, same thing. 2 for 1, time served, mandatory minimums. None of this was a societal problem like drugs to the same comparison. This is certainly a greater problem. Yet there was no, the government chose not to do anything with respect to these drugs on the street, and they left it to a conservative private member to introduce this legislation, and he's not allowed to make any suggestions to actually put money onto the streets, reforms, or help in any measurable way. That's a mistake. This legislation should have been, based on the 2007 recommendations from the Justice Canada report, at the front of the line, or close to the front of the line for this law and order agenda. It wasn't. That was a mistake. So, in essence, I say I only have 1 minute left. So I will say this. I compliment my friend for bringing this private member's bill forward. I support it. It should go to committee, but I question why this government has pursued, in response to all the problems Canadians are facing, a law and order agenda, and then not even putting the most serious law and order issue, such as drugs on our street in this context, at the front of the line or close to the front of the line in order to help Canadians. They've ignored that. It's a mistake. And I compliment my friend for fixing the government's problem, or at least trying to. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenton, Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois on this bill, C-475, which is an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, methamphetamine and ecstasy. First off, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that the Bloc Québécois recognizes how serious this situation is with respect to methamphetamine and ecstasy. Besides recognizing the harmful effects on the public, especially the young, the Bloc sympathizes with victims who have to live with an addiction to these drugs. We are favorable to the principle of the bill, but we do have certain reservations with respect to how it would be complementary to present legislation, because we thought that all illicit drugs were also legislated. But we'll be able to discuss this more when this goes to the Justice Committee. If this is something that's purely electioneering, well, I don't know, but we do agree with the principle of the bill, and we will have questions about it, about how necessary it is given the law, the acts already in effect. This bill has as its objective to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to deal with substances having to do with methamphetamine and ecstasy. It includes ecstasy, as I said, and there would be a minimum sentence of 10 years minus 1 day. And here we see the Conservatives wanting to do the work of judges. It seems that they want to replace what judges do by their own ideology, and this bill proposes also adding another section, a clause. It says that this bill would be amended by adding what follows. It is prohibited to sell anything knowing that this could have to do with a substance referred to in item 18 of Schedule 1. And in paragraph 2, they say that this would lead to a maximum sentence, or a minimum sentence rather, of 10 years minus a day. So, with C-15, the government already has provisions giving it the authority to deal with this. And the Bloc Québécois wants to see real results on the ground, but in the meantime, measures that are advanced in C-475, well, we have to make sure that this coordinates with other government legislation. When it was part of another private member's bill, C-475 read differently, and they've added the word ecstasy to the definition, and I would say at first blush that it is something that the Bloc Québécois would be in favor of, but ecstasy and methamphetamine are drugs that are very harmful to the health and are addictive. In Quebec, these are drugs that young people can have easy access to, and this is a terrible thing. Another problem is that it's not possible. We have to know. It's not always possible to know what these drugs are made of, because they make them with various things in order to make to produce more of the drug and realize a greater profit, without any care for the health of those who consume these drugs. According to a study by Health Canada, along with the Sûreté du Québec, many of the things that were supposed to be in these drugs were many of these drugs were mixed with other drugs, which helps to create addiction. And an overdose of these drugs can be as serious as to cause death. And, Mr. Speaker, consumers who are taking these drugs for pleasure don't always realize that it can lead to death. But people take them more and more, they become addicted, and that is the objective, to addict these people, to make them dependent. That is the objective the drug sellers have in mind. There are street gangs, motorcycle gangs, the mafia, all kind of people, all kinds of groups sell these drugs, and they do it, of course, for their own monetary interest. They get people addicted, and these people can even die from these drugs. That's why we have to really go after this, and that's why the Bloc has always defended going after these people who sell these drugs, and we were the first to have come up with legislation to go after organized crime, and we were the ones who wanted to see a reversal of the onus of proof for motorcycle gangs and others when they were in court. It was up before it was up to the Crown to prove that they had done such and such a thing, and now the burden of proof was on them, the people selling the drugs. And this has allowed for the seizure of all kinds of property and goods of these groups. And the media has written about this, and there's been a great deal about this on TV. The Sûreté du Québec in Quebec, and of course the RCMP and other police forces Canada-wide have been able to use this this legislation, and it was the Bloc who brought it forward. So we understand just how serious this is, how serious the drug problem is. There was a very significant article published in Le Soleil in 2009. There was also an article in the newspaper Le Québec on July 6th, 2009, which was entitled The Increasing Use of Amphetamines and Ecstasy. And in a report published last week, they say that Canada is the principal place where ecstasy is produced in North America.
And unfortunately, most drugs like ecstasy are used here as well. And the use of ecstasy is increasing in Canada and in Quebec. So Canada has that terrible reputation of being the main source of production in North America, and therefore we have to deal with this problem. It's often called a soft drug by those who take it, but these new synthetic drugs, often called designer drugs, are problematic. In 1992, the research into producing legitimate drugs led to the production of ecstasies. Like alcohol and other substances, ecstasy can create dependence and addiction, and this is why we need to deal with this issue. It creates addiction, it encourages criminal activity, and the UN study showed clearly that as indicated on July 9th, 2009 in the article, that the use was increasing. I would recommend to people that they read the full article. It breaks down ecstasy into its various components, talks about the effects of it, and the activities surrounding it. There are various other drugs as well that seem like they might be the gates to paradise, but in fact lead to many problems. So this public issue is one that the Bloc Québécois looks forward to supporting and studying in the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Private Member Bill C-475. Mr. Speaker, this is a reincarnation, if I can use that term, of C-428 that had been presented to this House and actually got through the House by the member from Peace River in the last Parliament. And like so many other bills, died on the order paper when the government, Conservative Party and the Prime Minister decided we would have an election. So it's coming back, and I want to acknowledge the work that's been done by the author of the bill. It's a very long constituency title. The member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. It's lovely country, Mr. Speaker. I enjoy going out there whenever I get the chance. Mr. Speaker, the bill deals with what is by any standards, a scourge, really a horrendous problem for our society, and particularly for our young people. And it deals with an attempt to further control access to methamphetamines and the drug ecstasy, that's by its street name. Mr. Speaker, it's a repeated tragedy that we run across. I think probably all members of the House at some point have had constituents come in to talk to them about this. These drugs, ecstasy and the methamphetamines, both are highly addictive. And not only are they highly addictive, Mr. Speaker, but they're addictive at a very rapid pace. Sometimes just an initial taking of it is enough to hook somebody on it, and certainly if you use it 3 to 5 times, very high probability you're going to be addicted. It also has, if it's used repeatedly and in any kind of high volume, strong medical evidence now that it causes brain damage. And Mr. Speaker, the availability of this drug has had an interesting history here in Canada. But what has been very clear is that it is particularly attractive to young people, and as you heard from my colleague from the bloc, children even in elementary schools get access to it. It's cheap to make, and therefore quite accessible on the street. Mr. Speaker, it's also had an interesting history here in Canada in that it started as an epidemic, really, in the smaller communities in the northern parts of I would say the mid-northern parts of the country, particularly in the western province initially. And the explanation we've had from that, from the police authorities who have been dealing with it, is that it was cheap to set up the labs. The labs were easily concealable in smaller communities. It was fairly clearly street gangs that were doing this as opposed to the larger organized crime syndicates that we have, although there's some indication that by now they are involved in it quite substantially as well. But the initial phases were small rural communities, and it happened within a year. It became an epidemic. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, what then happened, and I suppose not that unusual, it then expanded. It expanded eastward in this country and southward in this country, and then southward into the United States. And we've become, again, as you've heard from other speakers today, we've become a major importer of those particular drugs into the United States. I want to, just as a bit of an aside, some of the work that and information we've had both at the Justice Committee and also when I sat on the Public Safety Committee, hearing from our police forces and from communities. And I want to praise these communities, again, particularly in the rural parts of the country. They moved as communities to effectively shut down the labs in a number of their of the communities, developed treatment for the youth who had been affected and addicted to these substances. And it's really a good news story from that perspective of watching community, and it tended to be community by community, learning from each other, responding to this. I'm not going to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this was the be-all and the end-all to ending it, but a number of the smaller communities, especially in the western provinces, were quite effective at responding to it once they had identified how bad it was. I have to say it's been less successful in other parts of the country and is being more worked on now, both in cooperation with our police forces, but community groups working on it. As well, there is more and more evidence that the addiction can be treated. Obviously, the person has to get off it completely, but the work to rebuild their psychological strength is fairly clear that can be done and continues to be worked on. Mr. Speaker, I think there's one other point that I want to raise with regards to this phenomenon vis-a-vis Canada, and that is that the precursors, the chemical components to these drugs, by and large, come in from other countries. The United States to a significant degree, some from Asia as well. And, Mr. Speaker, this had begun to be a problem with some of these labs going in. For instance, in the state of New York, you'd hear stories that I think were well enough documented that they're accurate, not just anecdotal, going in and taking drugs off the shelf, clearing the shelves of Sudafed. That's one of the, there's components in Sudafed that you use to make these drugs. And they go in literally into drugstores and just take all of them. The state of New York actually has moved to ban that. They have banned it. You are only allowed to buy enough Sudafed to deal with your cold and not be able to use it for production of other drugs. The state of New York has also, as have other states in the United States, moved to regulate those chemicals at source. So if you are manufacturing these precursors and then selling them, the person buying them from you have to show what is going to be used for and why they need the volume that they're buying. It's been quite effective on restricting the labs in the United States. Because what has been happening, and is still happening here, is that purchaser would then just conveniently start selling it in smaller batches to any number of people, but clearly had to know that some of it was getting into hands of gangs to be used for the purposes of making these drugs, these illicit drugs. So they've shut that down by regulating it. They didn't use criminal law. They used their commercial and consumer legislation to regulate that. And so now what happens is that a chain is created. The person who produces it has to show who they sold it to and in what volume. They have to report that. The person purchasing it has to do the same thing. If they then break it into sublots and sell it off, they have to show who they sold it to, and they have to have an explanation as to what it's going to be used for. So it's been quite effective in the United States using that regulatory framework, not criminal law, to shut it down there to a great extent, leaving us in a position, Mr. Speaker, to the fact that Canada now, as I said earlier, and you've heard from other members, is an importer. And what is happening, Mr. Speaker, is the same process is going on in Canada in terms of the sales, but the regulatory infrastructure is not in place in this country. And if we're really going to get at this, and I don't want in any way to demean the effort of the member for this legislation, because we're supporting it, it's one step that is needed, but we also need to take that other stand to regulate this from the producer on through the whole chain so that we are assured that it doesn't get into the hands of the gangs, or if it does, that we're able to trace it right to them and use this bill to charge and convict them. I see my time's up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to stand in this House this morning and talk about this private member's bill. I want to thank my colleague from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. The honourable member has brought forward this private member's bill, and in many ways it resembles a bill that I brought forward in the previous Parliament. I want to thank members in this House for their debate this morning, but also those members who were in this House in the last Parliament that supported a bill very similar to this and unanimously supported it in this House and got it through committee and then over to the Senate where it died before an election, or as the election was called. There's no question that we as parliamentarians have a large responsibility. We have a responsibility to do our work here in this House, but we have a responsibility to work together for the common good of our constituents. And today we're speaking about an issue that's very close to my heart. It's an issue that I believe impacts, unfortunately, the vulnerable and the young disproportionately to other groups, and therefore we as members of Parliament have an added responsibility, an increased responsibility to address the bill here today, not because people are telling us, but because we can see the effects on young people and vulnerable people across this country as they're affected by methamphetamines and the addictive qualities of this particular drug. Mr. Speaker, I'll just give a little bit of a brief outline as to, number one, what these drugs are and what make them different, and why I believe that this is an important way to approach and reduce the number of, or the amount of crystal meth and methamphetamines, ecstasy, that are being produced here in this country. Methamphetamines are different. They're a synthetic drug, and that makes it different than many other drugs. Other drugs need to be imported in their illegal form or grown in their illegal form at some point here in Canada. And so there's a whole process and a whole chain of events that need to take place prior to the actual drug being available for people to buy and distribute on the streets. Crystal meth and methamphetamines are different in so much as it is a legal ingredient, or a combination of legal ingredients and a combination of legal tools that are combined to make an illegal substance. And once that illegal substance is created, it can be out into the streets of any of our communities within minutes. We can produce, Canadians can produce, organized crime can produce crystal methamphetamines in every single community in this country, leaving none of our communities isolated from the harmful effects of methamphetamines and the illegal distribution of them. Crystal meth and methamphetamines are unique in another characteristics as well. The addictive nature of this drug is, quite frankly, unbelievable. When I've spoken to recovering or recovered methamphetamine users, I just find out how addictive it is. There's people that I've spoken with through my work on this issue, who tell me that after a single use, they became so addicted to this particular drug that there was nothing that they could do that would stop them from trying to get another fix. And it was even more devastating when I would speak to young people who had had their lives completely ripped apart by this drug, who said they went to a party, they thought they'd experiment with this drug, and after a single use, they were addicted. Now, in many cases, these kids there's nothing that would say that it's going to be this kid rather than that kid that's going to use it. Some of the kids that I was speaking to were good kids. They had grown up in great families. They had had every opportunity to succeed. They had done well in school, but they had had one opportunity to use this drug. They had been tempted and decided to use it. And as a result of that, their entire lives had been destroyed. Now, as we have learned more about this drug, we do know that there are treatments that do help in terms of helping young people and people of all ages to be treated for this addiction. But let us never believe that there is no long-term effect on these people that have used crystal meth or methamphetamines. The long-term damage of this drug is irreparable. There is the physical and psychological damage, but there's also the damages that come in terms of broken trust with family, the destruction that happens in terms of one's education and work. There's so many different things that happen as a result of somebody becoming addicted that in every case that I spoke with people that had become addicted to this drug, they said that their life would never be the same. And so while it's important to ensure that there's treatment for these young people, it's even more important that we as members of Parliament try to stand between young people or people in general and them ever having access to the drug at all. Our government has worked extensively, as it was referred to, or there was questions being raised in terms of what the government has done to spend money on anti-drug strategies, and I think it's important that this come into the discussion because there was questions, and it was from an honourable member who hadn't been here in the last Parliament. We as government members had worked extensively to develop a national anti-drug strategy, and in budget 2007 there was over $60 million that were allocated to that initiative to ensure that young people wouldn't get addicted at all. That's over $60 million, that's right. But the unfortunate thing is that young people continue to use drugs, and we will continue, and I think it's imperative that we as members of Parliament work together to ensure that young people are educated. But crystal meth is finding its way into places that young people wouldn't see it as crystal meth or methamphetamines. As a matter of fact, I have spoken extensively with RCMP officers that are incredibly concerned about organized crime's marketing of methamphetamines. We're finding that methamphetamines are found now blended into many of the other drugs that are commonly sold on the streets. Because of the addictive nature of methamphetamines, they're being blended off into all kinds of other drugs so that young people will become addicted to whatever drug they think they're purchasing and will become, in fact, addicted to methamphetamines because of the fact that it's been blended into the drug that they think that they're buying. Second of all, the thing that was striking and the thing that really concerns me as a father of young kids is that organized crime is now using methamphetamines, mixing it with candy, wrapping it up to look like a candy, and selling it on the streets. And so young people are getting given or sold these small candies that are actually methamphetamine laden, and that's just unbelievable for those of us who are parents. The thought that young people are being marketed and targeted in this effort by organized crime as well. The reason, there was a number of reasons that I got involved with this need for legislation, or this fight to have legislation with regards to methamphetamine. But the most impacting reason was the stories. I met people in my own community. It was referenced that there was communities that where this epidemic of crystal meth kind of started, and those communities were very close to my constituency. And so we saw the effects of methamphetamines and crystal meth being sold into our communities, and I witnessed very strong and independent people become torn apart by the destruction of this drug. And when I found out that the epidemic was continuing to grow and that Canada had moved from an importing nation of methamphetamine to an exporting nation, that really made me very afraid. And so I started to look, like other members, at other countries who had had some success in limiting the production of crystal meth in their communities. And I recognize that we are lagging behind as it relates to the precursors and the materials that are used. Because it is a creation of an illegal substance from legal substances, we have got to give an opportunity for RCMP and police forces to intervene into the supply, especially as it relates to organized crime, of the development of this drug. We have to give them the power to go in where they know that the products are being used for the production of methamphetamines and close that off, and I believe that will be the continuation of this particular fight. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The time for private members' business has expired for today. The chair has been notified that the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh wishes to rise on a point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do so wish to rise. And it involves a matter, Mr. Speaker, as you will note from the report of the Justice Committee, which has been presented to this House. It was dated the 25th and presented to the House on the 26th of November. It's the 14th report from the Justice Committee in this Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, what it involves is the interference, and I put that objectively, interference by the Minister's Office in information, evidence that had been requested by the Justice Committee from the head of Corrections Canada, and the report sets out the sequence of events of how this came about. I'm going to refer to those. Before I do, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the privilege itself, I believe this is a privilege that has been breached, not only vis-a-vis the work I need to do as a member of Parliament, but that of other members of the committee and, quite frankly, of the committee as a whole. It's quite clear from the blues, and both from the report, you may wish, Mr. Speaker, to go beyond the report to the blues to substantiate the specifics, that Mr. Don Head, who was before the committee on November the 4th, made very clear commitments as to what information he had available and whether he could get that information back to the committee in time for us to consider it when we were doing clause by clause. Mr. Speaker, the need for this information was, I think, heightened in this fact situation by the fact that members of the committee, including myself, had ascertained that that was the only source for this information. We had asked the Department of Justice if they had this information. We had solicited the information from Statistics Canada, the Jurostat division. They both indicated that they didn't have it. I had checked with academics to see if they had it. And all of them, all three of those sources, traditional sources for this type of information, indicated to us, the committee that is, that the only source for this information would have to be Corrections Canada. As a result, Mr. Speaker, on November the 4th, at our request, committee's request, Mr. Don Head, the head of Corrections Canada, appeared before the committee. And again, the report sets this out, Mr. Speaker. He was very clear that in response to questions from myself and questions from the member from the bloc from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, that he had this information we were requesting. He did not have it with him that day, but that he could have it by the time we considered the bill, which is Bill C-36, clause by clause, which was scheduled to be considered for that stage on November the 16th. It was very clear that he could do that. Mr. Speaker, on November the 16th, I sought from the clerk of that committee whether, in fact, the information had been received. I was advised at that time, as I believe at least one other member of the committee was, that, in fact, it had been and had been sent to our offices. I had not seen it. I had to assume that there'd been a mix-up in my office, and we had not received it. We went ahead on the 16th with clause-by-clause consideration, and the bill was sent back to the House after the 16th. Mr. Speaker, I then made a second request for that information because when I checked in my office, I did not, in fact, have it, and sought it again on November the 23rd. I'm sorry, on November the 18th, so that it would be available for my argument in this House on third reading of Bill C-36, which was scheduled at that time and, in fact, took place on November the 23rd. When I arrived at my office in the morning of the 23rd, we still did not have the information, and only at that time were we advised that the information had not come to the committee yet, and it was in the hands It had been prepared by Mr. Head and was in the hands of the Minister of Public Safety and National Security. Quite frankly, I was quite upset, Mr. Speaker, and I attended to debate this on the 23rd. And at that time, before I actually got a chance to start my speech, the assistant deputy house leader for the Conservatives approached me and gave me a letter. It was undated from Mr. Head that set out the information that I had asked for and the member from Abitibi-Temiskaming had asked for, although I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that some of it was quite confusing. Others, in terms of some of the specific questions, they were answered in there. Mr. Speaker, that letter had been altered to the extent that the date had been taken off, had been wiped out or taken off, wasn't dated. On the 24th, Bill C, I had no opportunity to use that information. On the 24th, the bill passed this House by a recorded vote. And on the 25th, at around noontime, the same letter with the date on it appeared in our offices. Now, the Justice Committee was meeting again on the 25th, actually for us to get the report, because the Conservatives had stalled it. When I attempted to get the report out of the committee on the 23rd, they talked it out, and so we had to come back on the 25th. At noon, right around noon on the 25th, we got the letter, and it was dated this time. And the date on the letter from Mr. Head, signed by Mr. Head, in responding in some detail to some of the questions I asked and the member from Abitibi-Temiskaming asked, was dated the 13th. Had we received that, Mr. Speaker, we could have used that information, and it was relevant information, quite relevant information. We could have used that information both at clause by clause and again in the debate in this House, sharing that information with the rest of the committee and with all members of this House in their consideration of Bill C-36. That was denied to us, Mr. Speaker, by the Minister's office. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to cover some of the relevance of this because of the questions that were asked. We asked very specific questions on the rate of recidivism of people who were subject to that section of the code. We wanted to know how often it was used in specific information. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, the last solid evidence we had was 10 years old. It was 1999, the last time a report like this had been prepared. So we needed an update on that information, and in fact, several of the key points were answered in this letter. So it was completely relevant to what we needed, and we were denied it. Mr. Speaker, the role of the minister here is, I think, quite crucial to the role of committees and the relationship of committees, the work we do in setting public policy and reviewing bills in detail in a prudent fashion. If we're going to have, and I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, in all honesty, that I have not been able to find any prior rulings by speakers in this House as to whether the minister has any right to insist that that type of information is vetted by him or his office before it's given to the committee. I can't say that it's been ruled either way. It has not in the research that myself and my staff have done. I would argue quite strongly that that's one of the issues that has to be decided in the determination you're going to make as to whether, in fact, we've made out a prima facie case for interference and breach of privilege. If the minister can do that, not just this minister, but any minister is capable of doing that, the work of the committees becomes even less relevant than it is at this point. And what we need, Mr. Speaker, is we need the ability, the assurances. If we're going to be helping in our votes and in the work we do here in setting public policy, we need to know that we have unlimited access to the information within the departments in this government. There's a long history of decisions in other areas where speakers have said we are supposed to. Coming back, Mr. Speaker, if the minister can decide whether and when we're going to get that information, it makes the committees a farce. Because the minister, simply by withholding information for a period of time, allowing votes to go ahead, allowing consideration to go ahead of clause by clause, we can stymie the work of the committee quite effectively. So, Mr. Speaker, at this point, we don't know, because we've heard nothing from the minister in this regard. We don't know if this was a question of just incompetence on the part of his office in not recognizing the timelines that Mr. Head had committed to, and he did very clearly, or whether it was intentional of withholding this information until the committee had completed its work and it was no longer of any use to us. Whichever it is, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that we have made out a prima facie case, and if you so find, I would be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the same order, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. On the same question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, question of privilege raised by my colleague, as he quoted on several occasions during his remarks, I believe that it is my responsibility to rise, to speak and confirm that there is information that we did not receive, that we should have received, information that was not given to us before the clause-by-clause consideration vote, which was slated for the 16th. We knew after the actual vote in question that on the 13th of November the information was in fact available and on the minister's desk. That information, Mr. Speaker, was given to the clerk. In fact, the letter that I have remarks that the information was given to Ms. Burke, clerk of the Justice Committee, on the 13th of November, a Friday. So there's no excuse, Mr. Speaker. And personally speaking, I believe that this question of privilege should be allowed. We are talking about a matter of principle here, Mr. Speaker. We asked Mr. Head questions that were extremely important. The documents that we received after the fact would suggest, and I am personally convinced of this, that many members of the Liberal Party would have changed their position with respect to Bill C-36 and its passage, and we even believe that some of the members of the Justice Committee on the Liberal side would have changed their stance completely. So we hope, Mr. Speaker, that this question of privilege will be allowed.
The honourable member for Mississauga South on the same point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did speak on the member's amendment that was considered under in relation to Bill C-36, where it asked for the matter to go back to committee. And Mr. Speaker, I was certainly grateful that the member brought it to to the House, and I voted for that amendment to send it back to committee because I felt so strongly that the information that was asked for by the committee was so vital, so fundamental to the bill itself, and you couldn't possibly, with 10-year-old information, properly debate the matter before the committee, and that's what the members brought here. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make reference under O'Brien-Bosk, page 89, under the section of rights and immunities of members, and specifically to the paragraph under freedom of speech. Mr. Speaker, it reads, by far the most important right accorded to members of the House is the exercise of freedom of speech in parliamentary proceedings. It has been described as, quote, a fundamental right without which they would be hampered in the performance of their duties. It permits them to speak in the House without inhibition, to refer to any matter, or to express any opinion they see fit, to say whatever they feel needs to be said in the furtherance of national interest and the aspirations of their constituents. Mr. Speaker, the reason that this is relevant to the privilege issue raised by the member, Mr. Speaker, is because there in fact is a decision pending from the Supreme Court of Canada right now on the issue of access to information, and the argument is very directly related to the right of freedom of speech, a charter right, in fact, under Section 2. And under that right, it says, Mr. Speaker, that we have the right to vote. And if you follow it through its logical progression, and it's been argued in the courts, that if you have the right to vote, you must have the right of access to information. And if you don't have that, and because you need that right of access to information, the right of access is implicit in the charter. And that is the whole argument. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation here where, in fact, the right of freedom of speech has been inhibited here because the access to information necessary to discharge the duties of members of Parliament has been interfered upon by a minister of the Crown, who not only did he withhold this information from the Justice Committee, it's also the same minister that withheld the RCMP report from the debate on the gun registry information, and in fact may be involved with the withholding of documents with regard to the Afghanistan detainees. Mr. Speaker, there is a pattern here, and it is a pattern which is disturbing to me, and it's why I rose at that debate on the amendment motion, and why I'm rising today, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that the rights of members of Parliament to discharge their responsibilities has been interfered with by the obstruction of the minister.
The Honourable Government House Leader rising on the same point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in no way do I want to diminish the seriousness of this question of privilege. Of course, every time a member rises with a question of privilege in this chamber, it is a matter of some seriousness. However, I would state, Mr. Speaker, for your benefit, that the issue that we're dealing here with, that the member for Windsor Tecumseh has raised, deals with Bill C-36, which I think, as most people know, it was the repeal of the faint hope clause, one of the bills of many in our justice reform legislative agenda, Mr. Speaker. I also note that that he is making some pretty serious allegations of withholding information, documents on the part of the Minister for Public Safety from the Justice Committee. And I think, in fairness, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is not present right now. I suspect that at his very earliest convenience, he's going to want to attend the chamber and make a statement in this regard. And I would ask you that you set aside this question of privilege until that opportunity is afforded the Minister of Public Safety.
On the same point, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, I had intended on speaking on this issue as I am a member of the Justice Committee, and I fully support the members from the NDP, his point of privilege. I would, however, take note that the Government House Leader has just requested that you set aside the question, this issue, until the minister responsible has an opportunity to rise in this House and speak to this issue. And if that is your ruling, I would await to make my statements until I hear from the minister. If, on the other hand, you rule that you are not going to wait, then I would request that I be afforded the opportunity to speak at this time. Otherwise, I will withhold my remarks until the Minister for Public Safety has an opportunity to speak to this issue.
I appreciate the interventions that have been made by various members on this point of privilege. The Chair will take this serious matter under advisement, and we'll get back to the Chamber at an appropriate time. This is... and at that time, the Chair will deal with the issue of the Minister's response. But the Chair needs to consider this matter at this time. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business, consideration of motion number 7 concerning proceedings on a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Resumption and Continuation of Railway Operations.
Mr. Hill, seconded by Mr. Paradis, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, a bill in the name of the Minister of Labour entitled An Act to Provide for the Resumption and Continuation of Railway Operations shall be disposed of as follows. A. Commencing when the said bill is read a first time and concluding when the said bill is read a third time, the House shall not adjourn except pursuant to a motion proposed by a Minister of the Crown, and no private member's business shall be taken up. B. The said bill may be read twice or thrice in one sitting. C. After being read a second time, the said bill shall be referred to a committee of the whole. And D. During consideration of the said bill, no division shall be deferred. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Later today, the Minister of Labour, as the motion indicated, will introduce an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of railway operations. This legislation is critical to protecting the national economy at this time, when our economy from the global economic crisis is still at a fragile state. The motion before us will allow the House to consider the Minister of Labour's bill in an expedited fashion. Mr. Speaker, the motion states that from first to third readings of the bill, the House will not adjourn except pursuant to a motion proposed by a Minister of the Crown that the bill may go through all 3 readings in a single sitting, and that after being read a second time, the bill will be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to advise this House and the members to support this motion. The motion itself will not end the strike or impose a settlement. It will only allow us to proceed to dealing with this issue as quickly as possible. The approach we're taking to this strike is obviously unusual. Normally, for private disputes between private actors, we accept that it is their responsibility to come to the solution, perhaps with the help of government-appointed conciliators and mediators. And I would again re-emphasize that I would encourage the members to pass this procedural motion so we can at least get to the debate and continue to put pressure on both sides to come to a resolution. This motion essentially sets forward a process and a procedure for a debate to take place in this House and for all members of this House to become engaged in the disposition of the matter by way of the bill that will be introduced. A strike began at CN Rail early Saturday after 14 months of inconclusive negotiations between the company and the Teamsters Canada Railway Conference. During the last 6 months of negotiations, the two sides were assisted by federal conciliators and mediators. Even after the strike began, Mr. Speaker, we did not give up hope for a negotiated settlement, as that is the preferred course. And not only is it a preferred course, but the parties are always encouraged to come to a form of agreement on their own. Federal mediators worked with the employer and union all weekend in an effort to find a formula that would get the trains running again and establish a fair process for resolving all outstanding differences. But still, the parties could not find their way to an understanding. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour became personally involved in the search for a solution. She contacted each side to encourage a negotiated agreement and offered to appoint an arbiter to resolve matters in dispute if, as the Canada Labour Code requires, both parties to concur. CN agreed, but the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference did not, and unless the parties agree, that process could not be instigated. No one in this House, Mr. Speaker, likes back-to-work legislation. All of us prefer to see employers and unions freely bargain their collective agreements. That's certainly something that happens in the course of events, and many times there are struggles and difficulties to get there, but eventually a method is found to resolve an impasse and that's exactly how it should be, is how it should work if it can, Mr. Speaker. But sometimes the parties are unable to reach agreement. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, parties reach an impasse, and a strike or lockout tends to happen, and in that case, affects the national economy. When that happens, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must act in the public interest. There's, of course, a number of factors in play. There's the public interest. There's the issue of the economy. As much as we want each of the parties in the process to negotiate amongst each other, and as they each have appropriate, legitimate interests, and certainly we're respectful and mindful of the process that's involved, what they do affects a bigger picture. It affects people other than them. It affects the public. It affects the public interest. It affects individuals. It affects businesses. It affects the economy of Canada. And so it is important that we give due diligence to what has been placed upon us by the parties reaching the impasse they have. And as I've said, I trust and hope that they will see a way through to reach yet a negotiated settlement. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to say a few words about the economy. As everyone knows in this House, Canada is starting to see signs of economic recovery. I know, Mr. Speaker, just released this morning, Statistics Canada announced that the real GDP in Canada grew by 0.4% in the third quarter of 2009. And while it's encouraging that Canada's economic growth has stabilized, the global economic recovery remains fragile and tentative. And that is a fact that must be taken into consideration. As our finance minister has said, the Canadian economy is recovering but has not yet fully recovered. Too many families struggle, and we may yet see more job losses before we fully turn the corner. Our government remains focused on fighting the recession and on helping Canadians. It is obvious, Mr. Speaker, by the numbers of actions that we've taken in a variety of areas, whether it's funding for infrastructure, whether it's helping those that are unemployed by extending 5 weeks of EI, whether it is providing skills upgrading and training, investing significant billions of dollars to ensure workers are prepared and equipped to be a part of our economy, to ensure our economy does not stagnate but goes forward. We remain focused on fighting the recession, Mr. Speaker, and helping Canadians. To protect our economy, we need to stay the course, and of course, we must continue implementing the Canada's Economic Action Plan. Today's numbers show that Canada's Economic Action Plan is helping fuel the recovery. Household spending has increased thanks to our cuts for Canadian families. Spending on homes has rebounded, fueled by recession-fighting home renovation tax credit. Businesses increased their investments in productivity, improving machinery and equipment, thanks to our tax relief and tariff reductions. Infrastructure and other capital spending has increased by nearly 25% this quarter, the largest increase in nearly a decade, but our economy still remains in a fragile and tentative state. Even though we've worked hard to implement Canada's Economic Action Plan, we've always received enough support from this House in order to proceed. But global economic circumstances still leave Canada in a precarious position. We cannot allow a labour dispute where the parties reach an impasse to threaten our economic recovery. Canadians know how central our rail system is to the economic health of Canada. It is what has connected our commerce from coast to coast to coast since the days of John A. Macdonald. Our government believes that it is the responsibility of this House to intervene in private disputes when they threaten to significantly damage the public interest. Mr. Speaker, I know many members will be getting, I'm sure, letters and correspondence from various industries that will be impacted and will be involved by this particular strike and impasse that has been reached. The motion we have here, Mr. Speaker, will allow Parliament to act quickly it is a responsibility of the parties in this House to debate and negotiate and go forward with proposed legislation that will keep in mind the public interest and will keep in mind our economy. As I've said, businesses and farmers from across Canada are expressing their concern about the economic impacts of this strike, and that's understandable, Mr. Speaker. Some of them have been impacted 3 or 4 times over the last number of years and have suffered significant economic losses as a result of that. We have had experiences with the effects of work stoppages in the past. In 2007, when trains were last slowed by a strike, Ford had to shut down production at one of its plants because parts were not getting through. The Canadian Wheat Board incurred charges of over $300,000 per day because ships were delayed in Canadian ports. Shifts were discontinued at lumber facilities. When the trains stop, Mr. Speaker, the economy suffers. And this is no time for that to happen. When we're struggling with the effects of the global downturn, this is no time, Mr. Speaker, for us to gamble with the economy. Now, just to be sure, Mr. Speaker, the motion before us will not force any member of this House to support the actual back-to-work legislation, although I certainly hope that they will debate it in earnesty and keep in mind the larger public interest. But what it'll do is simply permit timely consideration of the Minister of Labour's bill. It's critically important given the timing of what's happening outside this House, and it's also important to know that this House is scheduled to rise in the next short while. Given the seriousness of this situation, Mr. Speaker, I would hope we would all make the public interest our first priority, and I would ask all parties to give unanimous consent to this motion. From the agricultural products in the West and the automotive products in Ontario to the forestry products in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, and petroleum and chemicals and metals in the East, Canada depends on CN Rail's 20,000 kilometers of track. Canada is a country founded on the railway, and since 1885, rail has driven our nation's economic engine. The railway has evolved with Canada, and CN now facilitates a sophisticated commercial network, transporting inventory from domestic producers and international importers to consumers in Canada, the ports and our American neighbor to the south. Canada's Transportation in Canada 2008, in its statement and overview, illustrates the importance of Canada's rail network. In 2007, railways in Canada transported 66,766 tons in essentially 6 sectors valued at more than $94 million, Mr. Speaker. The automotive sector, $44 million. Chemical industry, $16+ million. Grains and fertilizers, metals, petroleum products, pulp and paper. It has a far-reaching impact. It has far-reaching consequences to many. I know that the Canadian pulse industry, for example, is a world leader in production and export of peas, lentils, chickpeas, and beans, servicing over 150 markets each year. A strike would certainly affect them and what they are doing. It would certainly incur a lot of cost that would result into thousands, in fact millions of dollars if it was to continue for a longer period of time. Loss of earnings of this magnitude at a time when the downturn in the global economy has produced significant challenges for Canadian businesses, indeed all Canadians, and their customers around the world must be avoided. We must do what we can to bridge the gap, to bring the two parties together, to ensure that there is a resolution so the trains can continue moving. You know, the quick action, or the reason for quick action, of course, given the time of year, the fragile state of our national economy, and the serious economic impacts of a work stoppage are all factors that must be taken into consideration. Businesses from across the country have expressed their concern about this strike. The 2007 strike at CN cost the economy millions of dollars a day. This is a price we simply cannot afford at a time when recovery from the global recession is still so tentative. CN moves thousands of carloads of material across its 20,000 kilometers of tracks every week. Some clients have no other source of transportation for their goods. They exclusively rely on the operation of the railway network. Most labor disputes, Mr. Speaker, are basically private matters between an employer and a union. They may affect the public in modest ways, but not enough for Parliament to intervene in the collective bargaining process, even when there is an impasse and even when there are work disruptions. That's just the way things work. That changes, however, Mr. Speaker, when a strike or lockout has significant impacts on the national economy or the public health and safety. Then the right of employers and unions to sort out their differences through work stoppages must be balanced against the public interest. And many times, members struggle at the appropriate balance, and it's difficult to reach that balance. But a balance must be reached that takes into account these other interests. And it's our responsibility to do that. As I have said before, Mr. Speaker, federal conciliators and mediators working with the parties have been in negotiations since June. The level of engagement has been high for many months. A number of interventions, mediators working around the clock, literally, since Friday, in last-ditch efforts to help find a formula that would bring an end to the work stoppage and pave the way for a new collective agreement. But these efforts have not yet borne fruit. The Minister of Labour has repeatedly offered, both publicly and in discussions with the employer and unions representatives, to appoint an arbiter to resolve all matters still in dispute. This step, by law, requires the consent of both parties. And of course, this matter must be left in the hands of the parties to that extent. The government has done, Mr. Speaker, all that it can do, short of introducing legislation. We're always ready to help parties interested in reaching an agreement, but sometimes an employer and union are so far apart that no amount of mediation and support will break the deadlock between them or the impasse that may exist. And there's always the hope that that will happen. Parliament, it is true, should only intervene in work stoppages when the national interest is clearly at stake. Our labour relations system is founded on the principle that employers and unions should be allowed to work out their differences as often as possible. And the tool of back-to-work legislation should be reserved for exceptional circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore say that this motion is an appropriate motion that would allow this matter to be debated in this House in priority to other matters before this House recesses. It is an important issue. It is a national issue. It's an issue of national interest that must be disposed of by this House. And what this motion does is set the framework for this House to engage in that debate in a concentrated and concerned way, and to ensure that all members that wish to participate in debate are able to participate in the debate, in the issues that will be discussed that are of national import, with a view to bringing the matter to a resolution, to bringing the matter to the resolve because the parties are unable to do so. This motion sets the stage for further critical debate that will be, in fact, launched in the time to come. It is a procedural motion. It is a motion that I would ask all parties in this House, all sides in this debate, to support whether they are for or against a particular issue in the debate. It's the responsible thing to do. It's the kind of thing that Canadians would expect of this House to do. All Canadians will be watching with interest the debate that will go forward. All Canadians would hope that parliamentarians would get together, notwithstanding party lines, to ensure that the framework is set through this motion to have this matter debated fully and extensively in this House, and that it be given the priority that it deserves, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the honourable member talk about the national interest. I think that we don't really need to get involved in this issue. Every company has the right to negotiate in the way that it likes. CN is a private corporation. The collective agreement expired December 31st, 2008, which is almost a year. And in a year, they haven't been able to come to an agreement on a new collective agreement. So there may be a situation where the employer is once again being protected by the government, because when it is impossible to come to an agreement, then the company tends to say, well, there's a national interest here and the government should end this strike. And successive governments have decided that this was an unacceptable situation. The company is using every means it can to continue to operate. So I ask my colleague, what good reason is there to bring in legislation or through some other order, for example, to make people return to work? When it is a private company, then that company should negotiate in good faith and come to a concrete conclusion. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said by speaking in the main, that certainly in matters of labor relations and in matters of negotiation, they should be left to the parties to bargain and to settle with the processes that are available. But we must remember that what the parties do here does not just affect the two parties. It affects people other than the two parties. It affects business, it affects industry, it affects a number of businesses and sectors that are outside of the parties who have a loss or an experience to take into account when the parties are not able to agree. It's regrettable that they're not able to agree. I think everything should be done to facilitate reaching an agreement. We've done that. Everything that's possible, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, there must be a bigger picture that the parties are held to account. And I say that when we look at the public interest and how this would affect the public, it would affect them in a very serious way. And certainly, when this member says that the party should be left to their own, what do you say to the automotive industry, the chemical industry, the grain and fertilizer industry, the agricultural industry, the pulp and paper industry, the forest industry, who are directly being impacted? At some point, you've got to take that interest into account. I realize it is a balance, but at some point, this House, this member, will have to balance that interest, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I followed the discussion very closely from the parliamentary secretary, and I got to say, he describes what we're debating today as a procedural motion, and then continues to talk about the substance of a very serious labour dispute and the positions of the two sides in that dispute. So let me just go back, first of all, to the procedural nature of the motion that is, in fact, in front of us. What we've got here today is a motion being tabled by the government that is essentially assigning a time limit to the amount of time that members of this House can debate a bill that we haven't even seen yet. Mr. Speaker, that is contempt of Parliament. It's contempt of the members of this institution. It's contempt of collective bargaining. It's contempt for the locomotive engineers at CN. And it's frankly contempt of the safety of Canadian rail passengers. Mr. Speaker, the issues that are before us here today are serious issues. We're talking about Collective bargaining, something that is recognized in UN conventions. It's recognized through the ILO. Canada is a signatory to those conventions. In fact, even the Charter of Rights, through its Supreme Court interpretations, now recognizes that collective bargaining is a fundamental right associated with, with freedom of association. So if those are guaranteed rights and the government is not above the law, the government has to respect collective bargaining. It doesn't do that when it signals that it's going to introduce back-to-work legislation. It takes away the incentive for management to bargain in good faith. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary this morning is, when, and I need him to be very, very specific here, when did his government signal its intentions, its willingness to bring back-to-work legislation before this House to the management at CNR?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, outside of providing mediators and conciliators and facilitating the parties, we don't actually enter into the negotiation process with the parties. The member knows that. And the member knows that this motion is a procedural motion. The member knows, if she cared to read the motion, that it simply states from the first to third readings of the bill, the House will not adjourn, except pursuant to a motion proposed by the Minister of the Crown, that the bill may go through all three readings in a single sitting, and then after being read a second time, the bill will be referred to a committee of the whole. The discussions and the debates can continue for a significant period of time, Mr. Speaker. It gives the opportunity for this House to debate this issue, and members can speak for and against the particular bill. But the fact of the matter is, it is a matter that's important. It's a matter of national interest that requires the attention of this House, and when it's put on the floor of this House, must be dealt with in priority to other matters that are happening. And certainly, given the time of year and before this House recesses, this member would have to do the responsible thing and say, before the House breaks, this House needs to deal with this issue in one fashion or another, and it will take a vote of this House to deal with it. And that's what should happen and what needs to happen. Given that the parties are having a difficulty and have reached an impasse, we need to put the process in place. We need to put the procedure in place so this House can do what this House is elected to do, Mr. Speaker, and that's to deal with the national interest and the interest that's significant to Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that we are all concerned with respect to the disruption of the economy and the disruption to services with the strike. But also I'm cognizant of the fact that we would rather not have this House act as arbiter and not get involved in these situations and for Parliament to make the decisions, rather that the parties involved be the ones that work this out. I wonder if the Honourable Member could tell the House. I know that there have been back and forth for some time, and that there's been some agreements on some things and not on some others. And could maybe the member inform this House as to why the two parties have actually not continuing to negotiate? My understanding is at least one side is not interested in bargaining, but would like to continue the collective. Rather, not interested in going to arbitration, but would like to continue the collective bargaining at the table. And of that, if the government feels that it's important at this point to do closure rather than to give them more time to see whether, in fact, they can come to some agreement at the table among the two of them rather than try to this venue. I wonder if the Honourable Member could explain that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no question that the preference is always in our labor relations system is founded on the principle that employers and unions should be allowed to work out their differences as often as possible. And certainly you don't want to bring the procedure in place that we're now proposing if you don't need to. And certainly government has done all it can do to help the parties along that process, short of introducing legislation. Of course, without getting involved into the negotiations itself is something certainly that is not the position for the government to do. But it's always interested that they would reach a settlement if they can. But if there's no amount of mediation or support to break a deadlock, and there is a deadlock, and then there's a compelling reason to act, then we must act. Now, what this is simply a motion that sets the process in place for the debate to take place in this House, for the fullness of debate, and as the other member mentioned, with respect to the legislation itself, and as this member may know, she may have pointed questions at that point as to the essence and the substance of the bill. That's not what we're discussing here today. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about here is to establish a process in this House that will allow for that debate to take place, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that today that this is the government's signal of intention to move closure on the bill that is yet not before the House on legislation. This is a drastic measure which is generally one would like to avoid, because this is not the way that one would like to do business. It's a very drastic measure. And the other important thing is that we have a motion here, but we have not yet seen the bill. So that this House, I don't suppose, can give a definitive answer to this motion until it has at least seen the bill, because we are debating a motion without knowing what is in the bill and what the legislation will entail and not exactly what it says. So that is a major concern. And as I said, these are drastic measures that are being taken, and therefore it is important that we weigh them very carefully. And but we also, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I don't think there's any doubt on anybody's mind that we all in this House, we are all concerned with the disruption of the economy, the disruption of work, and the impact that it would have on the clients and, of course, and on all the parties, including, of course, the workers, the locomotive engineers, and the company, and the impact that this has on the relationship that company has with its employees and the employees have with the company. Because it's important that if they come to an agreement at the table by themselves, I think it augurs much better and well for both sides to be able to have a relationship that is much more stable in future, as opposed to having, to some degree, a solution that is imposed on one or the other side, or on both in this. So that I think is very important, and I think that all parties need to keep in mind and the responsibilities that we all have. That both of course, all parties have, both the minister, of course, with respect to ensuring that all of everything possible has been done to ensure that the negotiations and that the facilitation and that the discussion that has to take place is taking place, and it continues to take place between the two parties, and her role in ensuring that we find a solution that is workable, but also for the company, CN, as well as the union, to ensure that we are all working together, and that we don't impose undue hardship on the economy and on the people of Canada. This is a particular difficult time in our economy and we know that there's a lot of people. While we talk about the recovery of our economy, there's a reality is that we have a jobless recovery, and there's a lot of people in this country who are suffering and are struggling still, and we don't want to cause undue stress any more than we have to. But this obligation is at all parties. As I said, the minister has an obligation to ensure that the parties are talking and that there's an open line between them. And at this point, it's very important that continue to happen. That discussion at the table continues to happen. That all parties go back to the table and continue the negotiations. This is very important. It's so important for, as I said before, that we continue to keep in mind what the ultimate repercussions are, but at the same time keeping in mind the importance of maintaining a amicable relationship between the employees and the employers, and so this is very important. But to come to that point, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that it is my understanding that the dispute, that the major issues still at the table are a great deal. There's a great deal of divide on two issues, at least on one issue. I understand that there are two broad issues that are still on the table. One of them is the money issue. The other is the hours of work or the mileage cap. Now, my understanding on the mileage cap is that the CN there's a huge divide on this one. I understand the company is saying that it would go from 37 hours to 41 hours, and that's not a big shift. The union is saying that it would go from 72 current hours, which as you can see is a much larger number, and to 82 hours, which again you can see, Mr. Speaker, is a huge divide. This is a much bigger gap in perception of the two, and this is what it seems to be. Now, what these actually mean, we don't know. In terms, the House does not know what these actually mean in terms, and we do not have the ability to assess in this House what the hour situation actually mean, and to what extent these are actually the impact that they will actually have. It seems to me, from everything that I've seen and all of the discussions that I've had thus far, Mr. Speaker, that while the money issue may be easier to resolve, I'm not saying that it would be easy, I'm not saying that it's unimportant, but that it would be easier to resolve, and at least certainly the company has indicated that, or rather the union has indicated that it was prepared to go to arbitration on that issue, that the hours of work and the disparity there is a much bigger issue, and that seems to be, I think, that what we are looking at. So, Mr. Speaker, given this reality, it seems to me that this House cannot take sides on one side or another on the issue, on the specific issues that are at stake. I don't think that it should be up to the Parliament of Canada or the members of Parliament in this House to try and weed out what the issues are and what on that particular area and the impact that they have. However, this House should know, though, should have presented to it an assessment and the impact that they will have with respect to the agreements and to the issues that we are discussing today. So I think that we would need to have the minister, at least, Mr. Speaker, to do a thorough assessment and to ask her deputy to do a thorough assessment on the impact of this, because there are two very differing sides here. As I said, the numbers, the disparity is quite huge, and I don't think that this House is in a position to be able to see that. But it is important for this House to know what the impacts and to what extent these are real or not real, and where the truth is and the reality lies. And I think that it's important for the minister to look at these two dramatically different views and to have her deputy and her department to do a proper assessment on the impact, and it should report that assessment to this House. In fact, if the minister intends to table a bill, which I understand that this motion, of course, is about, and she will be doing so, should be putting that information in that bill as well. But certainly this House needs to know, before it gets into debating the bill and even finishing off debating this motion, should know what these dramatically different views are and their impact, and a thorough assessment of them. And I think that this House, especially given the fact, Mr. Speaker, that seems to be one of the most major contentious issues in this discussion. I know that discussions were continuing up until late last night. I know that today, while there's still some hopefully, I should say hopefully, today there are still some discussions going on. I don't know for sure, but these are areas that I think we need to do. We are very concerned, Mr. Speaker, that this kind of issue does not take over the situation, not only in this country but the House. As I said, the concern is, yes, of course, of the fact that there are thousands and thousands of people in this country relying on this transportation, that railways are the backbone, if you like, as I always call them, the spine that connects this country, that connected it for many years. And of course, it is very critical and very important to our economy, to the customers that use the railway. But also, Mr. Speaker, we need to remember and keep in mind that we do have a collective agreement rights in this country, and that we do have labor negotiations, and employees do have rights as well. And so it is important that the two parties be allowed the time to be able to negotiate and to continue their discussion. I would like to again encourage the minister to bring to this House a thorough assessment of what I see from everything that I've seen and all of the discussions that I've had thus far with the minister and others, that this area seems to be an area of dramatical difference. And the hours. This, of course, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to note that the hours are a result of the increasing of mileage. For my colleagues who may not know what that means, it is raising the mileage cap to 4,300 miles per month, which will increase the time away from home and average out to 82 hours per week, according to the union. Of course, the company's averaging out is different. I think they're at 41. And this is really important because I think this is a huge area that needs to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to note that strikes are never the way to go, and they're never easy on our economy and on this country, especially in these sectors where a great many people are dependent on the goods and services that are delivered and provided. They're not the best way to go. They create a tremendous amount of negative. They create a tremendous amount of bitterness sometimes, and a toxic environment. The last strike, Mr. Speaker, at CN, which was done by the conductors, lasted about 2 months, and of course it went back to work with back-to-work legislation. In this particular case, I would like to see that not be the case. I would like to see the two parties that are involved to really get back to the table, to really sort out the differences. And I understand that we're debating a motion today, Mr. Speaker, that would essentially is a closure motion that would put closure on the debate and on the process of the legislation that we are anticipating to see. But not having seen that legislation, of course, I can't comment. And this is somewhat premature because we need to see what the legislation says before we can move forward. But I would like to, through you, Mr. Speaker, ask the Minister if she would, prior to all of this, ask her officials to do a proper impact assessment on the hours and to explain to this House what the differences are between the two, the information that we are receiving from the two sides, and exactly what that means in terms of the impact on the employees and the employer and on the services as a whole. We don't know that. We don't know what this actually means, and I think it's important that we get that information. Now, I would hope to get that soon, because I think that would help us a great deal in our discussion, but preferably. So, Mr. Speaker, really I want to finish by saying a couple of things. One, that I would rather not have to take drastic measures such as this one. As I said, these are, we have not yet seen the bill, and I don't like this kind of drastic measure. Secondly, that I understand that we all have to take responsibility, both the minister as well as the company as well as the union, to ensure that people are not unduly affected by, and the economy is not unduly affected, and of course individuals in this country are not unduly affected, and we need to make sure that that happens, and everyone needs to take that kind of responsibility. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it is not up to, should not be up to this House to make that decision. We should not be in trying to figure out what side is where and who is doing what and who is. It's not something that this Parliament should make a decision on. It's better that it be decided between the two parties, because then that creates a much better relationship for future, much better environment, better labour relations than, of course, than would be the case if this House got involved. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is important that the Minister table as quickly as possible the assessment that I referred to earlier, because to me it seems to be that those are the two major issues that are left on the table. One of them, of course, being wages, but I think from what I've seen that the issue of hours and the mileage cap is the much more serious issue. And I would like to see the Minister table that in this House, Mr. Speaker, as soon as possible, so that we can actually then see what is causing the major concerns in this area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to the member's intervention on the motion that's before us here today. And in some ways, I'm reminded of the comments made by the member from Toronto Centre on the issue of the HST, where he said, "I'm not sitting on the fence, I'm skating." And in many ways, that's exactly the impression I got yet again on this issue from the Liberal member who just spoke. She talked about how regrettable it is when negotiations break down, and yet she in no way indicated whether she and her party would be voting A, in favour of the procedural motion that's now before the House, nor, and perhaps it's premature, the legislation that we're about to see this afternoon. Now, I would remind the member, and through you, Mr. Speaker, other members of the House, that while, yes, technically we're debating a procedural motion here today, in reality, all of the speakers so far have talked about the substantive issues that are at stake in the labour dispute between CNR and the Teamsters Canadian Rail Conference. So clearly, no matter what kind of substance the Back to Work legislation has, the issue is, in a principled way, are you for or are you against Back to Work legislation? It seems to me that that's the issue that we'll all be dealing with here over the next few hours and days, perhaps weeks. I want to ask the member, has she taken a position now that we have a new Liberal leader in this House? Is this an issue where they will break the regrettable record that has marked their legislative career in this House over decades, where they always, in the end, supported Back to Work legislation? Can we now look forward to a time where, for the first time, the Liberal Party in this House will oppose Back to Work legislation and the motion that's before us today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Speaker, I think it's evident from the member herself who said that the legislation is not yet before us, it's premature, but also more importantly that she is saying that there are issues that have to be dealt with. What I'm saying here is that I would rather that the negotiations that are going on, and I don't want to derail them by jumping one side all over the place, I think it's critical that the two parties who have been talking up until now continue that conversation and resolve the issue among themselves. I don't really want to see this Parliament have to make those decisions. That is what I'm trying to say. I don't think the Parliament should have to get between this issue, and I think that, quite frankly, there is still time. I don't see why we have to rush anything. There's time. My understanding is that there's still some going back and forth, and I don't see why that can't happen. I don't see why this House goes through these processes that hopefully by the end of the day, the two parties have resolved their issues, and that Parliament doesn't need to get in the way in this issue. And the other issue, which I mentioned earlier, I think is very important, and it's relevant that the minister present to us and give us an assessment of what the major concerns are, because I would like to know what the impact is what are the facts with respect to the difference that they're having on the hour. On the mileage cap. I think that's very critical. I think this House, regardless of what happens, should know what that is, because I think it's important, and the disparity is far too wide for us not to know and not to ask what that is from the minister, an assessment from the experts, because we don't have the ability to do that ourselves here.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière des Mille Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member spoke about free negotiations, the right to negotiate, that all of this was premature. I'd like to hear her elaborate on this, and I'd also like to know, well, she seemed to indicate that she's against this motion, so I'd like to know more about that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that in this country we do have collective agreements. And there is a right to strike, and this is what is happening exactly. There's a strike going on right now. But also, the collective agreement process is not entirely over. There's been ongoing discussions up until late last night. My understanding is that there's still some communications going on today. And rather than cut them off, I think we're having a discussion here today on a motion, which will probably continue to discuss in the next day, but also there's a bill that is coming, which none of us have seen, and I think I want to see that bill, but before voting on a motion. Quite frankly, I think this is somewhat we're talking about voting on debating on a motion on a bill that we have not seen, which is how can you be definitive on an answer on a motion when you haven't seen the bill that you're debating the motion? It's a little bit, difficult to do that. And what I'm saying, though, to the honourable member is that there are some things that are incumbent on the government to do, the minister to do, to ensure that they stay at the table, to ensure that some solution comes. But it could be that the minister could help this House and help the two parties if there was a proper independent assessment on the major point of contention here. Because I don't have that information, and neither do any of my colleagues, as far as I know, or a proper analysis assessment of what that means. And I would like to see that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her input here. I know she's been involved in the past We've been here some 16 years. And we've seen it before. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the position the government always has taken, regardless of where we've been, has to be to support the collective bargaining process, first of all. And as long as there is, and as I understand, I wrote down here, that the parties were meeting, that they were meeting in good faith, that there was prospect for progress to be made, and the process was in fact going on, provided, however, and this is the area of the question, provided that the consequences of not reactivating a sector, whether it be the rail sector or any other, was not creating irreparable damage and consequences which it was in the public interest to in fact take action. I also would ask the member if she would comment on what we're doing right now, because I think there's a lot of people who may not understand that what we have right before us is effectively a debate on closure of a bill that we haven't received yet. And that is it's very clever, actually, because what it means is we'll probably at 2 o'clock, this debate will cease, and it won't be called back until after the legislation is brought in, and then this clock on the closure motion is going to be already ticking, and we'll be able to finish that off and put closure on a bill that we haven't even seen yet. So anybody, it would appear in my estimation, Mr. Speaker, anybody asking how are you going to vote on a bill that you haven't seen yet is a premature question. And in fact, this whole approach that we're taking right now really is probably straining the rules of proceeding on back to work legislation discussions simply by turning the process inside out and backwards.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is actually absolutely right. We do have to keep in mind the impact that a strike has on the country, but in the economy. But also keep in mind the importance of negotiations and the importance of maintaining the right to strike and maintaining the negotiations that are going on right now. Because it's important, Mr. Speaker, to keep in mind that if this Parliament is asked to act before it even sees a bill, I think it's somewhat can't give a definitive answer because we haven't seen the bill. It's a bit putting the cart before the horse to some degree. Smart, I guess. Quick, but it is putting the cart before the horse to some degree. And I would like to see the bill. But before I even see the bill, Mr. Speaker, I think there are issues that the government can address, and I would like to see the minister address, is what I'm trying to get at. Because my understanding is from what's been happening in the last week is that there are some outstanding issues, two major ones. One is wages, but the wages, from what I understand, can be dealt with a little bit more easily, not easy, but a little bit can be dealt with more, maybe amicably if you like, or under arbitration than the issue of increasing the mileage, which is a much more contentious issue. That is the big, if you like, is the breaker of the deal. And I don't quite understand why it's not possible to have information on that. I do not have an impact analysis on that. I don't think anyone in this House has. We are getting two complete different reports from the union and the company as to what that means. If it means the large hours that the union is talking about, that is quite a huge thing. If it means the lower hours, the minister should be able to give us, through her office, a thorough assessment of what that means and what the impact is and what is the reality of those two negotiations. And I would look forward to seeing that information because I think that would help.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is, of course, against all motion to introduce closure on a debate to force these workers to go back to work. The Bloc Québécois believes that this would be premature at this stage, and we want parties to continue to sit at the bargaining table. The file is still open, and we believe that it's important to continue to put pressure at the bargaining table so that unionised members get their entitlement to strike. And this entitlement was recognised even by the Supreme Court of Canada. It's also protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, for a good many years in Canada and Quebec, we've been negotiating an increasing number of collective agreements without lockouts or strikes, and this is a sign that employers know that it's better to sit down at a bargaining table than at a table where we try to force workers to return to their workplace. Now, Mr. Speaker, for many years we've been negotiating long-term collective agreements, and sometimes it's every 5 years, every 10 years, every 15 years. Now, imagine if we intervened in this process and workers were no longer to have their legitimate right to collective bargaining respected and honoured in order to improve their working conditions. Perhaps, for example, one political party may believe that their rights should be improved substantially. Now, when I refer to long-tenured workers, all employers know, all employees know that it's important to negotiate because things change so quickly. Technology changes, workplace relations change, we need more flexibility, we need more partnerships with workers, and it's beneficial for companies to act in this kind of way. So employers are changing the way they do things, and the government is still back where it was at the starting gates with this return to work legislation, which quite clearly never settles the problems inherent in collective agreements and the major issues that surround those matters. So if we do force their hand, unfortunately we are contributing to maintaining the lack of confidence in parties with respect to other parties at the table.
Who was there in the 1990s, and he said something that still holds true today. He said that the government's interventions with respect to collective bargaining were far from, they were more like being good business practices, and he said that forced arbitration does not help parties deal with the major issues. It prevents both sides from taking collective bargaining seriously. This was the chairman of Canadian National who said this in the 90s, and this could still apply today, Mr. Speaker. So it's a retrograde piece of legislation. And I think that it is retrograde when people persist in wanting to put forward this kind of legislation. I'm thinking of 2004, where we dealt with collective bargaining at a federal level. There were strikes. Yes, we dealt with this, and we managed to come to an agreement. And we had real labor relations. In 2007, the Conservative government had come into power the year before, rather, and it had already begun implementing back-to-work legislation, and this uniquely for employers. And more fundamentally, as I said earlier, you never solve problems. The frustrations are still there, the bitterness is still there in a very significant way, and Mr. Speaker, we will never be able to create good labor relations in this way. The present issue with CN, well, it's clear that the labor relations are bad. In 2007, we already had back-to-work legislation. by the Conservative government of the time, and it was the same union they were dealing with, and here we are again with the very same labor relations problem. And they're talking about discipline, suspensions, firings. Here are all the rules of collective bargaining that are being challenged. So, Mr. Speaker, how can we maintain excellent labor relations in this way? Here again, we see that the government is going to pass back to work legislation and not really allow people to negotiate, to use collective bargaining, and not really allowing their right to strike to happen as it should. So employers like CN can sit on their laurels and be happy with this piece of government legislation. And when we look more generally at other groups with Canadian National, we've seen that we're trying to build labor relations. In 2004, there was a strike that was dealt with in 30 days. I'm thinking about the carmen and others. They began working together in order to create a labor relationship. When we look at collective agreements at CN, they have a very important background, very important history, where we've seen how things can be solved within collective agreements. And as I mentioned, there's a very important background to this, very important history and case law with respect to this. CN did everything it could to put pressure on engineers and trying to get them to increase their workload, to increase the time they work, to make it much more than the Canadian average, to have these people, in fact, work more for less money. The present system has never been challenged. It hasn't been challenged for dozens of years, and today CN is doing this. And they're using the Conservative government to achieve their ends, to get what they want, and that is to increase the hours of work for engineers. And they're also talking about that we need this for the economic recovery. They're saying it's going to hurt the economic recovery. I don't know where they get this idea, because CN was the one who brought its non-union people in to work, and it's been doing this for several months. It brought these people in to maintain service. They're talking about maintaining service at 60%. Well, if you've got 60% service, if you've got CN and CP Canada-wide, I think will the other be able to make up for the 40% of services that CN can't provide? And there are also the truck drivers who we can talk about, and also the short line people. These short lines can be used to serve the Canadian public. And in the Montreal region, there was an agreement, and passenger service continues on. So I'm asking just where the Conservatives see a crisis and why they think there has to be additional services when we see all the alternatives and opportunities there are in this area to allow the collective negotiations, collective bargaining to go on rather than force them to come to an agreement. It's like you're telling people every time you go to collective bargaining, there's going to be back to work legislation. And we've seen this kind of thing too many times. Mr. Speaker, I said earlier that there have been various strikes. And I'd just like to say in passing, when we're talking about service, this does not necessitate back to work legislation. because CN said itself that there are alternatives. In 2004, there was a 30-day strike, and it was dealt with after 30 days, and as I said earlier, there were different labor relations, but they were able to deal with things. In 2007, there was back to work legislation after 2 weeks. The same bitterness remained, the same lack of trust. So if you're at a bargaining table and you've got people sitting across from you and you see that these are the same people who you'd maintained disastrous relations with for months, there's no trust. The trust is broken between the two parties, and it's hard to rebuild it. And this is where we really need a mediation system, a system of reconciliation. This is why we need mediators. And we've seen that this worked in the past. We have the proof that it's possible to make headway with this kind of thing. So, Mr. Speaker, between last Friday and today, there's been headway. And now they're talking about arbitration. They're talking about the possibility of having arbitration for certain points of the collective agreement. So why, Mr. Speaker, after 3 days, do we want to stop these negotiations? Well, because it's part of the conservative tradition. They did the same thing in 2007. And now we're facing the kind of labor relations we have today. So what happens is that in the end, we can't have proper labor relations. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the record of the Conservatives in terms of supporting workers, we've seen salary cuts. There were supposed to be salary cuts in the auto sector, but happily the union and the employer were able to manage to have this not happen. When we talk about their attitude towards wage equity and what they've done, we could hardly say that they are in favor of labor, and the way they've acted during various labor conflicts. It's hardly surprising that we say that the Conservatives are not pro-worker. And it's not surprising either that today we see that they are considering return to work legislation. This is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and this is why the Bloc Québécois will not accept a vote in favor of this motion and doesn't want a bill forcing workers of Canadian National, just as they've done with other Canadian workers of Canadian National who had a right to negotiate in good faith in order that they might solve the problems between the two parties. So it was not only economic issues, but there were other problems. There were grievances that had been raised and problems that had been raised. And because of these grievances, there's now a labor relations system that would help them to deal with that. But when you impose back-to-work legislation, you completely circumvent these possibilities, and you completely circumvent the possibility of good faith bargaining, and this will prevent the solution of collective rights conflict problems. When you talk today to workers who work under federal jurisdiction, problems are not being solved, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to see the very same situation again with respect to Canadian National. For all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, we, of course, will be voting against this motion, which is premature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his strong statement on behalf of Labour. And Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, the arguments resonate very strongly everywhere in this place, I would think, except on the government side, because it would appear that we are in the process of debating closure on a bill that we haven't seen yet, which doesn't seem to show good faith by the government. Therefore, I suspect that they're not really showing very good faith with regard to the prospects of negotiations being successful. I wanted to ask the member, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the matters outstanding, the wages, one, which seems to be, they're not as far off, but there is a very, very significant disparity on the hours and the mileage cap. And Mr. Speaker, this is concerning. It should be concerning to parliamentarians as well. And a previous speaker from Beaches laid out I think a reasoned argument that we should get, parliamentarians should get, a comprehensive assessment from the Minister of Labour as to the facts and the details, which sounds eminently wise for us to determine what the prospects will be for progress under the negotiations. But I want to thank the member for his input, but I hope he can give us some words of wisdom with regard to how can we proceed here to make sure that there is a good faith resolution to this problem we have.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And of course, when you look at negotiations, it's a power struggle in a way. The parties know what's at stake, and they know full well that at a given moment there will be a resolution of the problems, and that they have to make headway as a partnership in terms of labor relations. In CN, if we look at what happened in 2004, and even a little before then, I'm thinking of airlines, we didn't have the same labor legislation, everyone had the same regulations, and we managed to solve our problems. We trusted in the principle of honest and good faith labor negotiations. But then 2007, back to work legislation, and then in entire sectors we see things changing. We see new trends. And here we have the possibility of a bill which does not put trust in the parties or show any belief in the fact that they can come to an agreement. So we don't even have to take their negotiations seriously. We just bring in a bill and everyone will be happy. Well, I'm not quite sure that everyone will be happy with it, nor that in years to come that this back-to-work legislation and these positions, I'm not sure that labor relations will not deteriorate because, in effect, we won't have dealt with the major issues which are dealt with at a negotiating table, the bargaining table.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on what was an excellent speech, and I was particularly welcome to hear him talk about the fact that right now there's absolutely no service disruption with respect to CN Rail. In fact, one of the ironies, as members of this House may know, is that CN, of course, has some of the commuter lines in and around Toronto, and it was the union that had to take management to court to actually keep those lines open. It was the union that ensured that passenger rail service and commuter rail service was there for people in and around Montreal this morning. And I want to congratulate the Teamsters on having taken that step. Management is trying in every way it possibly can to create a scenario of urgency for us in this House. That urgency, though, frankly, right now doesn't exist. The only urgency I've heard the government speak about, apart from hypothetical scenarios that might devolve sometime down the road, is the fact that the parliamentary secretary twice referred to the fact that this House is scheduled to adjourn in 2 weeks. Well, I got to say, as happy as I am that Santa is coming soon, I don't think we should be deliberating on things as important as serious labor negotiations in this country based on some arbitrary deadline set by this House that, yes, maybe just 10 days away for dealing with these issues. I know I am. I know my colleagues in the NDP are very happy to stay for as long as we have to get the business done for the people of Canada. And I wonder if the member from the Bloc could just comment, because I'm sure he shares our commitment to being here on behalf of working people in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said earlier, you can't break the momentum at a bargaining table. The parties are still speaking, and there is a possibility, if there is a possibility that the parties can come to an agreement, we have to let them do it and give them the tools necessary to do it. They don't need an army of mediators or conciliators. What we need is to give them what they need to resolve this problem, and we need to create a climate of good labor relations for years to come. I think it's premature to bring this motion before this House, and I agree with my colleague. We have to debate this issue. We'll take the time we need, whatever amount of time we need, to allow people to bargain and negotiate, so that we can deal with it. We can deal with this together after that. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue and ask my friend across the way a question as it relates to the service, rail service, specifically for those communities that are served by rail and are dependent so much on lumber revenues. I'm hearing this morning from a number of the mills in my riding that are fearful that they're not going to have the service that is essential so that their companies, their mills can continue to work. As a matter of fact, we're hearing anecdotal stories and evidence even this morning that service has dropped, and in some cases the service is being discontinued. There's many companies. I was just contacted this morning by a company that's hanging on by its fingertips because of the market conditions as they are, and they're stating that if in fact they are not able to ship their product this week and next week and the following week, that they'll have to shut down, and that may be the end of the company. As a matter of fact, things are so tenuous, things are so in peril at this point within the lumber industry, separate from the transportation issues, that if in fact they're compounded with the transportation issues, that these companies will go out of business. And so I know the honourable member has an understanding of the forestry sector. I'm wondering if he can send out words of encouragement for the sector, but also where he stands if in fact this starts to impact forestry sectors in Quebec as well.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. I want to thank my colleague for his question. We had discussions with the minister on the Conservative side. We had discussions with the various stakeholders in this issue. CN says that it can continue to operate. 60 to 70% of the operations can continue normally. CP, and my colleague no doubt knows this, coming from a rail region, can also provide service to communities. And we also have the short line operators in the regions that can provide service. We also have 60 to 70% of service being provided by CP, or potentially 20% by the short line and 10% by the truckers. So if we can use the full capacity from these various sources, we've got 110% potentially for the various communities.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to speak on a motion that seeks to limit, in a very draconian way, I might say, the length of time the House of Commons can deal with a bill that we haven't even seen yet. This isn't only absurd, but it shows contempt for the institution of Parliament, for members of Parliament, for labour laws in this country, and for the safety of both locomotive engineers and Canadian rail passengers. All we know is that some bill will be introduced sometime this afternoon that will be back-to-work legislation. So I'll have to focus my comments on the issue in general rather than the specifics because we have not yet seen the legislation. But let me be clear right from the outset. New Democrats will not be supporting this draconian measure to end the labour dispute at the Canadian National Railway. Let me begin by laying out the principles behind our position. And it is the principled position. We once again find ourselves in the position where the federal government is violating Canada's international labour obligations by calling on Parliament to end a legal labour dispute. We have a duty as a country to honour the conventions and treaties that our governments have signed over the years with both the United Nations and the International Labour Organization. The current Conservative government is behaving in the same old discredited way that governments in the past have behaved by violating our international obligations to respect the rights of workers. In the last 25 years, the federal government alone passed 15 pieces of back-to-work legislation. Oftentimes, this legislation not only forced workers back to work after taking strike action, but also arbitrarily imposed settlements on the striking workers. This makes an absolute mockery of Canada's signature on international labour and human rights conventions and treaties. And it's not like collective bargaining is a flawed process. 85% of the time, it works without a work stoppage. It works for both parties. Let me just take a step backward, because I suspect there are some viewers who are watching the proceedings in the House right now who may not fully understand the background to the current debate. So I want to take a minute to fill them in. At issue is the government's intention to end a legal labour dispute at CNR through back-to-work legislation. Now, I do understand those who are concerned about the economic impact of the strike and the need to get our freight moving. But we have to understand from the very outset that collective bargaining process is about two parties. This is a negotiation process whereby two parties try to arrive at an agreement that they will have to live with day in and day out for the term of the agreement. For the people who work in rail, for the people affected by this collective agreement, there are workplace issues that come up from time to time over the course of days, weeks, months, and even years. But there's only one opportunity for those concerns to be addressed in a democratic fashion, and that is through their elected representatives in the bargaining process. The representatives take the concerns to the bargaining table, and in a meeting of equals, representatives of both labour and management try to resolve their differences. This is a process that's defined by law. It has been defined over a period of decades and indeed generations. The rights that are enshrined in the collective bargaining process are rights that people have fought for. They were not just given by a government or by the employer. These were rights that people had to organize and fight for, and sometimes they were terrible fights, in order to achieve that basic opportunity to sit down with the employer, to raise the issues of the day, and to resolve those concerns in a democratic fashion. Usually, when there's some kind of dispute in bargaining, the focus of the media, and therefore the public, is automatically on wages, and they become the central issue. And yes, wages are often a part of the concern, but they're rarely the entire concern. Issues that are negotiated include wages, benefits, working conditions, relationships in the workplace, particularly in terms of how disputes will be addressed, and how concerns will be dealt with. As part of the working conditions, the most important are those of the health and the safety of the people who work in a given environment. But when a government comes in with ham-fisted back-to-work legislation, it pushes the democratic process off the table, and instead it imposes a solution. Yet, when agreements are imposed, whatever the method of the imposition, they often end up being less satisfactory than if they had been negotiated and agreed to by both parties. That leaves unresolved issues to fester, regardless of whether they are issues on the side of the employer or on the side of the workers. Collective bargaining is a pas de deux. It is, or at least ought to be, a negotiation between two parties who both wield power in the process. The employer, of course, has a great deal of power in the workplace. Employers decide whom to hire, whom to fire, whom to promote. In addition, employers decide what their product or service will be, how they will manage that product or service, and what equipment they will invest in. They decide the advertising and how they're going to market their products and services. For people who work for the employer, the only opportunities they have to give their input and to exercise their rights in the workplace is through the collective, through collective bargaining. And the power that workers bring to the table is the ability to withhold their labor. That is the counterweight to the immense powers held by the employers. It is the tool that provides the impetus for negotiations at the bargaining table. When the government steps into that process by bringing in back-to-work legislation, it undermines the democratic legal rights of the people in the workplace. It is a heavy-handed, or as I said earlier, ham-fisted way of forcing a resolution to a legal dispute that ought to be resolved between the two parties at the table. What's worse, when the government prospectively signals its willingness to proceed with back-to-work legislation, it removes any incentive for the employer to participate in the bargaining process. And that is exactly the situation that has evolved in the current dispute between the Teamsters National Rail Conference and the Canadian National Railway. Having learned from past experience that the Conservative government is not likely to allow a rail strike to continue, CNR has been able to inappropriately use Parliament to abrogate its responsibilities vis-à-vis the Teamsters Union and the right to collective bargaining. It is an absolute disgrace, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not sure whether I'm more disgusted by CN or by the government for allowing itself to become CN's patsy. There was absolutely no need for this to happen. My goodness, the government gave notice of its intention to table back-to-work legislation when the strike was less than 12 hours old. How bizarre is that, when in another labour dispute at the Canadian Museum of Civilization and the Canadian War Museum, workers have been on strike for 72 days, and the government has idly stood by, washing its hands of any responsibility. Nothing illustrates more clearly the significance of placement in the economy. There certainly is no consistency in this government's actions on labour relations. All through bargaining, Mr. Speaker, CN has been able to use back-to-work legislation as a bargaining chip in order to move the union off its issues. But thankfully, the Teamsters did not care, because at stake is nothing less than worker safety and railway safety. I'm glad to say the Teamsters did not cave. A few years ago, Transport Canada released a study highlighting serious concerns in rail safety. Top of mind was the slew of derailments that had occurred. I remember one period in 2007 when there were 7 derailments in just over 2 months. On January 8th of 2007, 24 cars of a 122-car freight train derailed at Montmagny, Quebec, 60 kilometers east of Quebec City. On January 14th of the same year, there was a derailment near Minnesinaqua in northern Ontario, dumping more than 30 cars, one containing paint supplies, into the water. On February 28th of 2007, hydrochloric acid spilled from cars on the CP rail line that went off the tracks in the Kicking Horse Pass Canyon. On March 1st, 2007, a CN freight train derailment in Pickering disrupted via service on the Toronto-Montreal-Ottawa corridor and commuter service into Toronto. On March 4th, 2007, grain was spilled near Blue River, British Columbia, 2 hours north of Kamloops, when 27 cars in the westbound train fell off the track. On March 10th, rail traffic along CN's main freight line through central New Brunswick was disrupted until the next day by a 17-car derailment in the Plaster Rock area. And on March 12th of 2007, 3,000 VIA passengers had to board buses on the first day of the March break after train service in the Toronto-Montreal-Ottawa corridor was disrupted after a CN freight train derailed near the station in Kingston. That was quite a sorry and quite a high-profile record for such a short period of time. Suffice it to say here that when workers argue that there need to be improvements to rail safety, they certainly have empirical evidence to support their concerns. Among the solutions to improved rail safety and security are things like improved maintenance, better track conditions, and better rolling stock conditions. But another part of the solution is related to staff. On most trains, which can be anywhere from a few to 100+ cars, there are 2 workers. There's an engineer and a conductor. So we have two people running a train who are responsible for cars that are 130 tons each in terms of loaded freight cars, and engines that are capable of producing anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 horsepower. The safe operation of these trains, let me say again, rests in the hands of two people, the conductors and the locomotive engineers. The engineers are represented by the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, and they are the ones who are on strike against CN. And the reason they went on strike was to fight for improved railway safety. CN wanted to raise the monthly mileage cap by 500 miles to 4,300 miles. That would require some locomotive engineers to work 7 days a week with no time off. Talk about undermining the safe operations of our railways. The Teamsters are determined to resolve these safety concerns at the bargaining table. Are we here in this House going to deny them the right to resolve issues that put their very lives at risk? What right do we have to do that? And let us make no mistake about it, the implications of the health and safety issues at stake here are enormous, and not just for the railway workers themselves. They are enormous because health and safety issues in the context of rail travel have the potential to translate into serious threats to the traveling public. Even more broadly, they pose considerable threats with dire consequences in the event that failed health and safety practices result in train derailments and in spills of toxic chemicals. They literally can affect not just families who are living immediately adjacent to rail lines, but whole communities that have railways passing through them or running nearby. These are serious issues. I obviously don't know them as well as the engineers themselves, but that's why the process of collective bargaining works so well. The two parties which know the workplace best, who know the issues and concerns best, may come at them from a different perspective in the bargaining process, but they have to sit down and hammer those issues out and come to a mutually agreeable solution. That's how we best protect the safety of both workers and Canadians at large. We all have a vested interest in the outcome of these negotiations, and because of that, we all have a vested interest in the process for arriving at solutions. The government has tried to minimize the safety impact by focusing almost exclusively on the economic impact of this labour dispute. And yes, the continued transportation of goods is important. But it has to be the safe transportation of goods to have an economic benefit. The economic consequence of a derailment, for example, is profoundly negative, and its costs may be measured not just in dollars, but in lives. We have an obligation to mitigate against those circumstances. We cannot sacrifice safety to the bottom line. It is only through collective bargaining that we'll arrive at the proper balance. And if, through that process, we can address some of the safety and infrastructure concerns of the railway system, then it'll be good for the economy too. In the brief time that I have remaining, Mr. Speaker, let me just speak to the issue from one last perspective. CN as a whole used to be a key part of our national identity. It was part of our history, our tradition, our heritage, linking this country together from sea to sea, and it was a symbol of our greatness. Sadly, that symbolism and the pride we felt in what truly was a national institution has deteriorated badly since it was privatized and sold off. I remember when Mr. Gordon Rhodes, who is a long-time locomotive engineer and the only survivor of one of the most egregious accidents where two CN employees were killed due to CN's poor safety management practices, was at the Transport Committee in 2007. I remember him saying this in his testimony, and I quote, "I'm not American, I'm Canadian, and I used to be proud to call my company Canadian National Railroad back in the 1980s. Now I'm not even allowed to. I'm supposed to say CNR. What's that?" I would encourage all members of this House to go back and remind themselves of Mr. Rhodes' testimony before they vote on the bill that is before us today. He spoke to what should be important to every member of Parliament here, the safety and the continuation of our rail system, and not allowing CN management to decide what the rail system is going to look like. He said, and I quote, "CN has gone in the opposite direction, and they're very adversarial. I call it the poisoned work environment because that's what it is. Nobody wants to go to work there. Everybody's counting the days, the months and years till they're gone. They're out of there, and that's not the way it was. The way I look at it is this. CN is a big multinational corporation. Their railway goes from Mexico to Canada. They have amalgamated many or absorbed, and I don't know the proper terminology, but they've bought many railways and they've absorbed them into their system. They're experts at doing that. The problem here is that they absorbed one railway that they had no expertise on. They thought they did, but they don't. Their arrogance is what happened in the sense that they came in, they took our GOI, General Operating Instructions, with 50-some years probably of railroad knowledge of how to run trains on that track, but you're going to do it our way because we want it all homogenized. We all want it one way and that's it. They didn't listen to anybody, they just plowed ahead with their system. End of quote. Referring to the American management, he said, quote, they're telling us how they're going to run things. And then he made an impassioned plea to the government and to members of Parliament. He said, I think it's time you guys tell them how it's going to be run. That was part of the message from Mr. Rhodes, the only survivor of one of the many accidents that CN has had. On behalf of the locomotive engineers, he was saying that we have to help them. Communities are being devastated, environments are being destroyed, lives are being lost, and we, as parliamentarians, have to help. But instead of responding to that call to action, the government is saying that it doesn't care about the employees. It's not going to address the safety issues. It doesn't care about the communities that are being devastated. It certainly doesn't care about the shipping problems that happen as a result of the devastation of these derailments, collisions, fires, and explosions. They are not going to address any of those issues. They are going to toss the entire weight of the government behind a plan to simply hand a blank check to CN management. That is not good enough. It's not good enough for rail safety in Canada, it's not good enough for protecting labour rights in Canada, and it's not good enough for the NDP in Canada. I would urge all members in this House to join us in opposing this draconian piece of government legislation. Stand in solidarity with the members of the Teamsters Canadian Rail Conference. Stand up for the values and principles on which our country was built. It is a vision of Canada that's worth fighting for. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see we just have a second or two, so I just wanted to quickly address a question to my NDP colleague. Would she be in favour, not in this instance, but in future for industries like the rail, like grain handling, would she be in favour of final offer binding arbitration, which would allow the two sides to go to an independent third party to arrive at a conclusion so that the people like those who own lumber mills, those who need their supplies for Christmas, would not be fundamentally put out of business as a result of a strike like this? Would she be in favour of exploring the possibility of final binding offer arbitration?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not really sure why the member is asking me a hypothetical question. When labour rights, of course, are enshrined in UN conventions, we have ILO treaties, we have signed on to those laws. Canada is a signatory. This is a government that constantly says it is all about law and order. Well, I would encourage all members of the government to actually stand up for labour laws. Those are laws as well, and they cannot just be conveniently ignored by the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Must interrupt proceedings at this time. This member will have 8 minutes remaining in questions and comments when we return to this matter. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this year Maple Leaf School, located in my riding of Kildonan, St. Paul and Winnipeg, Manitoba, took time to honour Canadian veterans in a very special manner. I was so proud to be present on November 10th as the principal of Maple Leaf School, Mr. Victor Kuzik, and teacher Brent Willows and the students unveiled the Lest We Forget Wall of Remembrance. This historical wall includes pictures, posters, and wartime artifacts that will make a lasting impact for generations to come. The students at Maple Leaf School were motivated by a desire to support a greater understanding of Canada's role in wars, present and past, encourage greater appreciation of the sacrifices made by Canada's soldiers, and raise awareness of the impact of war on children and their families. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the principal, Mr. Victor Kuzik, the teachers and the students of Maple Leaf School for their remarkable efforts towards such a noble cause, and I encourage all schools across our great nation to follow the example set by Maple Leaf School.
Excellent job.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Estigouche. Mr. Speaker, last Friday it was my honour to present the federal medal to 3 firefighters from my riding at a dinner organised for that purpose. Robert Grandin, Laurent Saint-Cyr and Jean-Luc Michaud were recognised for their 20 years of service to the Edmondson Fire Brigade. Also, Mario D'Italien and Claude Campagnon received the provincial medal for their 25 years of service. We need firefighters in our communities. They're indispensable. Their tireless efforts and their desire to do good gives constituents peace of mind. Burdened with a huge responsibility, their unshakable courage provides communities with the sense of security and confidence they need. Their ongoing presence helps save a considerable number of lives, of households and businesses, which are key in ensuring families' financial and security and prosperity. Canadians feel a boundless debt of gratitude to firefighters for saving so many lives. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, their fifth attempt in 6 years to win the Grey Cup, the Montreal Alouettes secured the trophy once again, crowning the best Canadian football team, beating the Rough Riders from Saskatchewan 28-27 in the dying moments. In fact, there are only 5 seconds left on the clock, and the Montreal team, which was losing 25-27, was successful in a conversion kick after their opponents were penalised for having too many players on the field. So, unexpectedly and in a spectacular fashion, the Birds took off and secured a victory. The Alouettes had quite the season, with 15 wins and 3 losses. 9 Montreal players were also selected for the 2009 Canadian Football League All-Stars. My colleagues from the Bloc Québécois join with me in congratulating players and coaches alike, including head coach and trainer Mark Trestman. It's not over till it's over.
Order the Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, more than 250,000 seniors in Canada are living in poverty today. However, the good news is that something can be done about it. For about $700 million a year, we could put an end to seniors' poverty, ensuring that no senior live below the poverty line. This can be done by an immediate increase to the guaranteed income supplement paid to seniors. We need a guaranteed income supplement that actually guarantees an acceptable standard of living. New Democrats believe that seniors deserve to live with dignity rather than in poverty. In my own province of Newfoundland and Labrador, nearly 2/3 of seniors rely on old age pension guaranteed income supplement benefits as their sole source of income. Think of the great step forward it would be for them and for seniors across this country and for Canada as a whole to put an end to seniors' poverty. We call on the government to improve the guaranteed income supplement and bring an end to seniors' poverty now.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the excitement and energy was palpable this last weekend because last night it was the 97th Grey Cup. For several, it was an opportunity to spend time together as a family. Just like their fans, the Montreal Alouettes were determined to win the 7th Cup, which they did. Having the Grey Cup back in Montreal left fans in a state of euphoria. It was captivating. It was an amazing game. Everything pointed to the defeat of the Alouettes when in the final moments there was an amazing turnaround, putting the Alouettes back on top, which is where they stayed. I'd like to congratulate the players and members of the Rough Riders Troop for their competitive spirit. No matter how close the final score is, it shows that you should never lose hope because perseverance pays off. Enjoy the Grey Cup ticket tape parade this weekend in Montreal.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pride to rise in the House today and speak about fertile future, a cause embraced by a great friend of this House and friend of mine, Heidi Bonnell, who is a survivor herself and has had, again, a few challenging weeks this fall, and our thoughts and prayers have been with you, Heidi. Every year, at least 10,000 Canadians between the ages of 20 and 44 are diagnosed with cancer. An estimated 80% of them will survive. Fertile Future, a Canadian charity, works to provide these patients and oncology professionals with vital information about fertility preservation so that young cancer patients can have the fullest life possible after the disease. For many patients, this life includes being able to have biological children. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating the first ever Hope Live event committee for its hard work in support of Fertile Future, an event to be held tonight at the GCTC here in Ottawa. Hope Live is honoured to have members of Parliament Hill community gather with Newfoundland Stars, national and private and public sector leaders to support this great cause to provide hope. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough. Mr. Speaker, this evening the Canadian Association of Broadcasters will induct 8 new members into the Broadcast Hall of Fame, honouring the women and men whose contributions have demonstrated an extraordinary commitment to excellence in private broadcasting. I urge the House to join me in congratulating Rob Braid from Montreal, Michelle Chamberlain from Bromont, Quebec, Terry Coles from Calgary, the late Charles Dolphin, former CRTC Chair, Lyndon Friesen from Steinbach, Manitoba, Cindy Margellis from Montreal, Tony Parsons from Vancouver, and Sandy Sanderson from Toronto. Tonight's reception will provide an opportunity for industry and government to celebrate the exceptional accomplishments of these outstanding individuals. We congratulate them all, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Verchères les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, on the eve of the 2009 World AIDS Day, more than ever it's important to not only continue to build awareness around this disease, but also to fight prejudice around HIV/AIDS and the trivialization of its implications. In Canada, it's estimated that between 2,300 and 4,500 new cases of HIV are reported each year, bringing the total number of infected persons in 2005 to between 48,000 and 68,000. About 27% of these people don't know that they've contracted the virus. There has been a definitive rise in the number of heterosexuals and women infected with HIV, particularly in the 15 to 19-year age group. It's therefore important to fight prejudice, not only which may not only deter those at risk from getting tested, but also leads to the stigmatizing and isolation of those afflicted. There also needs to be a more awareness building. Antiretroviral treatment has lengthened the life expectancy of infected persons, but HIV remains an incurable disease. The Bloc Québécois would like to congratulate organisations working tirelessly in this field.
Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday we learned of the passing of Nelson Leeson, President of the Niska Lisson's government. Mr. Leeson was a strong leader and visionary who distinguished himself serving his people. He worked tirelessly to close the social and economic gaps between Aboriginal people and other Canadians. He was at the forefront of treaty making in British Columbia, and he was instrumental in negotiating the Niska Final Agreement, the first modern treaty in BC. Earlier this month, the Niska membership ratified a national precedent-setting private land initiative on Niska settlement lands, which Mr. Leeson promoted. His contributions to the implementation of modern treaties in Canada will be missed. On behalf of the Government of Canada, I extend my deepest sympathies at this difficult time to the family, friends, and colleagues of Mr. Leeson. Our thoughts are with Mr. Leeson's family and the people of the Niska Nation.
The Honourable Member for Honneur-et-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, last week we lost one of Quebec cinema's pioneers. Gilles Carle dedicated his life to his passion, cinema, and leaves behind him an important heritage including about 30 feature films. His works, starting in the early 60s, celebrated several themes which were dear to him, including the beauty of rural life and the daily lives of ordinary people. Many distinctions were given to Gilles Carle, including the Albert Tessier Award for his work and the Governor-General of Canada Award. He was also a member of the Chevalier des Arts et des Lettres, which was awarded to him in France. Unfortunately, after suffering from Parkinson's disease for many years, he had to stop his work, and his spouse, Chloé Sainte-Marie, was by his side throughout his illness, and we salute her courage and her devotion. We'd like to offer Gilles Carle's family our sincere condolences and tell his family that we will miss him. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. It's with great sadness that we've learned on Saturday of the death of Mr. Gilles Carle, who died in Granbury at the age of 81 years, following a fight against Parkinson's disease. He was a member of the Order of Canada since 1999. He was considered one of the pioneers in the Quebec film community. His works include over 60 films, including short and feature films, real icons of Quebec cinema such as La Mort d'un Boucheron, Les Ploufs. He was a true cultural ambassador, and Mr. Carle represented Quebec in Cannes on many occasions, showing further demonstrating the quality of his work. Quebec is losing an important beacon and symbol. We'd like to offer our condolences to his devoted spouse, Chloé Sainte-Marie, and to his family and friends who were with him during his final days. I'd like to thank Gilles Carle for his incredible contribution to Quebec cinema and to the heritage that he has left to Quebec culture.
Mr. Speaker, last week the United States Transportation Department imposed the first penalties in North America for tarmac delays, collecting $175,000 from 3 airlines, including Continental Airlines, for leaving 47 passengers stranded on a plane for 6 long hours in Rochester, Minnesota. This sends a clear signal to the rest of the airline industry that they must respect the rights of air travelers in the United States. A week ago, the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg ruled that passengers are entitled to compensation for flight delays, the same as for cancellations and overbooked flights under the air passenger rules that have been placed in the European Union for the last 5 years. Are Air Canada and Air Transat going to stop flying into the United States and Europe because of fear of these new penalties? When is this government going to get out of the pockets of the airline industry and support Bill C-310, the Air Passenger Bill of Rights?
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, following the disgracious Liberal attacks against the men and women who defend our country, our Prime Minister leapt to the defence of our Canadian soldiers. The Leader of the Opposition quickly denounced this support to our servicemen and women. Our Prime Minister said that Canadians from coast to coast are proud of our soldiers and that he supports them. It seems that these remarks ruffled the feathers of the Leader of the Opposition. But attacking soldiers, is that something that's worthy of the Liberal Party? The Liberals even used allegations against our soldiers to engage in fundraising for their party, and this was shameful. And the Liberals should apologise for this. Mr. Speaker, Liberal members should know that Quebecers and Canadians are proud of these brave men and women who wear their uniform. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, Gilles Carle is dead. I had the privilege of knowing this man. He made a tremendous contribution to Quebec and Quebecers. It is a unifying work. Let's pay tribute to this free Quebecer. He had huge talents as a filmmaker and as a painter and a poet. Unfortunately, his body became a prison to him. His spirit was extinguished, but his creative spirit remains. We cannot speak about him without speaking about his wife. And I pay tribute to my friend Chloé Sainte-Marie. She demonstrated that as long as a heart beats, it always wants to beat surrounded by its close relatives and loved ones. Gilles Carle's heritage will remain, and I hope that the flame of life continues to burn. The Honourable Member for Papineau. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, football was showcased over the weekend. To begin with, I'd like to congratulate the Kingston Gales and the Calgary Dinos for having gone to Quebec City for the final, and all my congratulations to Queens when they won the Vanier Cup for the first time in 17 years. Canadian football fans were entitled to two amazing finals, and I'd like to congratulate the Rough Riders and the Alouettes for the big show they put on yesterday.
With courage and determination, bar stools and Chesterfields from coast to coast were vacated time and time again as fans leapt to their feet. Nos Alouettes de Montréal.
Our Montreal Alouettes demonstrated that perseverance can lead to miracles. And if 1 week can be a life in politics, 4 seconds can make all the difference in football. The Alouettes are the champions of the Gay Cup this year. And the Alouettes who were crying with joy last night. I love Montreal.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about leadership. Our government, led by our Prime Minister, supports the men and women of Canada's armed forces. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, let me just say this, living as we do, in a time when some in the political arena do not hesitate before throwing the most serious of allegations at our men and women in armed forces, based on the most flimsy evidence. Remember that Canadians from coast to coast to coast are proud of you and stand behind you. I am proud of you and I stand behind you. The Liberal leader's response, according to the Liberal leaders standing behind our armed forces, is beneath the office of the Prime Minister. It's breathtaking. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister must stand beside our men and women. Anyone who thinks that that is below the office doesn't understand what that office is all about.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, evidence about torture has now been made available to a journalist. There's a whole disinformation campaign underway, Mr. Speaker. The government is revealing its secrets to those it chooses, but hiding it from the Canadian people. When will it stop hiding the truth? When will it give the evidence to the Parliamentary Committee and investigation of the Canadian people? The Honourable Minister.
Going on here. It's the disinformation, innuendo, secondhand information being spread by the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. They are only too happy to spread half-truths and this type of innuendo about our troops. Last week we heard from well-respected public servant Dave Mulroney, who said there was no evidence of abuse. When will the Liberal Party stop attacking the actions of our men and women in uniform?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, at no time has this party attacked our troops or our men in the field. It is the government we are attacking. Absolutely. It is the government's conduct. Absolutely. For 18 months, Mr. Speaker, they knew about allegations of torture and did nothing. Then they sought to smear a distinguished public servant. Even now, they're not telling the truth, and they're hiding behind our soldiers. When will they start telling Canadians the truth?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Lieutenant General Michel Gauthier has worn the uniform of our great country for 36 years. He's a Canadian hero, Mr. Speaker. And when did the Liberal Party attack our troops? Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, at 11:29 a.m., when the official spokesman of the Liberal Party characterized the General's appearance before the committee as morally weak and legally flimsy. When will they stop attacking these men and women who are heroes? And most importantly, when will the Leader of the Opposition stand up and apologize for trying to raise money for the Liberal Party?
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order. 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 The Honourable. Order. Order. The Honourable Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, and when will the government apologize for using a Canadian destroyer as a backdrop for party political propaganda? At no time have we ever attacked the integrity of the Canadian Armed Forces. The issue is the conduct of this government. The issue is whether they're telling Canadians the truth. The issue is whether they have covered up allegations of torture for 18 months. It's time to hear the truth from this side of the House instead of these baseless attacks.
The Honourable Minister of Order, the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the official opposition stands in his place and says that when the Liberal defence critic, the official spokesman for his party, characterizes a gentleman who wore the uniform for 36 years as being morally weak and legally flimsy, Mr. Speaker, no wonder the most well-respected soldier of his generation, General Rick Hillier, called the Liberals' time in office a decade of darkness. He should be ashamed of himself, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member... Order. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Speaker, in trying to understand the process underway with respect to dealing with allegations of harsh treatment, the Carrie Buck, who's a senior spokesman of the Department of Foreign Affairs, she said under cross-examination in 2008, "It's not our role to determine the credibility of the allegations, to determine the veracity of the allegations. We don't investigate those allegations. We simply record those allegations." I wonder if Minister of Foreign Affairs could tell us, is that his understanding of the way in which these allegations are supposed to be dealt with?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell you is that members opposite can't have it both ways. They can't accept the testimony and the evidence of senior public servants, of long-serving members of the Canadian Forces in charge of the Canadian mission in Afghanistan. They can't accept that testimony and then accuse the government of not accepting that same evidence to make its decisions. Mr. Speaker, that's the hypocrisy coming from this member opposite and members of the opposition, now trying to hug the Canadian Forces outside the chamber while coming in here and casting aspersions on the job they're doing in this mission.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm doing my best, but I haven't had an answer to my question. It's very simple. It's a very simple question. It's Ms. Buck, who is an official at Foreign Affairs, who said that it's not up to the federal government, or it's up to the federal government to investigate this, but to give the to talk to the Afghan government about the allegations. My question is this the attitude of his government vis-a-vis these very serious questions? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
2.5 years ago, Mr. Speaker, when we improved the failed transfer arrangement, we started to invest, of course, in their justice system, in their prison system. We improved the mentoring that was taking place with respect to transfer detainees. We improved the investments around the conditions within the Afghan prison system, Mr. Speaker. That's concrete action. What the member opposite now is trying to do is confuse Canadians by suggesting in this chamber that they do support the diplomats and the military, while outside the chamber, Mr. Speaker, they're saying something totally different to try to cast aspersions on the advice that the government took from those same officials, Mr. Speaker. We've been consistent.
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister has finally admitted that he knew about allegations of torture as early as 2006, when the Conservative Party took power. This means it took 1.5 years between the time the government was informed of these allegations and the moment when a new agreement on prisoner transfers was signed. Canadian authorities therefore transferred prisoners to Afghan authorities, knowing full well that they ran the risk of being tortured. Will the government admit that it failed in its responsibilities on the Afghan prisoner file? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Credible and specific allegations with respect to this matter, the government has acted. What we have heard before the Parliamentary Committee this past week, Mr. Speaker, is passionate testimony from some of our country's greatest heroes, 3 high-ranking generals, and one senior official on this file, Mr. Speaker. And what they said, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, there was no specific evidence, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, the Defence Minister says that in 2006 he knew, but the new agreement was in 2007, a year and a half later, Mr. Speaker. The Geneva Convention prohibits the transfer of prisoners if there is the risk of torture. But this minister himself admitted that he was informed in 2006, a year earlier. So why did this government continue to transfer prisoners until 2007, despite an inadequate agreement and almost a year and a half, thereby violating the Geneva Convention according to what they say themselves? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Substantiated evidence has been brought forward. This government has accepted its responsibilities. We've had the opportunity over this past week, down the hall, Mr. Speaker, to hear testimony from some of Canada's leading generals and public policy leaders, and they've all said the same thing, Mr. Speaker, that no substantiated allegations have ever been proven on any detainee transferred by a Canadian soldier.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with its habit of attacking any kind of opposition, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Transport stated that those who criticize the government's irresponsibility with respect to torture are attacking the work of the military. Do you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of George Bush, who talked about the axis of evil and separating the good guys from the bad guys. It's ridiculous. Why does the government rather not get to the bottom of its negligence with respect to torture? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Be clear again. The senior leadership of the military, our senior civil servants in charge of the mission in Afghanistan, have rejected allegations of torture, Mr. Speaker. That's what they said in their testimony before the committee. We acted, of course, on the advice of those same people, Mr. Speaker. So the hypocrisy and the cynicism of the members opposite to say that they accept the advice of the military and the senior servants but reject the actions of the government, Mr. Speaker, points to the real failings of what they're doing.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the government is refusing to make available its documents, and further it's trying to muzzle Richard Colvin and the opposition, who are trying to make us or depict us as Taliban, allies of the Taliban. This ham-fisted strategy has only one objective, and that is to cover up the lack of action of this government, which turns a blind eye to the torture of Afghan prisoners. When will this government have a public investigation allowing us to shed light on the violation of the Geneva Convention? The Honourable Minister.
Remember, nothing could be further from the truth. We have, of course, and we will continue to disclose documents in keeping with the vetting process that has always been applied with respect to national security, the Canada Evidence Act, Mr. Speaker. This is the job of the Department of Justice. We act upon that advice as we act upon the advice of the senior military, the senior public service, Mr. Speaker. We accept that professional, nonpartisan advice. The members opposite, again, are demonstrating hypocrisy and cynicism, saying they accept that advice but not the government's actions. Here's what the Globe and Mail had to say. No one with a lick of sense would expect that Afghan prisoners would live in comfort or ease. Mr. Speaker, this is what the Globe and Mail...
L'Honorable Député de Toronto, Danforth. The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Missing the call from the United Nations Secretary General for more ambitious emission reduction targets, the Prime Minister is demonstrating a sad lack of leadership on this critical issue. To deal with climate change, you've got to be bold and you've got to be serious. And what do they come up with? They say they're going to tweak some of the details of a plan that nobody has even yet seen, Mr. Speaker. So instead of trying to set things back, why won't the Prime Minister and this government listen to the Queen, the UN, world leaders, and set bold, tough action targets on...
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, what this country and what this world need is a plan that is bold, that is strong, that is effective, but also one, Mr. Speaker, that is realistic. That's why the government's come forward with an ambitious plan to regulate big industry, Mr. Speaker, the big polluters, and we're working hard to play a constructive role for an effective outcome at Copenhagen. We're pleased that the Prime Minister will attend Copenhagen and pleased with the great leadership that the Minister of the Environment has given this file over the past year.
The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
far from ambitious, Mr. Speaker. The targets that have been set are far below Canada's previous international commitments. It's laughable, and no wonder other governments are criticizing us. In fact, the government still wants to rely on these intensity targets, which virtually everybody else has rejected, including the United States. So if the Prime Minister is intending to go to Copenhagen to simply put the brakes on change and try to convince other leaders that they shouldn't act boldly, perhaps he shouldn't go. All he's going to get at this rate are a bunch of fossil awards, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
It was under the previous government where Canada run up a record number of fossil awards at international conventions. What people on the international stage want to see is real action. And when Canada signed on to Kyoto in 1997, it marked a 10-year race to reduce global emissions. And regrettably, Mr. Speaker, when that starting pistol went off, Canada began to run in the opposite direction. We're committed to playing a constructive role to set bold, effective, and far-reaching targets, but those targets, Mr. Speaker, have got to be realistic and they've got to be achievable, and that's the kind of leadership the Prime Minister is providing.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The reality is that the Prime Minister is being forced to go to Copenhagen. If the American President and the Chinese leader had not said that they were going, he wouldn't. Why? Because the government is refusing to show the minimum of environmental leadership. Why? Because the Prime Minister has chosen the oil sands over the environment. Why do we have to count on Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, and Nova Scotia to take action and not the federal government? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Prime Minister has signaled they're going to prepare to work constructively as we have over this past year with the Obama administration. We're pleased with the proposals that the Obama administration put forward. They almost go as far as the commitments that Canada makes and has made, Mr. Speaker. We believe, obviously, in real reduction. Intensity does not cut it, and that's been the policy of our government for a number of years, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Wall Street Journal, Chief Prosecutor Ocampo of the International Criminal Court is examining allegations surrounding the issue of torture in Afghanistan. There is a consensus that Canada continue to transfer detainees to Afghan jails at risk of torture, damaging Canada's reputation. The government's continued refusal to hold a public inquiry just makes it worse, Mr. Speaker. I would urge the ministers and the Prime Minister to face the truth, call a public inquiry so that Canada's reputation can be made whole again.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me quote somebody a little closer to the source. This would be Commander General Gauthier, who was on the ground in Afghanistan during the time in question. I can very safely say there is nothing in any of these 2006 reports that caused any of the subject matter experts on my staff, nor by extension me, to be alerted to either the fact of torture or of a very high risk of torture. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Mulrooney, David Mulrooney, who testified as well. I can say that we have no evidence that any Canadian transferred detainee was mistreated. I'll take their word, Mr. Speaker, over the individual opposite.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, there is a suggestion that no monitoring, no tracking policy on detainees in 06 and 07 was deliberate, emanating from the highest levels of government in this country. It simply destroys any shred of credibility that this government has left on this issue. How is the Prime Minister going to face the Chinese government on its human rights record when he won't face the truth at home with the detainee issue hanging over his head, Mr. Speaker? Why won't the Prime Minister do the right thing, announce a public inquiry before he leaves for China?
Right.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, more evidence that the member opposite and his party continue to try to politicize this issue. This is the same individual, Mr. Speaker, the member from Vancouver South, who said and referred on national television just yesterday that the General's testimony was morally weak and legally flimsy. This is the same individual in committee who referenced a very veiled reference to the actions of the Canadian Forces as being tantamount to war crimes, Mr. Speaker. That's morally reprehensible. This member should stand in his place and apologize to the Canadian Forces for those allegations.
Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Information Commissioner has expressed great concern about the flow of information to the public about the war in Afghanistan. Reports show that foreign affairs and defense departments consistently fail to live up to the rules on ATIP responses. The Commissioner says, and I quote, "Canadians want to know what's going on in Afghanistan. There has to be a flow of information." End of quote. When will this government stop picking and choosing who gets what information and when?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite was paying attention, she'd know that this government has quarterly reports on Afghanistan. We testify, of course, before parliamentary committees regularly with respect to requests for the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, we obviously answer questions daily here in the House with respect to the Afghanistan mission. Mr. Speaker, this government has been more transparent, more forthcoming with information about Afghanistan than her party was during their time in office.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Canadians have a right to know what's going on in Afghanistan. This government has closed the doors and blocked any real access to information to the public. The Information Commissioner is just the latest to call for more information from the government on the mission. Will the Prime Minister take the Information Commissioner's advice, or will he attack her as a Taliban sympathizer like he has so many others who have questioned this government's actions?
The Honourable Minister of Order. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've stated a number of times, we continue to cooperate with investigations at our arm's length. We continue to support the efforts that are undertaken at the Parliamentary Committee with information, Mr. Speaker. We have quarterly reports. We have press availabilities. We answer questions in the House, Mr. Speaker. We respond to the Auditor General. I'll tell you what we won't do, Mr. Speaker, to inform Canadians about the mission. We won't do 10%ers out there trying to raise money on the backs of the Canadian forces. We'll not do that, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, while scientists have observed a diminishing Arctic ice shelf, the Secretary-General of the United Nations is calling on the Prime Minister to do more for the environment. While the international community is asking for a real change in policy, this Prime Minister has nothing but minor adjustments to offer. Does the Prime Minister realize that by doing the least possible in terms of climate change, Canada is becoming the laggard of the planet? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, we have announced another target, and President Obama has come up with the target as well. These two targets are very similar, and we're working closely with the United States, with the Americans, and with other countries. We intend to continue with harmonizing targets with the United States and also come up with a system of regulations on emissions. The bloc should support our efforts, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister wanted to harmonize with the United States, it would come up with absolute reduction targets and not intensity targets, as they are doing. The Bloc Québécois last week had a motion adopted which shows the government a way to go about reducing GHGs. What's the government waiting for? To respect the decision of this House and be more responsible in the international fight against global warming. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
In this House and supported by the other opposition parties would lead ultimately to isolationism for this country and economic damage. Let's be clear about that. President Obama announced his targets last week, Mr. Speaker. They are virtually identical to the targets that were announced by the Conservative government in this country almost 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work together internationally. We'll continue to work together with the United States. We both want to see a binding agreement that applies to all major emitters. We want to see continental progress, a cap-and-trade system, harmonized regulations. That what we'll continue to do, That is more, Mr. Speaker, than we've ever seen in this House from any other government.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the government is poised to move a bill allowing us to create a framework for provinces who are harmonizing their sales tax with the GST. This framework will allow Ontario and British Columbia to pocket close to $6 billion since Quebec has accepted harmonizing its sales tax, or it did so 18 years ago. What's the government waiting for? To compensate Quebec this $2.6 billion.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Useful discussions with the Minister of Finance in Quebec in recent weeks, most recently on Friday. Those discussions continue. As you know, Mr. Speaker, 2 of the provinces that have not yet harmonized have indicated that they want to do that and have entered into agreements to accomplish that. And that matter will come before the House out of respect for provincial autonomy and their request that we assist them with the technical legislation that is necessary for them to proceed in their own area of autonomous provincial tax jurisdiction.
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, like Jean Chrétien and his Millennium Scholarships, the Conservative government is insisting on imposing its bursary program, loan program on Quebec students. It is unwilling to listen to the government of Quebec, which already will pay for the money that comes from Ottawa. Why will this government not enable Quebec to opt out of this program with full compensation and no conditions?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Government of Canada negotiates with the Government of Quebec on alternative payments for student financial assistance. These negotiations are currently taking place and are ongoing, and the students will receive those funds they need for financial assistance that will be the project of joint negotiations, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Conservatives have spent less than 1% of the $1.9 billion they announced for affordable housing 14 months ago. They've spent almost nothing of the $1.5 billion they announced for social housing in the last budget. I think we'd all agree that these programs were intended to help the most vulnerable in our society at a particularly difficult time. Before the Conservatives blame the provinces and territories, let me ask them, why haven't they done everything humanly possible to expedite these important programs to those who need them most?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we've made historic investments with respect to housing and social housing in the billions of dollars, something that the Liberal Party failed to do over 13 years. Mr. Speaker, we've entered into agreements with the provinces and territories. Those agreements are now in place, and as the provinces go forward with selecting the projects and give us the invoices, they'll be receiving the money, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, when people are in the street or living in social housing that is in a pitiful state, then people are very eager to cling to any announcement by the government. But the government has spent less than 1% of the $1.9 billion announced, $14 billion announced 14 months ago, rather, and very little of the $1.5 billion in the budget this year. Can the government guarantee that it will keep its promise and spend all of this money on affordable and social housing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are doing something that the previous Liberal government failed to do, and that's to allocate billions of dollars for social housing programs. We've entered into agreements. As soon as the invoices come in, the money will continue to flow. We had $2 billion to repair and renew social housing, $1 billion for repair and upgrades, another $1 billion for renovation, Mr. Speaker, $400 million for the seniors, $75 million for those who are disabled. Significant investments that the previous government failed to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, to create Canada's Olympic Pavilion for Canada's Games, many firms said a 2-week bid period was too short for such a large contract. The minister said it was fine. Industry said 74 days was too short to properly design, build, finish, furnish, and staff Canada's flagship pavilion. The minister said it was fine. But when it comes to interpreting Canada's unique cultures, heritage, and values to the world, does he really believe that an American company is the best choice for the job?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, this is complete nonsense. First, we had a public tendering process. It was fair. It was transparent.
We awarded a contract. We received a number of bids, Mr. Speaker. We awarded a contract to Gitspear Exposition Services of Canada with operations in cities on both sides of the border, but a number of cities in Canada. This pavilion was built by Canadians who are proud of it. Instead of the Liberals complaining all the time about the Olympics, the last time they were complaining about the Olympic torch relay, which Canadians are excited about. Before that, it was the Olympic clothing. Now they're complaining about the Canada Pavilion. Why don't you try cheering on our athletes who are going for gold and making us all so proud?
Order. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra. Order.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about complaints. The government has bungled the Canada Pavilion project, and now they have bungled another one. A $100 million contract for security at the 2010 Games was also awarded to an American company.
No.
Is the minister aware this company faces serious complaints of racism, employee mistreatment, inadequate training? Will the minister stop defending his Buy America policy and instead guarantee the safety and security of the 2010 Winter Games?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to supporting the Olympics. We're proud to cheer on our athletes, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, providing the security for the Games, it's going to be our RCMP. It's going to be the Department of National Defence. It's going to be people who serve our country so proudly every single day. Contracts are awarded are done through a public tendering process. Yes, there's companies that operate on both sides of the border, but we're cheering on our athletes. It's time the Liberal Party got on board and quit their complaining.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erindale.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is recognized as one of the best countries in the world in which to live. That is why it is the country of choice for people from all over the world. Internationally trained workers are an integral part of our country and our economy. But for years, they have not been able to work in their field of expertise because they have had trouble having their foreign credentials recognized. Can the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration please inform this House what our Conservative government is doing to rectify the problem?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Speaker, when our government took office, we were the first federal government to take meaningful action on the issue of credential recognition, creating the Foreign Credential Referral Office, giving people a head start on the process before they get to Canada. But the Prime Minister exercised real leadership this January, leading the premiers and territorial leaders in an agreement that has led to today's exciting announcement of a pan-Canadian framework for foreign credential recognition that will accelerate the process of recognizing the professions and training of immigrants to Canada to help them contribute to Canada and realize their dreams, contributing to our prosperity.
Order. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not even the Defence Minister can keep up with his own story on when he knew or heard about Afghan detainee abuse. First, he said he hadn't heard of Richard Colvin. Then he said he may have received Mr. Colvin's briefings but didn't read them. Then he said the report didn't make it to his desk, only to take that back a month later. On Friday, he accused diplomats and generals of filtering out such reports. The only way to the truth here, Mr. Speaker, is through a public inquiry. When will this government call one?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The only way to the truth, Mr. Speaker, is to get some consistency from the members opposite. They cannot come in here and say they accept the evidence that was given at the Parliamentary Committee from senior members of the military and senior members of the public service, and then somehow, Mr. Speaker, suggest that the government shouldn't take that same advice and act appropriately, Mr. Speaker. This is the inconsistency, the cynicism, and the hypocrisy coming on this matter from members opposite.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, what is it this minister is afraid such an inquiry would reveal? Surely, if he's so confident in the information that he's refusing to release to the public, he will call an inquiry to settle the matter. His personal insults, his accusations that Mr. Colvin was a Taliban dupe, his blustering in the House are raising real questions in the minds of Canadians about what he's trying to conceal. Why doesn't he give himself a break? Stop the grasping attempts to shift the blame and stand up to his responsibilities by calling an inquiry.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, as I've said many, many times, when we received credible allegations, we acted. When we received evidence that we could trust, we acted. Mr. Speaker, what we see consistently coming from the members opposite is an attempt to have it both ways, to cast aspersions on members of the armed forces, suggest that there was torture, there was war crimes, Mr. Speaker, then have press conferences and try to embrace their position. But suggest that the government shouldn't have taken the advice from these same individuals, Mr. Speaker, that's irreconcilable. And the member opposite, particularly the Leader of the Opposition, should be very wary about taking his foreign policy advice on two former NDP premiers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable
Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the government's bill for special employment insurance benefits for self-employed workers does not address the needs of Quebec workers that already have a parental insurance system under the government of Quebec. As well, the premium rate is excessive in view of the services that they will be entitled to. Will the government amend its bill as the Bloc Québécois is proposing and have more fair premiums? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, it is our government that is helping self-employed workers to provide them with benefits if they get sick or if they have to look after an ill child, etc., then they will be able to get through those difficult periods more easily. I would like to know whether the intellectuals that the people across the floor consult want to help self-employed workers. The Honourable Member for Montmorency. Mr. Speaker, the former chief actuary to the EI Commission has confirmed what the Bloc Québécois has estimated, and that is that the premium rate should be 41 cents on every $100 rather than $1.36, as the government is proposing. Does the government and the minister, does she recognize that the premium rate for Quebec workers, self-employed workers, is 3 times higher than it should be, and will she make a change? Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform that party that we knew that there were differences. There is already a system in Quebec that has parental benefits that does not exist elsewhere. So instead of charging $1.13 on every $100 of earnings, it would be $1.36 in the case of self-employed workers for compassionate leave and other benefits that they could receive. It is a voluntary program and it is very affordable.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, finally, despite all the attempts to keep us in the dark, we have learned that there is an investigation underway at Public Works. The government and the minister have confirmed, however, nothing about what the subjects are. We wonder what it does not look into. We would like to know from the minister what the point of this investigation is in his department. The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that we cannot comment on things involving our employees in a department. We have a Whistleblowers Act to protect people who have to disclose information, and this has come before this House. The new legislation has clear requirements for transparency. We have strict confidentiality rules regarding information, and we are communicating that information proactively.
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the concern about whistleblower legislation, but given this government's track record of preventing us from receiving evidence or any other information allowing us as parliamentarians to do our job, I'm quite sure that Canadians will understand our skepticism about the refusal of the minister to in fact tell us what the investigation is going on at Public Works. So I ask again, we would appreciate information from the minister on the investigation that is going on currently at Public Works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Speaker, there is a legal frame that we have to follow. We do not comment on internal departments' staffing matters, but we do ensure federal departments have the tools they need to address them. We brought in the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act with the express purpose of protecting whistleblowers, an act that was passed by the member of this House. Under our government and our new laws, the lines of accountability are clear. The act has a clear reporting clause that all federal departments must strictly follow, and the information is readily provided through a proactive disclosure, Mr. Speaker. That is the law.
The Honourable Halifax.
Government inaction is jeopardizing our economy and the health of our nation. It was reported today that less than 1% of the stimulus money for social housing has been spent. Over 100,000 Canadians are homeless. Thousands more lack stable, affordable housing. While vulnerable Canadians are awaiting promised help, the government has let a year of opportunities go wasted. They oppose our national housing strategy, and their plan is a straw house of empty promises. How does this government justify its inaction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, when we had in our Economic Action Plan a provision for $400 million for seniors, the NDP and the party voted against it without even looking or reading the budget. $75 million for the disabled, they voted against that. $1 billion for retrofits and energy upgrades, voted against that, Mr. Speaker. Incredible. And now they're complaining about what's happening. We have entered into agreements with all the provinces and territories. They know the money is there. It is available. As soon as the projects go forward and they bill us, the monies will be there to pay the bills, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Honourable Member for Halifax.
Earlier was that the stimulus plan was inefficient, and we shouldn't be upset that 99% of the funding still hasn't been spent. That's exactly why we pushed for spending to go through the gas tax transfer. Stable housing saves lives, it improves the health and safety of our communities, and it stimulates our economy. Stimulus spending is more than photo ops and ad campaigns. Real Canadians are in real need. After a year of inaction, do the Conservatives honestly expect us to believe that they really wanted to help?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, funding is proceeding and going to over 300 projects. But what's important, Mr. Speaker, is we've made billions of dollars of investments that are there, ready, able, and willing to deliver as soon as the provinces select the projects, and it's their responsibility to select the projects, ensure that the projects get built, invoice to us, the money is there to pay it, monies that wouldn't have been there if the NDP had their way, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamoska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has improved the employment insurance regime for all Canadians and their families. We have brought in Bill C-56, which provides for self-employed workers in Quebec to have compassionate and other family benefits at an affordable rate. Right now, Quebecers only have access to a potentially expensive private system of insurance. Will the minister tell us about Bill C-56? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I can understand that our newly elected colleague is a bit incredulous as to about the fact that the Bloc Québécois is voting consistently against the needs of the unemployed in Quebec. We are helping the unemployed. We have brought in 4 different measures, and now a new one for self-employed workers to allow them to have compassionate and sick benefits. We are for the unemployed, and they are against the unemployed. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South. Order, please.
We strongly condemn the decision of Nortel executives to reward themselves with millions in bonuses when employees are denied their severance, their pensions and their disability payments. The federal government is now currently undertaking a review of the Nortel sale to Avaya. Will the government commit to Nortel workers that they will ensure the pensions, the severance and disability benefits of Nortel employees are protected, fully protected, in the review of the Nortel sale?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, as the honourable member knows, the terms and conditions of the sale are pursuant to the sections of the Investment Canada Act. But I can tell the honourable member and this House that my colleague, the Minister of Finance, and his parliamentary secretary have been working hard with the provinces and the territories to ensure that we have a comprehensive look at our pension legislation. As the honourable member, I'm sure, is aware, the Nortel pension is registered with the province of Ontario, not with the federal government. And of course, we set up a provincial federal research working group on retirement income, and of course we look forward to their presentations in this chamber.
The Honourable
Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, some 100 families in Sainte-Foy are threatened with losing their housing. The Department of Defense has decided to tear down that housing and move the families 30 kilometers away to the Valcartier base. The Military Spouses Association is hoping that the government will reconsider that decision, which is a negative one. Will the minister responsible for the region of Quebec defend the interests of those under the Minister of Defense?
With respect to quarters for some of the soldiers who were previously stationed at the Manège Militaire of Quebec City is currently at the planning stage. The proposal is to build a new facility on the area that's currently owned by the Department of National Defense. This project doesn't aim to replace the Manège de Voltigeur, and I can assure the House, the member opposite, that we're currently working on developing a plan for the future with respect to the Manège Militaire.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Instead of using her power to have both sides in the CN rail strike resolve their differences at the bargaining table, the Minister of Labour has instead put Parliament in an untenable position. The Minister is asking us to rush through a bill that we haven't even seen yet. Instead of introducing legislation in a manner that is disrespectful to the House and, more importantly, disrespectful to the parties involved in this dispute, why won't the minister do everything in her power to get the two sides back to the bargaining table?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a government and as parliamentarians, it's incredibly important that we protect our economy. As you know, the union Teamsters has decided to go on strike as of Saturday, and we cannot allow a major disruption in our transportation system. Therefore, we will introduce back-to-work legislation to end this strike. We do continue to hope, though, that CN and the Teamsters can reach an agreement in the interim.
The honourable member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that agricultural producers in Quebec can count on our Conservative government when it is time to act to help agriculture. We see the peanut gallery here in Ottawa, and they're watching from the sidelines. Could the minister explain our supply management policy and how we are defending it on the international scene? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I think that everyone knows that if there is one party and one government that is on the side of farmers, it is our government. We are defending supply management. We are defending it here at the on the domestic front and also at the international level at the WTO. We are going to continue to do that. We need to protect poultry, eggs, and dairy, which are subject to our supply management system, and we are doing so.
Quota document. Order. À l'ordre. Order, please. The honourable member for Vancouver South is rising on a point of order, rising out of question period.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to set the record straight, not to take anything away from what I said or may have said, but to add a context. I was quoting Jim Travers, the columnist for Toronto Star, and I want to read a very short quote from him with respect to the Generals. For all its sound and fury, the counterattack that politicians, bureaucrats, and the Generals mounted this week was morally weak and legally flimsy. In struggling to sway public opinion, finally parsed denial skidded around the looming conclusion that Canada transferred prisoners into probable torture after being warned by the preeminent and most credible victims of violence organization, the International Committee of Red Cross. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
I don't think I heard anything about a point of order there, but
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a point of order. During question period, obviously, there's a lot of noise and people get carried away with their emotions, and we all know that. But I do have to point out that the Honourable Member for Toronto Centre referred to the Minister of National Defence in very uncomplimentary terms and in language that is clearly not parliamentary, and I would simply ask that he rise and apologise.
Why does the Minister stand up? Come on, Peter. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the course of a conversation with my seatmate, I may have made a comment about the Minister. I'm sure he said some nasty things about me as well. Of course, if anyone heard it and overheard my comments, I would withdraw them without hesitation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't overhear the comment, but the only disparaging thing I've ever said about the member opposite is that he was a former NDP premier.
Well, I think we've probably had enough points of order for this afternoon. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Resumption and Continuation of Railway Operations. This motion is deemed adopted. Madame Ambrose, appuyée par Monsieur Hill.
Ambrose, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
Adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will the bill be read a second time?
At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
By ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present to the House a report from the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association concerning the 55th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Tanzania from September 28th to October 6, 2009.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions, as they say, among the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Whereas the Government of Canada has actively advocated for and continues to support the principles enshrined by the United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 263A of 9 December 1948, whereas the extreme forms of totalitarian rule practiced by the Nazi and communist dictatorships led to premeditated and vast crimes committed against millions of human beings and their basic inalienable rights on a scale unseen before in history, whereas hundreds of thousands of human beings fleeing the Nazi and Soviet communist crimes sought and found refuge in Canada, whereas the millions of Canadians of Eastern and Central European descent whose families have been directly affected by Nazi and or communist crimes have made unique and significant cultural, economic, social, and other contributions to help build the Canada we know today, and whereas 20 years after the fall of the totalitarian communist regimes in Europe, knowledge among Canadians about the totalitarian regimes which terrorized their fellow citizens in Central and Eastern Europe for more than 40 years in the form of systematic and ruthless military, economic, and political repression of the people by means of arbitrary executions, mass arrests, deportations, the suppression of free expression, private property, and civil society, and the destruction of cultural and moral identity, and which deprived the vast majority of the peoples of Central and Eastern Europe of their basic human rights and dignity, separating them from the democratic world by means of the Iron Curtain and the Berlin Wall, is still alarmingly superficial and inadequate. And whereas Canadians were instrumental during the 1980s in raising global awareness of crimes committed by European totalitarian Nazi and communist regimes, by founding an annual Black Ribbon Day on August the 23rd, to commemorate the legal partnership of these two regimes through the infamous Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and its secret protocols. Be it resolved, Mr. Speaker, that every victim of any totalitarian regime has the same human dignity and deserves justice, remembrance, and recognition by the Parliament and the Government of Canada in efforts to ensure that such crimes and events are never again repeated. Be it further resolved that the Parliament and the Government of Canada unequivocally condemn the crimes against humanity committed by totalitarian, Nazi, and communist regimes, and offer the victims of these crimes and their family members sympathy, understanding, and recognition for their suffering. And be it further resolved that the Government of Canada establish an annual Canadian Day of Remembrance for the victims of Nazi and Soviet communist regimes on August the 23rd, to be called Black Ribbon Day, to coincide with the anniversary of the signing of the infamous pact between the Soviet and Nazi regimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member for Toronto Centre have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? La Chambre l'a entendu.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
D'accord.
Agreed. Carried.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to table today a petition concerning the Postal Office of Saint-Alexandre. It's signed by about 500 or 600 persons who are opposed to the closure of their post office in Saint-Alexandre. And I can tell you that these people are very concerned in the riding of Saint-Jean. It's my pleasure to table it. It's been accepted by the clerk, and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These petitioners support the proposal by the Canadian Institute for Neutron Scattering to replace the National Research Universal with a similar model, including the safety features at Chalk River Labs. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition today that is part of a national campaign calling for a commission of inquiry into aviation safety. The petitioners are concerned that Transport Canada and the Transportation Safety Board are failing in their duty to protect the safety of Canadians who travel by air and those who work in the industry. The petitioners believe that this is a disaster waiting to happen. Transport Canada and the TSB have developed a culture of secrecy where whistleblowers are persecuted and fatal accidents are seen as just a cost of doing business. The petitioners believe that Canadians are being stonewalled by both agencies when trying to get answers about aviation accidents, that they are persecuted when they point out safety issues, and that the federal government is planning to remove itself from its duties to inspect and to enforce safety regulations simply in order to save money and reduce Crown liability. The petitioners are aware of the government's attempt to push forward self-serve safety and are deeply troubled by that. They are worried about the government's desire to privatize or outsource transportation safety standards, and they want that process to stop. As a result, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to initiate a commission of inquiry to conduct a judicial review and examine the state of national aviation safety. I'm pleased to be able to table this petition on their behalf.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table several petitions today with respect to the post office issue, and I'd like to indicate the rationale of these petitions. There are individuals from many municipalities in my riding that have signed these petitions calling on the Government of Canada to maintain or uphold the moratorium on the closure of post offices and also to enhance postal services. These petitions were signed by several hundred individuals from my riding who are relatively dissatisfied and very concerned about this situation.
Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners here are calling on the government to establish an independent judicial inquiry under the Federal Inquiry Act that would fully explore all the facts, consult with scientists and stakeholders to determine what went wrong with this year's HoC run and present a public report with binding solutions within 6 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions here. The first one regarding medical benefits says that there are a number of severe, potentially life-threatening conditions which do not qualify for disability programs because they're not necessarily permanent or because of waiting lines for surgeries. They're calling upon the House of Commons to adopt legislation to provide additional medical EI benefits to at least equal to maternity EI benefits for people who find themselves in the above situation. The other petition, Mr. Speaker, again from constituents in Lower Mainland, it's on the long gun registry, and it says that the long gun registry was originally budgeted to cost Canadians $2 million, but the price tag spiraled out of control to an estimated $2 billion a decade later. The registry has not saved one single life since it was introduced, calling upon the House of Commons to support any legislation that will cancel the long gun registry and streamline the Firearms Act. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to present three petitions. The first petition is from people in the Lower Mainland who are very concerned about the loss of the salmon fishery and have been calling on the government to call an independent judicial inquiry. They want to ensure that there is fast response from this government, and there are many petitioners here, Mr. Speaker, calling for that. The second petition is from residents in Toronto who are urging the Government of Canada to immediately undertake a change in its position regarding the Middle East and to initiate concrete action to hold Israel accountable for its ongoing violations of international humanitarian law. And the third petition is from people in the Lower Mainland who are working very hard and want to draw to our attention the need for a national housing strategy and call for the swift passage of Bill C-304, which is an act to ensure secure, adequate, accessible and affordable housing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition signed by many people from British Columbia, and particularly coastal British Columbia. These folks called on the government to establish an independent judicial inquiry into the collapse of the Sockeye salmon run on the Fraser River. They call for a report and binding recommendations within 6 months, recognizing the seriousness of this issue. And I'm sure that while they're relieved that the government has announced an inquiry, I know they remain concerned about the lengthy timeline for that inquiry to report and for action on the recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce a petition today, particularly in light of the situation that's happening in Toronto with the Humane Society. It's a petition to the government to support a universal declaration on animal welfare, and it's signed by many, many people in my particular community. They're very concerned, and they petition the government to support the universal declaration. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, again, the Conservative Party in 2006 promised to establish an independent judicial inquiry to determine the cause of the collapse of the Sockeye salmon. There are literally hundreds of people who signed this petition, and as you've heard today, many across our party being put forward.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition is a call to adopt Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights. The petitioners support Bill C-310, which includes compensation for overbooked flights, cancelled flights, and unreasonable tarmac delays. The legislation is inspired by a European Union law, which has been in effect for 5 years. Air Canada is already operating under the European laws for their flights to Europe, so why should an Air Canada customer receive better treatment in Europe than in Canada? The bill will ensure that passengers are kept informed of flight changes, whether they're delays or whether they're cancellations. The new rules will be posted in the airports, and the airlines must inform passengers of their rights and the process to file for compensation. The bill deals with late and misplaced baggage. The bill requires all-inclusive pricing by airline companies to be in their advertisements. Bill C-310 is not meant to punish the airlines. If the airlines follow the rules, they'll not have to pay one dime in compensation to passengers. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310, which would introduce Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table another petition. Names of people who were gathered by the grandmothers, speaking out for grandmothers in Africa across this nation, and they are very concerned about the status of legislation before the House, which will come to a vote on this Wednesday, and they urge all members to support this private member's bill, C-393. They urge all of us to change, make the necessary changes to Canada's access to medicines regime and ensure that the commitment we made to the poorest nations in the world are kept.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 and as certified by the Clerk of Petitions, I am pleased to present this petition from constituents in my riding of Mississauga South, and particularly from Nortel pensioners, retirees, and particularly those Nortel long-term disability recipients whose benefits are at risk. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners are calling upon Parliament to amend the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act and Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act to protect the rights of all Canadian employees and to ensure that employees laid off by a company who are receiving a pension or long-term disability benefits during bankruptcy proceedings obtain preferred creditor status over other unsecured creditors. They're also asking that the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act be amended to ensure that employee-related claims are paid from the proceeds of Canadian asset sales before funds are permitted to leave the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
For the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Order. The Chair has notice of a request for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain, and I'll hear the Honourable Member's submissions on this point now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking that you consider allowing us to hold an emergency debate in this House to discuss the strike at the Canadian Museum of Civilization and the Canadian War Museum. That strike is now in its 10th week. We believe that it is very important for the government to be fully aware of this rather urgent situation. The role of the government is twofold. The federal government has jurisdiction in this matter, as the museum falls under the Department of Canadian Heritage. It is important for people to know what the intentions of the government are, if any, in responding to this issue. The second important reason is that the Canadian Museum of Civilization and the Canadian War Museum are important to thousands of Canadians from right across this country. I'd like to point out that people were very respectful of the picket lines this past Remembrance Day, but Canadians value and miss access to their museums. I believe that the House of Commons must address this important issue. By controlling the museum's purse strings, the government is already a silent party at the negotiating table, and we must have the opportunity to explore the response of the Government of Canada to this legal strike. I believe the situation is analogous to the recent strike by Ottawa Carleton Transit, for which you granted a debate under Standing Order 52 on January 28th of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this request your urgent attention and careful consideration.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his submissions on this point. Certainly the strike has been ongoing for some time, but in the circumstances I am not sure that the request meets the demands of the standing order at this time, and accordingly I'm going to deny the request at this moment. The Chair also has notice of a point of question of privilege from the honourable member for Ottawa Centre, and I'm prepared to hear him on that question of privilege now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question of privilege arises where a member, committee, or the House of Commons as an institution has been prevented from carrying out their duties. These privileges include freedom of speech, freedom from obstruction, interference and intimidation, and the right to institute inquiries, call witnesses, and demand papers. So important are these privileges, Mr. Speaker, as you know, of the House, that they are rooted in the Constitution. The Special Committee for Afghanistan has for some weeks been attempting to exercise its parliamentary functions in relation to hearings on the allegations of detainee abuse in Afghanistan. Evidence was submitted to the Military Police Complaints Commission on the same issue and was suppressed by the government under the guide of Sections 37 and 38 of the Canada Evidence Act. The Special Committee wanted to obtain this evidence using its power to call persons and papers, and so it called forward Mr. Richard Colvin, a senior diplomat, to testify. It also passed a motion on Wednesday, the 25th of November, to call for a number of documents relevant to its inquiries and necessary for the committee's work. In order to assist its work, the committee first called Rob Walsh, Law Clerk of the House of Commons, to testify. Mr. Walsh confirmed the privileges of Parliament in relation to hearing evidence, requesting testimony and receiving documents. He confirmed that the Canada Evidence Act did not prevent Mr. Colvin or any other witness from testifying and providing documents to support that testimony. Parliamentary privilege overrules Sections 37 and 38 of the Canada Evidence Act. On the morning of Mr. Colvin's testimony to the Special Afghanistan Committee, Mr. Colvin received an email from a senior official at the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. In this email, Mr. Speaker, DFATE advised Mr. Colvin in writing that the Government of Canada does not accept the law clerk's legal opinion on parliamentary privilege. And I quote from that missive. Government of Canada, this is a quote, Government of Canada does not share the clerk's view of the effect of the laws adopted by Parliament on parliamentary proceedings, and as a public servant, we trust that you will conduct yourself according to the interpretation of the Government of Canada. Should there be any concerns expressed by members of the committee, those concerns should be referred to Government Counsel. Close quote. This email makes it clear that the Government of Canada does not accept Parliament's privileges and will not abide by law clerk's confirmation of these privileges. The Government of Canada, in this email, essentially attempts to intimidate a witness prior to his testimony in front of the committee. The government also instructs the witness on how he is to answer questions from members of Parliament. As his employer, the Government of Canada is in a position of power over Mr. Colvin, and this is a clear attempt to intimidate. I should add to this, Mr. Speaker, 2 days before his appearance at committee, officials from the embassy in Washington, D.C. approached Mr. Colvin on behalf of the Department of Justice to ask for the documents Mr. Colvin was prepared to give to the Afghanistan Committee in support of his testimony. While the Government of Canada has a right to documents that are a product of Mr. Colvin's work, they have been happy for him to keep these documents for a number of years. It is only 2 days before the committee hearings, where Mr. Colvin would, of course, want to produce these documents in support of his testimony, that the government decided to take those documents away from him. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear attempt to frustrate and obstruct the committee's work. In 2005, the Federal Court of Appeal ruled the parliamentary privileges such as freedom of speech and freedom from intimidation and obstruction extend to witnesses testifying at committees. On page 114 of O'Brien and Bosk, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, 2009, it says, quote, in a ruling given on February 20th, 1984, the Speaker stated the following: a threat emanating from any government or public corporation to withhold information or cooperation from a member of Parliament would undoubtedly hinder that member in the fulfillment of his or her parliamentary duties and therefore constitute a breach of privilege, Mr. Speaker. Both the emails received prior to Mr. Colvin's testimony and the seizure of documents not only obstruct the committee's work and deny its privileges, they are attempts to intimidate the witness. In addition, DFATE instructs members of Parliament to address their concerns about the issue of privilege to the Department of Justice rather than to their own counsel. I am extremely perturbed that the Department of Foreign Affairs believes that all concerns by members of Parliament on the admissibility of documents to Parliament should be referred to the Department of Justice lawyers, Mr. Speaker. These are lawyers who have already stated that they do not believe parliamentarians have the rights and privileges the Constitution accords them, as I mentioned earlier. Members cannot receive unbiased advice from the Department of Justice, nor are they obliged to report to the Department of Justice. This is a violation of members' privilege, as it attempts to restrict their right to free speech and counsel. In silencing witnesses, interfering and obstructing a person who is carrying out the lawful order of the committee, and denying parliamentarians their rights, the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Government of Canada are in contempt of Parliament. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the government's attempt to willfully ignore a constitutionally enshrined right of Parliament to observe it and hold accountability to it is deeply, deeply worrying. In turning a blind eye to this contempt of Parliament, a precedent is set that allows the government to withhold any evidence from Parliament it sees as embarrassing, under the guise of national security. It also sets a precedent of ignoring rights of parliamentarians and their constituents. This goes right to the heart of the government's accountability to Parliament, and through that, Mr. Speaker, to Canadians. My colleague, the member of St. John's East, raised this point in the House last week, and quite rightly, you ruled that the matter must first be raised in committee. The Special Committee on Afghanistan tabled in this House on February the 27th of November a report which sets out our belief that a breach of our privilege has occurred. I use this report in my argument that is a prima facie breach of privilege. Therefore, I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to find a prima facie breach of privilege in this case. If you are prepared to rule that this is a prima facie breach, I am prepared to move the relevant motion to refer the case to the Committee of Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, as has often been stated, real matters of privilege and contempt are rarities and ought not to be treated lightly. The complaint raised by the Honourable Member for Ottawa South and the content of the third report of the Special Committee on the Canadian Mission in Afghanistan are matters the government treats with profound gravity. The committee report makes a serious allegation. Let me quote in full the brief report. On Thursday, November 26, 2009, the Special Committee agreed to report the following motion: that the committee believes a serious breach of privilege has occurred and members' rights have been violated, and that the Government of Canada, particularly the Department of Justice and the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, have intimidated a witness of this committee and obstructed and interfered with the committee's work and with the papers requested by this committee. Therefore, this committee reports the breach to the House so that I can consider the matter. A copy of the relevant minutes of proceedings, meeting 17, is tabled, respectfully submitted, and there follows the name of the Chair, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge. Mr. Speaker, the question before you is whether or not this is a prima facie case that would merit giving precedence over all other business. That decision must be based on evidence before the House. My respectful submission is that the committee has not sent sufficient evidence to the House. All we have is the one-sentence accusation that, quote, the Department of Justice and the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade has intimidated a witness. No specifics set out, no names of persons, no record of events, no details that could be tested, and how on earth can an inanimate agency, a department, intimidate any person? People can, a department cannot. The committee did append to the report the minutes of meeting 17, and I've searched diligently, Mr. Speaker, and I expected to find in meeting 17 a record of attempts to secure specific documents or exchanges with named officials of the Government of Canada or written requests from committee officials for specific records, that it would spell out a chronology of invitations and responses or requests to named individuals for specific records. Let me quote the entirety of the committee record on this matter, Mr. Speaker. The member for Ottawa Centre. Mr. Chair, just before we start, apologies to our guest, I just want to raise a point of order before we start. I actually want to go back to the motion that was passed yesterday with regards to the documents and the requests that this committee put forward to the government and the requests for the documents. I want to first of all establish whether or not the documents arrived. If any documents arrived, did you put the request forward, and did any documents arrive as to that request? The Chair. Yes, that's correct, Mr. Member for Ottawa South, that your motion indicated, the motion that passed, that the request for these documents be put before Mr. Mulrooney appear. That request went into the department last night at 8 o'clock as information provided to me by the clerk, and I understand from officials today that the documents requested are at translation today. The member for Ottawa Centre. Mr. Chair, in light of the fact that we haven't received documents, and in light of the fact that this committee did request documents prior to Mr. Mulrooney's attending committee, I just want to put forward this motion. It's a very quick one. It's regarding the documents, and we can get on to the business of the day. Mr. Chair, I think it's important to establish, as I mentioned yesterday at committee, the importance of committees of Parliament be able to do its work and to do that we need to have the same documents that are available to witnesses. We saw this yesterday. We had 2 retired members of the forces accessing documents that we couldn't access. So the following motion I want to put forward, Chair, and will distribute, quote, that the committee report to the House that it believes a serious breach of privilege has occurred and members' rights have been violated. That the Government of Canada, particularly the Department of Justice and Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, have intimidated a witness of this committee and obstructed and interfered with the committee's work by withholding the papers requested by this committee. Therefore, this committee reports the breach to the House so that I can consider the matter. Mr. Chair, we have important issues ahead of us, as I mentioned. This isn't an attempt to filibuster. This is a straightforward motion. I would like to have this committee consider it, vote on it, and move on. If I could just explain the words in the motion. We've asked for the documents. We've asked for these not just once. I asked when Mr. Colvin was here for his documents. He wasn't able to provide those documents. He was told that if he did provide these documents, there would be consequences for that. I think that this, to put it mildly, unfortunate that a committee of Parliament isn't able to have information to conduct its business. I believe that's a breach of privilege, and that's a straightforward motion, and I'll stop at that. The member for Edmonton Centre. Well, Mr. Chair, several points. First of all, beginning with the latter one, Mr. Colvin does not have the authority to provide these documents to the committee, even if he chose to. I believe, Mr. Chair, that the motion passed yesterday, that certain motion, which was mine, as it was the last motion passed, takes precedence over other motions. If you want to split hairs, Mr. Member for Ottawa South, his motion was that documents be requested. I know that this is really going to split a hair, but be requested before Mr. Mulrooney appeared, not that they be delivered. That may be splitting a pretty fine hair, but it is literally true. The other point, Mr. Chair, is that motions without unanimous consent require 48 hours notice. The Chair. That is the case if it's a motion to do with something that the committee is not engaged in. Just to clarify the 48-hour rule, I'll read it here. 48-hour notice be required for any substantive motion to be considered by the committee unless the substantive motion relates directly to business then under consideration, and that the notice of motion be filed with the clerks of the committee and distributed to members in both official languages. This refers directly to the subject that we have under discussion, so I believe it's in order. Any further discussion? Member for Edmonton Centre. I would request a ruling, Mr. Speaker, on my other point that the third motion passed yesterday took precedence over Mr. Member for Ottawa South's motion. The Chair, I don't think this motion that Mr. Member for Ottawa South has presented circumvents Mr. Mulrooney from presenting today at all. He will present today. Any further discussion? All those in favour of this motion was agreed to. That, Mr. Speaker, is the entire case transmitted to the committee, by the committee to the House of Commons. There is an assertion that a witness has been intimidated. Who is the witness? What is the evidence? What are the specifics? It is not good enough to make an unsupported statement and pretend that this is a prima facie evidence. Nor is it sufficient for individual members of a committee to bring material to the House that does not stand in the name of the committee. Material not contained in the committee report cannot be given the authority of a report from the committee. This is the entire report, Mr. Speaker. What should the House expect in the instance of a genuine allegation of obstruction or denial of information? First, we are entitled to know what has been requested, from whom, and when it was requested. What response was made, by whom, and when? Where is the written correspondence from the committee officials? Let me quote from your ruling of last Thursday, November 26th, when dealing with a complaint by the member of St. John's East. You stated, quote, if a report comes to the House, it is up to the Speaker to decide whether that report then allows a member to raise a question of privilege arising from the report, which will then get priority treatment in this House as befits a question of privilege. I refer honourable members to page 151 and 152 of O'Brien and Bosk. And this is in committee, where it states, if in the opinion of the Chair, the issue raised relates to privilege, the committee can proceed to the consideration of a report on the matter to the House. The Chair will entertain a motion which will form the text of the report. It should clearly describe the situation, summarize the events, name any individuals involved, indicate that privilege may be involved or that a contempt may have occurred, and request the House to take some action. That didn't happen in this report, Mr. Speaker. The requirement that specific information must be included in the report itself is also reinforced at page 145 of the 22nd edition of Erskine May's parliamentary practice. Quote, a matter alleged to have arisen in committee but not reported by it may not generally be brought to the attention of the House on a complaint of breach of privilege. Why did the committee not come to the House to request an order of the House to produce specific papers? Options are available. The House may agree or not agree with the requests of the committee, but that option has not been pursued. Instead, the committee is asking the House of Commons to stop all other business, to soothe its hurt feelings, condemn 2 departments of the Government of Canada, as well as all the persons who work in those departments, and the committee is asking the entire House of Commons to do the work that the committee has not done. It is not enough to throw a one-sentence report together to hijack the work of the House of Commons. This is what O'Brien and Bosk state at page 979 under the discussion of committee powers to send for papers and records. In practice, standing committees may encounter situations where the authors of or officials responsible for papers refuse to provide them or are willing to provide them only after certain parts have been removed. Public servants and ministers may sometimes invoke their obligations under certain legislation to justify their position. Companies may be reluctant to release papers which could jeopardize their industrial security or infringe upon their legal obligations, particularly with regard to the protection of personal information. Others have cited solicitor-client privilege in refusing to allow access to legal papers or notices. These types of situations have absolutely no bearing on the power of committees to order the production of papers and records. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect, or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers and records. However, it may not be appropriate to insist on the production of papers and records in all cases. In cases where the author of or the authority responsible for a record refuses to comply with an order issued by a committee to produce documents, the committee essentially has 3 options. The first is to accept the reasons and conditions put forward to justify the refusal. The committee members then concede that they will not have access to the record or accept the record with passages deleted. The second is to seek an acceptable compromise with the author or the authority responsible for access to the record. Normally, this entails putting measures in place to ensure that the record is kept confidential while it is being consulted. In-camera review, limited or numbered copies, arrangements for disposing of or destroying the copies after the committee meeting, etc. A third option is to reject the reasons given for denying access to the record and uphold the order to produce the entire record. Since committees do not have the disciplinary power to sanction failure to comply with their order to produce records, they can choose to report the situation to the House and request that appropriate measures be taken. Among the options available to the House is to endorse, with or without amendment, the committee's order to produce records, thus making it a House order. In the past, the House has sometimes found persons failing to comply with an order to produce the records guilty of contempt of Parliament. On occasion, it has even exercised its disciplinary powers. This latter observation is important. There is a strong emphasis on the committee coming to the House and requesting the House to assist its work by ordering the production of specific documents order for the production of papers and letting the House pass judgment on each document. Instead, this committee fails to ask the House to enforce its request. It is only interested in labeling unknown conduct of unknown persons and government departments as obstructionist, intimidating, and contemptuous. This House expects a higher standard of proof at the prima facie stage. Is there sufficient information presented by the committee to demonstrate that there has been interference, intimidation, or contempt? The committee report contains not a single specific allegation. As to the specific issue now before you, Mr. Speaker, and as is stated at page 145 of House Commons Procedure and Practice, quote, the issue put before the Speaker is not a finding of fact. It is simply whether, on first impression, the issue that is before the House warrants priority consideration over all other matters, all other orders of the day that are before the House. There is no information that would justify a finding by the Speaker that all other business should be set aside to consider an undefined and unknown issue. To find otherwise is to give an instruction to every committee that they can control the business of the House through whimsy and mischief. That is not what we are about. That is not what the Special Committee on Afghanistan should be about. Mr. Speaker, the basic point is that something happened in a committee that can only come before the House if the committee reports it, and it is the content of the report that is flawed and lacking specific information. The member for Ottawa South speaks only for himself, not the committee. The committee report speaks for the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first would like to thank you for being in the chair, because it is important that we have a speaker with a lot of experience and who follows the proceedings and knows procedure well. I believe that this is a major issue before us today that concerns not just committees but also parliamentary procedure in the House of Commons. The committee on the Canadian mission in Afghanistan decided to do a study because there were serious allegations that risked tainting the reputation of everyone in Canada and Quebec. We had the Military Police Complaints Commission and those hearings that came to an untimely end because people were being prevented from appearing as witnesses by the committee, and by the government rather. And so the committee that I'm on decided to take things in hand. We have a report here that indicates that there is a serious breach of privileges, that members' rights have been violated, and that intimidation has taken place by the government, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. As you know, a lawyer can say that because of the solicitor-client privilege, no questions can be answered. But the Chief Military Justice has said, well, nothing more can be done in that case. My motion before the Special Committee on Afghanistan talked about this issue, but also Section 38 and 39 of the Canada Evidence Act. We looked at the study done by Mr. Walsh, the Chief Legislative Counsel, and among other things, he said that the government could not use national security as a reason for making certain decisions, and ministers could not hide behind that. I asked the Chief Military Justice to give my interpretation and my questions to the government and to come back. We believe that we have to get to the bottom of this affair. Second, muzzling the committee by refusing to provide documents. I believe that that is a breach of our privileges. All of the witnesses that we have heard up to now, well, they indicated very clearly that they had open access to those documents. We are the members of Parliament who represent the people of Canada, who have their trust, and we ran in 308 ridings across the country, 75 ridings in Quebec. We have 48 Bloc Québécois seats here in the House, and we have a responsibility to our electors. We have that responsibility here in the House, but also in committee. If I tell the voters in Saint-Jean that I have no access to documents, then they will ask how I can do my duty and get to the bottom of matters. A number of documents were denied us, and therefore we were being muzzled. We are being told that these are legal documents. The Department of Justice seem to be going through the documents. Probably, once again, we will have severely redacted documents when we get them. And sometimes we just get to whom it may concern at the top and yours truly at the bottom, and there's nothing in between. When the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defense says that precious and valuable time of the House is being taken up with this, I respond by saying this is no minor matter. We're talking about potential torture of detainees in Afghanistan, and we have to get to the heart of the matter. If witnesses, then we have the question of whether witnesses are being blocked from stating the facts. Well, we know that is the case. We have witnesses that say that there may have been torture, and others that say, oh no, that could not have happened. If we were in a parliamentary committee in the United States, the Senate or the Congress, then we could get to the bottom of these issues, because that is true democracy. We don't have it in this House. The other issue that I want to raise before finishing is the whole issue of parliamentary immunity. Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm sure, that the day that a government is allowed to intimidate witnesses, to prevent people from doing their work and appearing before a committee, then committees can perhaps use a subpoena, but what kind of a position does that leave us in? The government is violating sections 37 and 38 of the Canada Evidence Act. If witnesses do not appear, then they can be charged with contempt of Parliament. So parliamentary immunity here in the House has always been important and still is. The government keeps saying, go and say outside what you've just said here. We mustn't exaggerate, though, and carry parliamentary immunity too far, and that's not what I'm saying. I think, though, that if we are not allowed to hear witnesses, and if those witnesses are not allowed to appear, if parliamentarians cannot get access to the documents that they need, if for this government legal niceties are more important than the truth, then, Mr. Speaker, you have to rule on this. I think you have the information that you need. As a member of the committee and seeing what we've seen, I can say, yes, there's been a breach of privilege, members' rights have been violated, and intimidation has taken place. If this can continue, then committees will not be able to do their work. In the committees, we know that this is a serious issue. This report has been adopted in the committee, and you will have to make your ruling with your wisdom and experience, and I feel confident that you will give us, that we will win.
I know that we all engage in a great deal of partisan banter, but and there's obviously it's impossible to keep politics out of the House of Commons. But I just want to make a couple of comments to my colleagues about why I think this matter is of significance and why I do believe that it is a matter of privilege for members of the House and members of the committee. Under any norm of natural justice, Mr. Speaker, in any proceeding, when a witness refers to a document, the people who are asking or questioning the witness have to be able to see the document in order to be able to know, is the witness quoting from the whole document? Is he quoting from the document fairly? Is he is he omitting some things that should be referred to as well? And this is an absolute precondition of anything that would amount to a fair process as it relates to the getting to the heart of an issue. The Afghanistan Committee was established by this House. The question of the treatment of detainees was one of the issues that was contained in the parliamentary resolution, which was referred to and passed by this House. And we have had the prospect in the last week, Mr. Speaker, of witnesses appearing in front of the committee who not only had full access to information which we did not have access to, but they had access to documents in a completely unredacted form. They had access to all of the information in terms of memoranda, whatever briefing notes were provided to them or provided by them to others. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, we don't know exactly what all the documents they thought that they had. And we were not able to have access to those. The second thing that happened, which my colleague from Ottawa Centre has referred to, is that there was a first witness, Mr. Colvin, whose name is well known to the members of the House, who offered to share information with members of the committee and was then told that he could not share. We now have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where the legal advisor to the committee has advised the committee that, in fact, we can hear evidence which the government might consider to be confidential or affecting national security, and that Section 37 and Section 38 of the Evidence Act are not a barrier to members of the committee hearing this information. The Department of Justice has said they do not accept that interpretation, and they refuse to allow it to go forward or to come to us. So the hard part, Mr. Speaker, is that the government says that they want to get to the truth, and they don't want to put barriers in the way of members in doing their job. But in fact, that's exactly what they're doing. And in preventing members from having access to exactly the same information that the people who are giving testimony have access to, it is impossible for us to do our job in an adequate way, Mr. Speaker. It simply isn't possible for us to do it. Now, if somebody says, well, this is really just about politics, it's not really about anything of substance, or it's just one side saying something and the other side saying something else, it's just a matter of political argument, I actually don't think that's true. I actually believe that if you find that the way in which the government has allowed witnesses to appear in terms of receiving briefing from departmental officials before their appearance, being given access to documents which others did not have, and then denying to members of Parliament access to those same documents in the same form in which they are being considered by witnesses, I really do believe that that is a direct obstacle to our ability to do our job. And Mr. Speaker, if you're looking for a precedent with respect to how else could this be done, I'm reliably informed, Mr. Speaker, that in 2004, the Public Accounts Committee requested and received all cabinet documents directly related to the sponsorship program, including cabinet committee minutes of meetings, briefing notes of PCO and PMO to the Prime Minister. These documents were provided in an unredacted form to the Public Accounts Committee in a timely fashion, i.e., before the ministers and former ministers, senior public servants, were called to appear. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the unfortunate event that you decide that there is no case of privilege here, or that you can't see one, I would put to you, sir, that we are on this side of the House left in literally an impossible position. And we have absolutely no choice in that circumstance other than to insist on a public inquiry, because a public inquiry under the Inquiries Act and a judge or anyone sitting as a hearing officer under the Inquiries Act would absolutely be required to follow these principles. And so the real question for the House, the real question for you, Mr. Speaker, is, do the committees of the House, in carrying out their work of investigation, are they obliged to follow the simple rules of natural justice, yes or no? And if you find that the answer is no, they do not, well, then we are left with a very harsh conclusion, and that is that we in this House cannot, in fact, or have not created a system of committees that actually allows them to function in a proper and appropriate way. And I think that's something that is of some significance when it comes to getting to the bottom of this question. La question, Monsieur le Président, est...
The issue, Mr. Speaker, is very simple. Do committees of the House have a duty to follow the rules of natural justice? Personally, I think the answer is clear. It is yes. We do not have a choice over this because members cannot be put in a position where they do not have access to the same information as the witnesses before the committee. That puts us in what I would call an impossible situation, and we could not accept such a result.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to add a few comments to this debate, and I listened very carefully to the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Defence, but I would say with respect, Mr. Speaker, that the contribution of the Parliamentary Secretary was to emphasise form over substance here. The form of the motion was to bring this matter before you as Speaker and before the House, and effectively to allow the House and you to consider what happened in the committee, to reach in, as it were, and the Parliamentary Secretary was very helpful in reading the minutes as well, which provided additional information, as well as the letter sent by the member for Ottawa Centre to yourself and the contributions of members here. This is all a part of the issue as to whether or not there's been a prima facie case of interference with the rights of parliamentarians in the committee. The committee so found and offered this to you, and the various members' contributions have contributed to that. And I think it is very clear that what we're dealing with here is a situation where the members of Parliament's privileges are breached by the fact that the committee cannot do its work effectively. When you had a witness who came forward at the request of the committee, made a statement, and we found out afterwards was tainted by the fact he was told by his superiors that he wasn't to accept the ruling of the parliamentary legal advisor to the committee, which was that Sections 38 and 37 of the Canada Evidence Act, the government did not accept his interpretation and told him to abide by theirs, and furthermore visited him and took away documents that he was prepared to make available to the committee. And then we have, and it was raised in the House today, so I don't think it's wrong to add that, we have newspapers with copies of documents that the committee is being denied. And as the member for Ottawa for Toronto Centre pointed out, we have the committee trying to do its work with witnesses appearing before it, saying that they've read all these documents and there's nothing to it. Well then, how can we effectively, or members of Parliament effectively, do their job and listen to witnesses without being able to ask them questions about the material that they're giving evidence about? And the committee, of course, would have to make reports to this House. So all parliamentarians' privileges are affected by what has happened in this committee. And I think that the substance here is overwhelming, the substance of a failure of the government to respect the privileges of Parliament, and the committee has brought them forward. The motion itself, I suppose, has allowed you, sir, to reach into the committee's work. It's brought it before the House, and you are effectively able to rule on it based on the information that's been presented to you this afternoon. So I would urge you to do that, and I too would be disappointed if we can't, by this method, see that the breaches of parliamentarians have taken place. And I would look for, if you do not see that the information brought to you thus far constitutes a prima facie case, well, please advise this House as to what needs to be done to bring this matter before you in such a way that you can hear it. But I would submit that really we should be dealing with substance here, not the form. I recognize that yesterday when I raised this, or last week when I raised this as a matter of privilege, I was doing so as a member not on the committee, and it did not come from the committee. This motion has come from the committee, a finding of the committee that they believe that the privileges of its members have been breached, and this is offered to you for your consideration. So I hope you will so find. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that my colleagues who have risen on this issue have commented specifically about what happened in committee. But I think you should also factor in jurisprudence and parliamentary law when you make your ruling. And as I said with respect to the question of privilege from the member of Montreal, I refer to the procedure of the House of Commons, Brian Boss, second edition, 209, 2009. And I'm sure that the authors will agree with my interpretation of their treaties. But you, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, have to determine who is in the right and what the resolution is. Now, I'd refer you to Chapter 3, Privileges and Immunities, particularly page 111. In the middle of the page, reference is made to examples of obstruction, interference, and intimidation. Now, there's prima facie breach of privilege. In the case, for example, of the member for Mount Royal, there was a breach or violation of the reputation of the member. But in the case here, we're talking about intimidating a person and also persons called upon to testify before committee. So that's from page 111. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, and it's known in parliamentary law, that witnesses that testify before parliamentary committees enjoy the same immunity and are not subject to civil or criminal proceedings in terms of the substance of their testimony. And the purpose of that is to ensure that witnesses tell the truth and they get protection in order to do so. Now, when I appeared before the Public Accounts Committee, we were considering the sponsorship scandal, and Mr. Charles Guité, I don't call him Chuck Guité, I'm not on intimate terms with him, but when Charles Guité testified before us, he checked with the chief legal expert of the House with respect to these matters, because he knew that ramifications could be compromising for him. Now, another reference I'd like to make is now on page 114. Now, just below the two quotations, it says, just as prima facie cases of privilege have been found for the intimidation of members and their staff, the intimidation of a committee witness has also been found to be a prima facie breach of privilege. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's reference made to an employee in 1992, a Crown Corporation employee, who was a victim of intimidation, and Speaker Fraser at the time deemed that there was a prima facie breach of privilege, and the House referred the matter to the Standing Committee on the Management of the House. That was the name at the time. Now it's called the Standing Committee on the Procedure and House Affairs. I was the chair of that committee at one point, but at any rate, I'd like to quote the committee's report, and now I'm on page 115. The protection of witnesses is a fundamental aspect of the privilege that extends to parliamentary proceedings and those persons who participate in them. It is well established in the Parliament of Canada, as in the British Parliament, that witnesses before committees share the same privileges of freedom of speech as do members, so the same immunity. Witnesses before parliamentary committees are therefore automatically extended the same immunities from civil or criminal proceedings as members for anything that they say before a committee. The protection of witnesses, and I conclude with this final sentence, the protection of witnesses extends to threats made against them or intimidation with respect to their presentations before any parliamentary committee. End of quotation. And I'd refer you to the footnote 241 in a ruling by Speaker Fraser on the 18th of February 1993. Now, Mr. Speaker, in light of what I have indicated with respect to the principles of parliamentary law, I would respectfully request that you seriously consider this matter, which is your want, but that the O'Brien-Boster context gives you food for thought, and that you allow the question of privilege raised by our colleague for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The third report of the committee, I think, was misrepresented by the parliamentary secretary. He referred to it as being one line, but I think for certainty, Mr. Speaker, that the members should be aware exactly what it says, and it's a little bit longer than one line. But it says, on Thursday, November 26th, the special committee agreed to report on the following motion: that the committee believes a serious breach of privilege has occurred and members' rights have been violated, that the Government of Canada, particularly the Department of Justice and the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, have intimidated a witness of this committee and obstructed and interfered with the committee's work and with the papers requested by this committee. Therefore, this committee reports the breach to the House so that it can consider this matter. A copy of the relevant minutes of proceedings, meeting number 17, is tabled. Mr. Speaker, it is not one sentence, and I think the parliamentary secretary may have misspoke himself by suggesting that somehow the motion made by the honourable member from Ottawa South somehow has to make all arguments and stand on its own. In fact, Mr. Speaker, any member of that committee could come to this place now, I believe, under a matter of personal privilege, because his own rights, pursuant to O'Brien-Bosk, the member would like to check page 89 under the rights and privileges of members. Mr. Speaker, this argument has been made many times in this place with regard to the member's right to freedom of expression, which has to be informed. And to be informed, it must have access to information. And that is the thrust of the matter before us, that the information was withheld. Mr. Speaker, it hasn't been mentioned yet, but there are other parties who, in addition to the witnesses who had the information, who had the documents, they include Amnesty International, who had a press conference and were showing the CD on which they had documents. There was Christy Blatchford, Mr. Speaker, who is reportedly, and it's in even today's Hansard, has had the documents, and she is making judgments on commentary of other parliamentarians with regard to the matter before us today. So, Mr. Speaker, if we're talking about delays due to translation, why is it out in the public domain? Mr. Speaker, the rights of members here have been breached. There's no question about it in my mind, but that's why it's been brought here. I'd also like to point out, Mr. Speaker, with regard to one last point, and that is with regard to the committee activity. I have been a chair of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, and had conducted the hearings with Messrs. Mulroney and Schreiber. And early in the proceedings, Mr. Speaker, there were a couple of cases where Mr. Karl-Heinz Schreiber, in fact, had documents, was reading from those documents, referring to those documents, and as chair, I asked for, and in fact demanded on behalf of the committee, to have those documents made available. They were released to us. We did have the consent of the bloc to circulate them in the language in which they appeared, subject to having them translated as quickly as possible, which this committee could have done, Mr. Speaker. And those documents were released to us. So there is certainly examples of where committees, have been able to access the necessary information to do their job properly. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee has, notwithstanding that the government members of the committee do not support what this report says, Mr. Speaker, even an individual member coming before this place, making those arguments, making those claims, I believe has a substantive basis for a prima facie case of privilege. And I look forward to the Speaker's decision, particularly as it relates to the requirement as to what must come from committees in order to address a matter before committees. It has been a point that has come so often here where the Speaker's had to rule it's committee business, take it back to the committee. But in this case, Mr. Speaker, I hope that's not the case. I hope that the committee's report, its motion, and the minutes attached to this report substantively bring this matter to the House for full disposition.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie, I'll trust this will be brief. I think I've all heard enough on this point. Windsor-Tecumseh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief as well. Just 2 points. One, I was concerned by the comments from the member from Edmonton Centre. He seemed to be trying to lead you to believe that there needed to be like a list of all of the documents that were required in the letter that was sent into you, putting you on notice that the privilege motion was going to be raised, and that's clearly not the case. In that regard, I'd simply draw to your attention page 142, chapter 3, page 142 of O'Brien and Bosque, and point number 3 of what is needed to be contained in the information, and it only has to be the substance of the matter, and that's clear both from the third report that came from the committee and also in the letter that you received from the member from Ottawa Centre. Mr. Speaker, the second point that I would draw to your attention, and this is really the substance of what's gone on here as I see it, and I want to support the comments that we heard from the whip from the bloc earlier this afternoon. This is about the attempt to intimidate this witness by legal counsel. And, Mr. Speaker, I would draw to your attention again chapter 3 of O'Brien and Bosque, page 114. And I'm going to read, again for time's sake, starting the second sentence, the third line in. In 1992, a witness who had testified before a subcommittee was advised by a Crown Corporation employee that the issue of her testimony was being referred to the corporation's legal department. They were just referring it to it, and the Speaker found a prima facie case in that situation. So even before they had received any direction or attempt to be directed by the legal department, just by the very fact that they were being warned that they were going to be put on notice to the legal department was sufficient to find a prima facie case. And I think that very much is relevant to the circumstances we have here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank honourable members for their submissions on this point, but I think I've heard enough for the time being to deal with it. Je remercie les honorables députés de tous les partis.
I'd like to thank honourable members from all parties that have made remarks in relation to the question of privilege. In my opinion, we have before us the third report of the Special Committee on the Canadian Mission in Afghanistan, and the report is quite brief. Now, perhaps I can quote it again, and that is that the committee believes a serious breach of privilege has occurred and members' rights have been violated, that the Government of Canada, particularly the Department of Justice and the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, have intimidated a witness of this committee and obstructed and interfered with the committee's work and with the papers requested by this committee.
The honourable member for St. John's East that I gave last week, and which was cited by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence in his response to the request here for question of privilege to be dealt with. He quoted from my ruling, and I quote again, the citation that I used from the House of Commons Privilege and Practice, the second edition, on page 151, also in Chapter 3 that everyone's been referring to today. And I quote this, if in the opinion of the chair, and this is the chair of the committee, the issue raised relates to privilege, or if an appeal should overturn a chair's decision that it does not touch on privilege, the committee can proceed to the consideration of a report on the matter to the House. The chair will entertain a motion which will form the text of the report. It should clearly describe the situation, summarize the events, name any individuals involved, indicate that privilege may be involved or that a contempt may have occurred, and request the House to take some action. The motion is debatable and amendable and so on, but the point is this report is, in my view, inadequate. It does not provide the details on which the House can make a decision on privilege. One may be forthcoming from the committee. The committee is free to do this at another meeting and come in with a detailed report that meets the requirements of our practice. But in my view, it has failed to do so in the report that we have received today. There are no names of any individuals involved. I understand the committee is receiving more material as we are here discussing this. I don't know when the committee is meeting, but undertakings have been given that more material will be filed. The committee is calling other witnesses. It seems to me that we should have a report from the committee that outlines in detail the alleged breach here, what has not been tabled or what has been, which witness has been intimidated and which have not, that sort of thing. It's not here in this report. And in my view, it ought to be. And until it is, I don't think I can make a finding that there's been a breach of privilege. I need the details provided to the House in a report. The Speaker then makes a finding on that report. That's what the practice is outlined here in the practice book, and then can move a motion. Otherwise, as the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out, any committee can pass a motion like this, send something back here saying it looks as though there's been a breach of privilege, and ask the Speaker to make a finding, and therefore order an emergency, in effect, emergency debate, a debate that takes priority over other business of the House. And I think it's important that if the Speaker is going to make a finding of a breach of privilege of members of the House, there be a detailed report from the committee indicating what the alleged breach is. And we don't have that at the moment. So by saying no today, I'm not saying there won't be a finding later if there is material that is brought to the House. But in my view, the committee report as it stands is inadequate for this purpose. It needs to have further detail in it, considerable further detail. And I would hope that the committee in its deliberations will come up with a list of things that it needs or that it feels that are inappropriate, and it will get that in testimony from witnesses that it calls. So when the information is available, I trust the honourable member for Ottawa Centre or other honourable members who are members of the committee will be back in the House with a report and asking the chair to make a ruling in respect of privilege in respect of that report. But I believe the chair requires further information in accordance with practice in order to make such a finding, and can't make it just because the committee majority thinks that there has been a breach without providing some information on which the Speaker can base a finding of a breach of privileges of honourable members. So I'll leave the matter at that for the time being and call for orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government business, Commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-27, Electric Commerce Protection Act.
Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on Bill C-27, and I'll read the precursor to the bill so that the public knows what we're talking about. This is known as the Anti-Spam Bill, but in particular it's an act to promote the efficiency and adaptability of the Canadian economy by regulating certain activities that discourage reliance on electronic means of carrying out commercial activities, and to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Act, the Competition Act, the Personal Information Protection Electronic Documents Act, and the Telecommunications Act. And what it is about, Mr. Speaker, this is about limiting electronic messaging that is unsolicited and unwanted, that is coming across the internet to many people in their homes and businesses, that is affecting the economy, productivity of Canada, and in my opinion is also a breach on consumer rights in many respects. And this is the reference in terms of the informal notation of spam, and we all have received it in our mailboxes, whether it's an account that you have at work or it's at home, where you have received unsolicited electronic messaging. And I'm pleased the government, when they brought this bill forward, C-27 forward, to support it. It had interesting dynamics on the political front because during this process it appeared the government was going to cave to a number of different initiatives from the Bloc and the Liberals to weaken the bill, but that was prevented at committee, and we do have, I believe, all-party support right now that brings a piece of legislation in line, which I think that we can all be proud of, that's actually going to benefit consumers and the Canadian economy. Now, I would like to note, Mr. Speaker, but I am a little bit worried about where this government is going with this legislation in terms of prioritization. We made an effort in the committee to work through this really quickly, and I gave my personal word as well, too, to move through this really quickly. And we did get that done at committee, and we did make sure that we preserved very much the fundamentals of the bill. There was some weakening of it, which I didn't agree with, but at the same respect, at least it still meets the test at the end of the day. And then it took literally weeks before it appeared back here into the House of Commons and is finally coming back here again. And what needs to happen is it needs to be voted on against finally here in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, before it can move to the other place, the Senate. And unfortunately, there have been some other bills that have been stalling in the Senate, and I don't know the politics between the Liberal and the Conservative Party with regards to some of those legislation, but one of the ones I would note is Bill C-6, which is critical. This relates to, once again, consumers' product safety for recall. And I would point out, Mr. Speaker, a more recent example. There's the one with the baby cribs, but there's also the one with regards to Toyota products, where 4 million Americans received a recall notice related to brake and acceleration issues caused by their mats. And meanwhile, the 200,000 Canadians that had the same problem over here, all they got was a public announcement and a website posting at this, at their expense, really. And I don't know why. I've written Toyota why they haven't done this for Canadians. It's ridiculous. Our public safety and a number of things are at risk. But that's an example, though, Mr. Speaker, of a bill that is stalled, and we don't know where it's going to go. And I'm just hoping that this government makes sure that this bill, while it enjoys strong public support, and it has the supporters in the Democratic Party, who this is part of our electoral platform and moving a number of consumer issues forward, really want to see implemented as law. And the other place will have to do some work on this bill. And there will be some lobby efforts, I guess, on this bill. I can see that happened, at our committee, Mr. Speaker, where, and I could be wrong, but if I wasn't mistaken, some members of the other parties were accepting questions literally from the lobbyists in the meetings. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, there will be, I think, a push to try to weaken this bill. And there's some elements in this bill that make it really strong and make it, I think, a good bill for Canadians and also Canadian businesses because it affects our economy. And when we take a look at the issue of spam and electronic messaging, one of the things that we need to recognize as a country is that Canada is actually in the top 10, and we're one of the few countries in the G8 that do not have this type of legislation. We're behind, and we can catch up with this bill, and I think quite significantly, we can catch up and be one of the better models, actually, to deal with the issue. Approximately 5% of the spam in the world comes from Canada, and we are actually known as a harbor of some of the actual big spammers that are out there. And I think, actually, we stand fourth in the world in terms of spamming, behind Russia and just ahead of Brazil. And the origin from Canada is something that's disturbing because we heard this before, and it was important that we actually changed it in terms of some of our workings with the United States, where in the past, say, for example, you used to be able to tape movies in Canadian theaters, and it technically wasn't illegal. And we were able to solve that problem over a year ago, and it gave some credits to the way the Canadian market works, and also in terms of being fair to consumers and the industry. And I see the same with this, Mr. Speaker, because we have a model that's a little bit differently than the United States that's being proposed in this bill. The United States has a law that they passed in 2003. It's called the Controlling the Assault of Non-Solicited Pornography in Marketplace Act. And the big difference that we have between that bill and this bill, and they kind of call their bill the CAN spam bill, And it literally is sometimes known as a canned spam bill because you have an opt-in clause that they have got, our opt-out clause that they have in their system. So you have to opt out of the information that you get later on. In Canada, what will take place, which I think is a much more proficient system, is that you will, if you don't have an existing business relationship and you don't have permission, then you shouldn't be receiving unsolicited emails. And I think that this is a better system because it's going to clean things up even more profoundly. The United States system has some good things that took place. There have been some charges related to it, and they have had a reduction of spam. Nothing will solve this problem outright. There's no doubt that no matter what law we put in place, there's going to be some challenges. There'll be those that always break the law. It doesn't matter what law we actually set in this chamber here. There's always those people, those individuals that will take advantage of other people despite their economic and personal issues that are a result. And electronic commerce activity is increasingly important for a competitive society and also a competitive world, and it's also important for us to be able to, meet our needs on the telecommunications front and also our personal needs as we start to, learn about the world and use the internet. And to be harbored down with about approximately 87% of activity being electronic messaging, it's undermining the internet for some of the things it does. And now, it is important to note that some good electronic commerce takes place out there, that there are a series of different ads and services and businesses that can effectively use it, and customers and consumers want to use that, and that will continue, but there will be some regulation now. And also, too, Mr. Speaker, what's really important is it will take away some of the, this bill will, but some of the most offensive and egregious issues, or at least they'll be fined to penalties, and as well, too, even I'll get into it later, even private actions that can take place, which I think is another strong point of the bill. And in fact, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, spam represents about 87% of the email activity and traffic around the world. And last year's estimated there were 62 trillion spam emails that were sent out. 62 trillion. And often, Mr. Speaker, it's done in a variety of different ways. This bill will identify some of those ways and will also eliminate that. And I'll get into a few of those as well. And an Ipsos Reid poll, Mr. Speaker, found that approximately 130 spam messages are received by Canadians each week. And that is troubling, Mr. Speaker, because it was up 51% from the year before. So, and it's important to note that it's not just the irritation of having to remove unwanted messages and solicitations on your equipment. It is also time-consuming. And we also see employers that are worried about the time it takes and the cost. And I do want to make a point which I think we've been really strong on in terms of talking in terms of New Democratic in the rights of consumers is when you think about the electronic messaging that's coming in, it's not a right for someone to actually do that to you. It's actually a privilege. Could you think about it, Mr. Speaker? You purchase your computer, whether it be a home computer or laptop computer or your other electronic equipment that receives messages. You pay for that for yourself out of your own pocket. You also pay to maintain that. Whether it be the software or the hardware, you actually provide the actual cost and payments for that, and you also pay for continual upgrades for software and so forth to make sure it's working efficiently. You also pay for the internet service that is then the actual conductor of the information that comes to your actual owned facility. And that, Mr. Speaker, requires a responsibility on those that are sending it to understand that. It shouldn't just be an absolute right that you get inundated by activity, and especially, Mr. Speaker, when you have some in the marketplace that are using malware and other types of spy type of initiatives, software, to try to gain more information about you or to gain your information that where you've been surfing on the internet, what your habits might be as a consumer on the internet, and that also undermines the ability for us to have confidence in it as a vehicle for doing commerce and legitimate business. And that's important that those people that behave in that activity are going to be punishable for offenses in this new act. Now, This bill is going to create laws based on the federal trade and commerce power, and that's important because what it will do, it will provide an opt-in approach. So there will be existing business relationships that you have, and there's a time frame for the sign-up. Now, interestingly, one of the things that that the bill does provide for is windows of opportunity for businesses with current existing relationships to make that connection with their customer, and one of them is for 18 months in terms of a previous existing business relationship. Now, that was extended by the Bloc. They moved a motion to extend it to 24 months. That's something that I opposed. Once again, I believe that that was plenty of time for someone to get information from you. It's a long time period, being over a year and a half, but now it's 2 years, and I think that's unfortunate. But once we have this law in place, there will be a process for those to be punished that are actually doing it. And the way that it's going to have to be done, Mr. Speaker, is through basically 3 regulatory agencies. The first is the CRTC. They are going to be involved in terms of investigating complaints. Then we have the Competition Bureau, Mr. Speaker, and the Competition Bureau is going to be responsible for the administrative monetary penalties if there is an actual breach that has been confirmed by the CRTC. And the fines, Mr. Speaker, can be up to $1 million for individuals and $10 million in all other cases. So there is going to be a recourse to show to those spamming powers that are out there, or those that are doing it, that there will be punishment, and it will be more than just a fine. That's not, it's going to be significant for them to deal with, and hopefully it'll curb that behavior. There's also the Privacy Commissioner that's going to be involved because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes your privacy rights are affected by spam. There's been a number of cases where a number of spammers have used basically headliners that look like many banks, say for example, and you click it and you think it's your own bank, but it turns out it's a spammer collecting data and information from you. Sometimes that can be quite perilous because you can actually, and there have been cases where people have lost money thinking it was their own financial institution or a legitimate financial institution, and they've provided access to some of their monetary resources. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that's why the Privacy Commissioner needs to be involved, because it also will protect your personal privacy. A lot of people are concerned about that, and I think that's one of the reasons that the bill will be strong, is it has those 3 regulatory agencies that will be actively involved in maintaining the accountability of the actual bill. Now, interestingly enough, there was a little bit of debate about whether or not this bill should deal with the telephone solicitation issues. It doesn't, but at the same time, it allows the minister actually some degree of capability, quite frankly, a little bit more strength to work on the do not call list. And I'm hoping the minister takes this up to fix some of the do not call list problems. One of the ones that's in there that this bill will prohibit is the issue over survey. And it was interesting because the government almost capitulated on this. And I'd like to thank those that were out there in the industry, Michael Geis and a number of other different individuals that pointed out this giant loophole that you could drive a truck through, whereas if you proposed or sent a survey to somebody, it didn't count as solicitation or spam, and hence it would have actually avoided the whole regime. And the government at one point looked like they had actually tabled an amendment on this. It was in our book right here, and they didn't actually eventually tabling it. They backed down from that amendment. Ironically, then the Liberal Party picked it up and actually tried to move it, but was defeated when the chair actually overruled that. So we were lucky that we didn't have that. And that's one thing that I hope that's going to be cleaned up with the do not call list, is a survey loophole that everybody knows about and is really actually hindering the capability of the bill. So we didn't actually have a section on that, so that gives the minister some flexibility to fix it. I'm hoping he takes me up on that suggestion. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that there was another issue in this bill that was defeated, and it's important to recognize it because it is an issue that people are concerned about. In the original manifestations of this bill was a provision that would have allowed companies to go onto your computer and to seek information from your computer site. And if you had allowed them, agreed to them as being part of your internet relationship, then you would have then been consenting to allowing them to go onto your computer and access your information and your documents and to basically surf through your site unsolicited or unknowns to yourself. And that issue was taken off the table as well. There was great internet discussion and blogging about this particular offensive piece of the legislation. And I was happy to see that backed out as well too. And I think that's important because had that provision been in there as well as the other provisions that I've mentioned that were taken out, I don't know whether I could have supported this legislation because it would have weakened it so much. It would have become far weaker than even the Do Not Call registry. And I think that's unfortunate. I think it's very fortunate that we were able to get consensus on that and push that back. As well, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of amendments that were interesting that I noted, and I was rather curious as to how they came forward, and we'll see whether or not in the Senate they're going to be pushed forward again. And one of them came from the bloc, and that was the extension of the time to actually opt out of an email subscription that you have. And the way it works, Mr. Speaker, is that if you, say, for example, agree to receive an email and you have a relationship with a company or somebody sending you that information, then you can change later on and opt out of that. You just send them back an email and correspondence saying, please, I no longer want to continue this relationship, and we're done. And the way that the legislation was, it was 10 days was to you should be taken off their list. And the bloc moved a motion for actually to be 30 days. And the final part of the bill is 10 business days. And when you really think about it, Mr. Speaker, if you agree to a relationship through email through your bank or somewhere else, once again, they'll instantly start spamming you or sending you information. Once you agree, they start flying in. I'll use the example of I have Aeroplan points, and I receive mine from Air Canada, and boy, I mean, this thing rings all the time with all kinds of stuff. Now, I've agreed to that relationship, and sometimes, it's helpful, sometimes it's irritating, but I make that choice. But to suggest that I want out of that, and it would take them 30 days to get out of that is just absolute nonsense. I mean, especially some of these programs that they have now in the sophistication, 10 business days is a sufficient time by all means to end that relationship. It's not burdensome at all, especially when they have the capability of adding you instantaneously when you actually do agree to get on these lists. And that's one of the things that I was puzzled about is, and that's what we'll see when it goes to the Senate, whether or not there's going to be another lobby effort either to kill the bill or to weaken it some more. And if it weakens it more, I think Canadians will be upset because they are seeking a solution to this. And I think it's important, again, to reinforce the issues around this that, in terms of how serious spam is. I mean, it's costs and benefits to all of this. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, if I only have a minute, thank you very much, but, spam is used in crime. Spam is also used in an organized way that affects the whole internet capacity, the system. You just take a look at some of the botnets. This is where it looks like the zombie computers, Mr. Speaker, where specific programs are written to go in and then turn your actual computer into a generator for spam or your email address and for spam for somebody else that controls a whole grid of them. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to wrap up with the support for the bill. We want to see this happen as soon as possible. I'm glad it's finally come to this chamber. I was kind of disappointed it took so long because we actually worked at it really hard at committee to get it here quicker. And I'm just concerned that we could have some impact on the Senate. We'll see whether they're going to stand hard on this bill and make it happen real quick for Canadians and make sure that we're going to get some real results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before moving on to questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Malpeque, Agriculture and Agri-Food. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South, Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Yukon, Canada-U.S. Relations. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech in this debate on Bill C-27. Just towards the end of his speech, he was getting to the whole discussion of how spam is used in crime, and I think that's a very important piece of what we need to be addressing with legislation here. We've all experienced the concerns and panics about computer viruses, and we've heard the words Trojan horses and other malicious attempts to interfere with people's computers and corporate computers. We know that sometimes that's directed towards identity theft and other types of fraud. And there's other issues that come up. The member was talking about zombie computers, how an off-site computer can try and take over your own computer, and there's the whole question of phishing. And I wonder if he might just address a little more about how this bill tries to take on that whole issue of how spam connects with criminal activity.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the interesting results of the American legislation that was passed was the conviction of Robert Allen Soloway. He was arrested in the United States. He was one of the world's largest spammers. And the member's quite right, actually referring to this issue and its connection to crime, because there was not only just identity theft and fraud, but also money laundering was part of the criminal, I think 35 criminal convictions on him, or criminal counts. I'm not exactly sure where it is. I think it was 2007 is when he was arrested, and some of the cases might be going through the courts. But those were the types of things that he was charged with, and that's important because, once again, is that it's not only just about your privacy, but it's also about if your money can be taken, your information that's related to your government information, and a whole series of personal information that can be used for other types of activity can be stolen. But it's also, once again, it's the issues related to money laundering that can make this a very harmful, not only on the citizens but also companies. And I do want to touch on that on the companies too, because some of their productivity and some of their market that they've invested in does get lost or get hurt because of some of the spamming. Some of the spamming is very particular. It's very clean in the imaging, and it induces people to think that it's one thing and that it's not. Let's say, for example, the banking industry, and then it costs them because they lose customers, or people then feel that they don't want to trust their own company that just has their own regular products out there because others have abused it, and that's why I think, Mr. Speaker, that we don't want to lose the criminal discussion about this as well.
The questions and comments, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to speak on this bill earlier, and one of the issues that I dealt on, maybe the member would like to comment, has to do with directing some of the attention here on the ways in which small and medium-sized businesses themselves can help to protect their own information, having best practices, etc. And I would refer them to the Canadian Privacy and Data Security Toolkit for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, which was produced by the Canadian Institutes of Chartered Accountants and was just issued subsequent to the summer. But there are, in fact, audit checklists in there for businesses because, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I think that in regard to this bill, it's one thing to look at the problem and how you might deal with those who abuse the situation, but businesses themselves have to be proactive in protecting their own information. So I wonder if the member would like to comment on the need for businesses to be part of the solution.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. It really goes to, I think, where I really stand on this issue, and I think that it really needs to be taken seriously, is, once again, this is a privilege, not a right, especially given that businesses and people have invested in their own computer. They're the ones paying for the maintenance, as I noted. They're also paying for the internet service that's being provided as well, too. So this is very much a privilege, not a right, to be able to interchange in such a relationship. Otherwise, what should happen is that you, as a consumer, and your computer, and that maybe you should get 5 cents for every type of ad that comes in, or some type of remuneration for doing it. I mean, that really should be what's happening if there was this type of behavior or type of if it's seen as a right, not a privilege. So I would argue that there are some really good models, as a member has noted, where there's organizations that are trying to create some best practices so that they can keep their areas lined up correctly. I think with the three government agencies, the CRTC, the Competition Bureau, and the Privacy Commissioner, that there hopefully will be a really good, strong regime to set some good examples right away from those that are actually terribly abusive, and hopefully that brings in line those that are kind of on the fringes of doing this activity.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is a bit of a follow-up from the question from the member for Mississauga South, but it had to do with the whole role of businesses. I mean, businesses have, privacy officers now, and I'm talking about little businesses here. And a lot of them won't even know that the legislation has passed the House or passed the Senate, even when it does pass the Senate. So the question I had was whether the member thought that the government should have a rollout plan to let small businesses know about the bill and its regulations, and perhaps that would go a long way to avoiding all of the problems that are going to come up as a result of this bill in terms of non-compliance and perhaps people doing things inadvertently that they wouldn't have done if they'd known what the rules are.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is a couple of good examples of in the past, but I think actually when I think about what's going to happen right now, Mr. Speaker, it's if we're lucky, this bill goes to the Senate and is passed sometime in 2010. And hopefully there's no election and the bill becomes law. And if not, then I just actually was watching a video today about some of the crime bills that were lost last when the Prime Minister called the election, despite the election act being set for ourselves in the future. But at any rate, so hopefully we won't see that happen again. So they'll actually have an additional 2 years before it becomes into full implementation, when you'll have that existing business relationship that can be struck with your current client base. But I think it's important, and I'm hoping that the government does roll out a program at the beginning right away so that we can get to those businesses and not wait till the last minute and then have those types of problems. And there is going to be flexibility with the CRTC and the Competition Bureau to be able to determine if there was an accidental breach or whether these are habitual problems that are happening from a particular company. So, there's all kinds of wonderful ways that we can connect electronically. The Government of Canada's own infrastructure system, and as well, too, even connecting into, say, for example, the Chamber of Commerce's across this country. There'll be a lot of opportunity to engage the public, and I again would argue, Mr. Speaker, having a 2-year period before full implementation, so we're really not looking to 2000 and a while. It depends on when it gets through the Senate. It's 2012 or 2013 before you could actually have the law fully implemented in protecting consumers and the Canadian economy, and that's a long time, Mr. Speaker.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my brief question is whether or not the member is satisfied with the penalties under the Act. I noticed that there's a right to private action. I would have liked to see some sort of an examination of the possibility of class action, because there are class action provinces in Canada. But whether he thinks that perhaps if the government doesn't enforce the Act to its fullest, that the right of private action will actually step in as the tough enforcement mechanism.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it will, but the member actually raises a really good point with regards to the class action, and I think that is one of the things that probably could have spent some more time on the bill to see whether that could have evolved into part of the actual final structure of the bill. We didn't have much discussion on that at all, but it might be one of those things that we could look to adding into the bill. And I'm hopeful maybe if there is maybe that would be a strengthening of the bill that could happen at the Senate. If not, I'm hopeful that the bill stays in its current format, at least as a starting point, and then from there we could look at massaging the bill if it's not meeting the needs. Because once again, Mr. Speaker, this is critical. This is not just about inconveniences and annoyances. This is the massive use of technology and the abuse that is taking place on customers, and it affects the Canadian economy, and it also is giving Canada a black eye right now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you
very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-27, the Electronic Commerce Protection Act. This legislation enacts important restrictions to the volume and frequency of spam in business transactions. I was pleased to have the opportunity to work with other members of the Industry, Science and Technology Committee to review this legislation and respond to some of the concerns brought forward by stakeholders. Spam, in essence unwanted commercial emails, is a significant problem for Canadians. Spam currently represents 60 to 80% of all email traffic around the world. The sheer volume of messages challenges the capacity of Internet service providers, legitimate businesses that conduct their activities over the Internet and by email, and most importantly, has a significant negative impact on consumers. Spam is a large source of computer viruses, phishing programs designed for identity theft and deception, and fraudulent business practices that target the vulnerable. A 2003 report estimated that fighting spam costs businesses and consumers $27 billion annually in information technology spending, including increased expenditure in Internet bandwidth, storage costs, anti-spam software, and user support. In May of 2004, the Liberal government established a task force to lead the anti-spam action plan for Canada. The task force held public consultations and led roundtables with key stakeholders in the industry. In 2005, this anti-spam task force tabled its final report outlining 22 major recommendations, including a key recommendation to strengthen federal legislation in this area. Specifically, the task force recommended Canada implement legislation that would prohibit the sending of spam without the prior consent of recipients, prohibit the use of false or misleading statements that disguise the origins or true intent of the email, and prohibit the installation of unauthorized programs, and finally prohibit the unauthorized collection of personal information or email addresses. Bill C-27 looks to implement those recommendations. The Electronic Commerce Protection Act introduces fines for violations up to a maximum of $1 million for individuals and $10 million for businesses. It establishes rules governing warrants for information during investigation and injunctions on spam activity while investigations are ongoing. C-27 also establishes the private right of action, allowing individuals and businesses the ability to seek damages from the perpetrators of spam. Bill C-27 looks to prohibit the sending of commercial electronic messages, in other words, spam email, without the prior consent of recipients. The bill also looks to prohibit the use of false or misleading statements that disguise the origins and true intent of the email, the installation of unauthorized programs, and the unauthorized collection of personal information or email addresses. Bill C-27 introduces legislation to enact all these recommendations, and we are pleased that the Conservative government has finally decided to act on the recommendations of our task force. At committee stage, however, upon more detailed review of the provisions included in C-27, there were flaws exposed in the bill, and several changes were made that look to improve and ensure the productivity of business activities dependent on electronic commerce are not impacted. While the Liberal Party believes the bill remains unnecessarily restrictive to legitimate business in its approach in many regards, we will support the bill at third reading as action must be taken against spam. We will monitor the legislation closely going forward to ensure it does not stifle legitimate electronic commerce in Canada. The Liberal Party further notes, however, the fight against spam is much more than just legislation. The Liberal Task Force also recommended resources to be put forward, coordinated enforcement of the law. As it stands, this legislation will only go as far as the willingness to enforce the law. Without additional resources toward enforcement, towards working with other nations to stamp out spam, the gains intended through this legislation will not be made. We have yet to see how the government will put appropriate resources into enforcement. dedicated resources should be put in place to work with Internet service providers and Canadian businesses to establish the best methods of enforcing these important regulations. As I mentioned previously, through close review and testimony provided by witnesses at committee stage, flaws were discovered within the bill. Specifically, Section 6 was found to have been written too broadly and could have suppressed some legitimate business communications over the Internet. Section 8 also defined computer program very broadly and could have suppressed legitimate businesses, software development, and impeded legitimate Internet functions. After considerable work, many amendments were made to improve the bill, refining measures for electronic messages, computer programs, and the protection of privacy rights. The bill, however, retains a very strict philosophy. C-27 takes a very broad approach to defining a rather wide definition of electronic messages that puts the onus on individual businesses to seek exemptions if they believe their activities to be legitimate. The proposed liberal approach was to define known spam irritants and define them as illegal, with the flexibility to add further definition as electronic messages on the Internet evolved. The concern with the conservative approach is that an overly heavy-handed approach could stifle electronic commerce in Canada and negatively impact the productivity of the business community. Overall, however, many good changes were made to the bill at committee stage, and as such, the Liberal Party will support this bill at third reading. When it was first tabled, it appeared that while stakeholders supported the concept of the bill, they were quite concerned about the details of C-27. Business groups, including the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Electronic Software Association, various interests in the technology sector, all felt that C-227 was too restrictive and could hamper legitimate commerce. With significant amendments at committee stage, these stakeholder groups now feel the legislation has better balance. However, they maintain the legislation is still heavy-handed and could suppress legitimate electronic commerce activity. Many, however, have indicated that they will look to seek further amendments as this bill passes through the Senate. The following issues, in no particular order of priority, present the outstanding concerns heard during the review of this legislation, but were not amended under the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-27. First, in hearings before the committee, the Canadian Bankers Association raised concerns dealing with C-27 and confidentiality. In their testimony to the Industry, Science and Technology Committee, the Canadian Bankers Associations recommended that the Electronic Commerce Protection Act be amended to specifically protect information produced under the Act from disclosure by CRDC in response to an access to information request. The amendment proposed by the Liberal members under Section 19 of the Bill C-27. This amendment sufficiently addressed concerns that a document produced for and then kept by the CRTC would not be available to be made public under the Access to Information Act. It also served to specifically protect the information from disclosure by CRTC in response to access to information requests, which could be important for proprietary reasons. Our ability to make this change was limited by the need for a consequential amendment to the Access to Information Act, which we were unable to move as it falls outside the jurisdiction of Bill C-27. The next issue that Liberal members of committee felt important to bring to the attention of the committee under its review of this bill dealt with materiality. We believe that it was important to retain the standard of materiality in respect to electronic sender information and subject matter information, and brought amendments to Sections 71 and 73 to include the words, "in a material respect." The main reasons for these amendments are as follows. First, the chilling effect on individuals and business doing business. Without this change, concerns remain that individuals and companies doing business in Canada will automatically face potential criminal prosecution or civil action under the Competition Act every time someone asserts that the subject matter information in a business email is somewhat misleading, whether by understatement, by overstatement, or otherwise, or in some other aspect false. The addition of "in a material respect" is consistent with the language used in the Competition Act, Without this amendment, even trivial or immaterial misstatements or representations that are false or misleading will be subject to serious consequences in the Competition Act. The second effect could be felt in the Competition Bureau. Including materiality would provide the Competition Bureau with the necessary discretion to brush aside complaints raised about purported misstatements that are trivial. Given the thousands of complaints made annually to the Competition Bureau, this change would allow the immaterial or trivial representations to be automatically filtered. Third, materiality would impact double consequence. Due to an amendment brought in by government members to Section 51, the sender of a misleading email will be held accountable twice, once under the serious consequences in the Competition Act and again under penalties to C-27, by heavy penalties for a misrepresentation that may not be material. Unfortunately, the Liberal amendments to make these important changes concerning materiality were not supported by other members of the committee, so Bill C-27 retains these potentially problematic sections. The next major area of concern dealt with referrals for legitimate professionals. We received interventions from several organizations concerning the need for certain professionals to make and follow up on third-party referrals via email. Referrals are key to many professional success, for example, financial advisors and realtors, to name a few. And initial changes brought forward by government for discussion at committee included changes allowing clients to pass along the electronic address of a contact, family member, or friend to the professional. The amendment originally proposed by the government does include a number of conditions that must be met which we feel will prevent abuse. First of all, the sender needs to be in an existing business relationship with the referrer. The referrer needs to have a personal or family relationship with the recipient. The sender has to name the referrer, and the sender is limited to sending a single message to the recipient. Unfortunately, the government decided not to present this amendment at the clause-by-clause review of the bill and did not support the Liberal amendment to include these important exemptions in the legislation. Another area of concern from stakeholders centered around the definition of a computer program. The Liberal members presented an amendment suggesting changes to the definition of a computer program. The goal of this amendment was to ensure that computer code meant to be compiled by a web browser such as Flash, JavaScript, or HTML, along with popular web technologies such as Java code, Flash programs, etc., would no longer fall under the ambit of the anti-spyware provisions. The most effective way to exclude legitimate website codes from the anti-spyware provisions seems to be to propose a comprehensive definition which is subject to amendment by regulation to ensure it is kept current against new and emerging online threats. The amendment proposed by the Liberal members of the committee was defeated, and officials pointed to the changes made to Sections 8 and 10 of the Act to address some issues dealing with consent around computer software. Finally, concerns surrounding the communication between regulators of self-regulated professions and their members under the Electronic Commerce Protection Act were raised during the committee review, and Liberal members brought forth an amendment to address this issue. As currently drafted, Bill C-27 prevents professional regulators from sending legitimate communications to their members for innocuous purposes, such as continuing legal education opportunities, for example. In many cases, these regulatory groups are required by statute to make members aware of such opportunities. This could be a simple oversight or could be remedied by introducing an amendment to provide an explicit exemption for self-regulated professions under Section 6. This amendment was initially contained in the draft changes brought forward by government officials for discussion at the early October meeting of the committee, but was not brought forward as an amendment by the government during the clause-by-clause review of the bill. The Liberal motion on this issue was presented at a later date but was ruled out of order, so this oversight remains an unfortunate component of C-27. While there remains room for improvement in this bill, the Liberal Party will support the Electronic Commerce Protection Act at third reading, in the interest of taking necessary action against spam in Canada. The concerns that I and my Liberal colleagues have articulated throughout our study of this legislation will hopefully give government some thought for inclusion within regulations. The Liberal Party would have approached this bill from a different philosophy than the government, but we also recognise that it's important to move forward for the sake of Canadians. It is important that we continue to monitor technological advances throughout the progress and implementation of this legislation, and that any changes are enacted to increase the productivity of Canadian business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if I want to thank the member for her speech, but I wanted to ask the member what sort of advertising program she thinks the government should embark upon if we ever get to the point where we ever get this legislation through. It has to go through the Senate. We have to avoid an election, or else we'll be back here discussing the same thing a year or two from now. But if we do get to the point where the Senate approves the bill, what does she think the government should be doing in terms of advertising to the public, advertising to small business, and trying to make certain that this bill actually has teeth and has proper enforcement?
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Well, thank you for the question. Well, certainly we're looking forward to having this bill move forward. It's intended to deter spam and protect the integrity of transmission data. So we'd like to move forward rather expeditiously with this bill, and moving forward, ensuring that legitimate business is not hampered in any way, because of course we are in a society that we do a lot of commerce over the internet. I would ask the government to embark upon discussions with, I think it was earlier stated, with the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and the networks of Chambers of Commerce and Boards of Trades and other industry associations to widely spread the information about the contents of this bill and the provisions of this bill to ensure that we can move forward as quickly as possible toward implementation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank the member for St. John's South Mount Pearl for an excellent overview of the bill, and more explicitly, Mr. Speaker, some of the insights. It's easy to come to hear and talk about the bill and all the nice things it does, but the member did raise a number of issues which the bill does not do, and some of the concerns, and I think that's extremely important. And so I want to take this opportunity to thank her for thinking about the rest of us who have other responsibilities. And Mr. Speaker, she raised a specific issue with regard to disclosures required for the CRTC, which the intent, or at least the hope, was that they would be exempted from being accessible under access to information legislation, but couldn't get that provision put into the bill. It does raise the question, Mr. Speaker, that when you have unintended consequences, that we do need a mechanism. So I'd ask the member whether or not she would undertake to ask the committee itself if it would consider writing a letter to the Minister of Justice, who's responsible for the Access to Information Act, to consider such an amendment to the Access to Information Act, and failing that, Mr. Speaker, to write a letter to my committee, the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee, in fact bringing the matter to our attention so that we may be able to consider such an amendment.
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
I thank my honourable colleague for his very insightful question. When we spoke of this in committee, the response from officials at the time was that there was sufficient coverage under the protections of another act, under the Privacy Act, and they felt this was sufficient to cover off the concerns that we were raising. The Canadian Bankers Association raised the issue and thought that some of the provisions under the Telecommunications Act would have given them better protection, of course. So I thank the honourable colleague for his suggestions, and we'll certainly take that under advisement as to how we could best move forward to ensure that that those provisions are indeed in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her speech. And I know this act is somewhat complex and it prohibits a fair amount of activity. And of course, the purpose is set out in Section 3 is to promote the Canadian economy and regulate commercial conduct, but also to discourage the use of electronic means to carry out certain activities that impose additional costs on businesses and consumers. And then after prohibiting the sending of electronic messages unless there's been consent expressed or implied, and prohibiting all sorts of activities, an exclusion is made for an electronic message that's sent by means of a facsimile to a telephone account. And I know I'm certainly familiar, I don't know if the honourable member is, with people resending basically advertising by facsimile to, say, your fax machine, using your paper and your equipment, your ink and your toner and your supplies, and all they do is send electronic message and press a button and send it to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people. That certainly seems to cause an additional burden for people who don't necessarily want to get 500 ads for $250 trips to Florida or wherever, impossible kind of ideas that are being put forward. But I see them all the time, and I'm sure the honourable member and others have seen them. Why is it, I wonder if you could comment on that, and why that might not be prohibited as well in this legislation?
The Honourable Member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
Thank you to the Honourable Member from St. John's East for raising a very interesting question. This legislation does indeed apply to electronic commerce, and mostly it was around anti-spam legislation. It was an anti-spam bill, which, of course, many jurisdictions around the world have, and Canada is strengthening theirs. That's why we're supporting it. Specifically to his question about whether facsimiles fall under this bill, it would depend. I would assume if it was sent by a fax board contained on a computer. So if it's that kind of electronic commerce that comes from the internet itself. So it would depend on whether or not it falls under that, or telephone to telephone, as to whether or not it falls under the jurisdiction of this bill. But this bill, this act, was designed to capture those types of spam activities that the honourable member is mentioning. But it depends on from its origin and where it comes from as to whether or not it will be captured. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to raise another new one on me this past week. It's called spoofing, where someone can actually encroach on your system and create emails representing themselves. In my case, it was representing me, a direct letter to the Premier of Ontario concerning a tax. And yet it wasn't me, and we had it investigated. In fact, there is now the ability for someone to send an email to someone else that looks like it came from you, and it's totally identical. And I'm wondering whether or not this kind of tool did come up in the hearings and consideration of this bill at committee.
The Honourable Member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Spoofing didn't come up specifically when we were reviewing this bill. We talked a lot about phishing and spamming and all the new words that are associated with electronic commerce. And I'm sure as this bill progresses, we're going to have a ton more of these new names. But it would depend on how the spoofing is actually done, whether or not it can be captured under this bill, I would assume, only because of the way and the mechanisms and means under the Act as to whether or not it would be carried. So I think that the Honourable Member is raising an incredibly important issue, is that this bill is going to need a constant attention. And that was why one of the reasons why we were so concerned about the narrowness of the bill and the philosophy of the bill, because it is quite narrow, in that what are we going to do with all the other new arising kinds of issues that are going to be under the concern of the internet and some of the new ways and means that of illegitimate and spamming type of activities. So I thank the Honourable Member for his question. I think it is a legitimate one. It would be hopefully captured in this legislation depending how the spoofing is done and the extent of it. So thank you.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member whether she was satisfied with the the penalties that were listed in the bill. They seem like they're fairly adequate, but you have to take into account, criminal organizations and all sort of other organizations like that may not be deterred by penalties that are not high enough. In her opinion, are the penalties of sufficient levels to prevent organizations like criminal organizations from getting involved in this?
The Honourable Member for St. John's South, Mount Pearl.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his questions. It is certainly an important question. In assessing other jurisdictions, it certainly seemed that Canada was strengthening the measures in this act to ensure the penalties were sufficient enough and that it would deter spamming. And when we looked at other jurisdictions such as Australia and New Zealand that implemented similar types of legislation, what they found was spamming decreased substantively as soon as the legislation was put in place. So I think that the combination will certainly be powerful to ensuring spamming is decreased. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-27. At third reading, we will be supporting this bill, and hopefully it will have a very brief but successful trip through the Senate and will become law in Canada within a short order. I would hate to see us have trouble with this bill in the Senate and or have an election in between and then have to start over again, because as numerous speakers have mentioned in their debates regarding this bill, Canada is pretty much the last major country to bring in legislation like this, and part of that is because of the sort of having an election every 2 years that has put us in this situation. In fact, legislation like this should have in fact been brought in probably 3 or 4 years ago, maybe even longer than that. I was involved in putting together some legislation, basically setting up the e-commerce legislation in Manitoba, and we tabled the bill in the Manitoba legislature on June the 5th, 2000. And at that time, we were not the first. We were not the first province to introduce the e-commerce legislation. In fact, it was modeled on the Uniform Law Conference legislation, and basically there was a Uniform Electronic Commerce Act. So we simply used that sort of that chassis, that basis, to build our legislation. And I think perhaps there may have been 2 or 3 provinces prior to us, but certainly when our legislation was passed, it in fact was the most comprehensive of its kind in Canada. And now I understand that, of course, that was now almost 10 years ago, and most other provinces, if not all, I believe, now have that basic underlying legislation. Well, for the member who just spoke, this legislation, the spam bill, basically is a complement to that type of legislation. And in fact, I think when we first did this bill in 2001, I'm not even certain we knew what spam was. I don't even think it was really an issue at that point. So when it did become an issue, and I'm guessing, maybe 2003 thereabout, that's when the government, this federal government, started to take note of the problem and started to look at bringing in legislation. Now, other countries in the whole computer and internet era, we are all familiar with how fast things move. I mean, we see throughout history, just in the last 100 years, how a certain technology is, the Pony Express was replaced with the telegraph system, and those things took time. There was a good period of maybe 10, 20, 30 years where that particular technology, was basically predominant. But now we're in an environment where technology changes, the lifespan of the technology changes within, say, even a year or two. And even 2 or 3 years ago, had the Parliament adopted this bill 2 or 3 years ago, at that point in time, I don't think we'd heard of Facebook. We hadn't heard of Twitter. We hadn't heard of some of the other new technologies that are out there, Mr. Speaker. So this is and always will be a work in progress, because what will happen is when we pass this into place, we will find that there will be, loopholes will develop over time, and we're going to have to simply plug those loopholes with more future amendments, or maybe a new piece of legislation entirely to deal with the problem at hand. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about this bill because there's a lot to talk about here. On April the 24th, 2009, this year, Minister of Industry introduced this bill, Bill 27, which is an act to promote the efficiency and adaptability of the Canadian economy by regulating certain activities that discourage reliance on electronic means of carrying out commercial activities, and to amend the CRTC, Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act, the Competition Act, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, and the Telecommunications Act in the House of Commons. So we are amending 4 acts in this process. This bill is called the Electronic Commerce Protection Act, and it passed second reading on May the 8th of this year, was referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology on the same day. In addition to creating this new bill, the bill amends the 4 existing acts that deal with telecommunications regulations, competition, and privacy. Among other changes, these amendments designate the CRTC as the main regulator of this act, and although both the Commissioner of Competition and the Privacy Commissioner will also play enforcement roles related to their respective mandates. This act is a culmination of a process to begin with the Anti-Spam Action Plan for Canada, launched by the Government of Canada in 2004. So I was out by a year. I thought that it started around 2003, which established a private sector task force chaired by Industry Canada to examine the issue of unsolicited commercial email or spam. By the end of 2004, Mr. Speaker, spam, which is in many ways the electronic equivalent of junk mail, had grown to encompass 80% of all global email traffic. And has been mentioned before, bandwidth is a big issue. It's lesser of an issue today than it was 7 or 8 years ago, because of all the dark fiber builds that are being built by various communities and so on. But we have seen astronomical increase in the amount of bandwidth due to the dark fiber builds, due to other bandwidth proposals that have been promoted and financed by Industry Canada, was certainly involved in some of them. But what this has spawned is just, at the end of the day, more spam. And just the other day, we were talking about the child pornography legislation, and we were saying that there was a time frame. There was a time frame in roughly the last 4 or 5 years that the child pornography had exploded, and as a problem, and that can be tied back. If you take that back, you basically come down to the question of bandwidth. In 10 years ago, all you could get on your computer was maybe 15 frames per second, and then it became 30 frames per second. I remember I'd mentioned before the Rolling Stones being the first band to put one of their songs on the internet, and you could see it as a choppy frames as you watched it. Well, now we have full color movies being seen on your computer. And that's all as a result of that enormous increase in bandwidth that has occurred just in the last half a dozen years.
and with that, the improvements in the technology to be able to carry that that bandwidth. So clearly, that great development, the great development that it was, the great development that we all said it would be. We said that tremendous bandwidth was something we were going to use to facilitate our electronic health records, so that we could put, MRI and X-ray technology and distance education. We could put that information, say, onto a hospital system and simply send it to the next hospital, and X-rays and so on. That's right, and send this information through, and in fact that is happening. But of course, the downside of this is that we have the criminal elements taking advantage of the bandwidth for their purposes, and their purposes are to basically use things like spam and so on for their benefits, to take money from people and to have involve themselves in criminal activities. Now, the task force on spam, which led to the action plan, held a roundtable of national stakeholders in December of 2004. And it solicited feedback from other stakeholders and Canadians through announcements in the Canada Gazette and in a dedicated online forum set up for this purpose. The task force issued a report in May 2005 examining the spam situation in Canada and recommended, among other measures, that legislation specifically aimed at combating spam be created. And the bill is the result of that process. The federal government issued a news release to accompany the bill, which thanked the task force as well as, and there were two senators in our House who were involved in developing their own bills. Both senators have introduced bills concerning spam in the Senate during the past few years, and the bill itself is a more extensive and complex bill than previous proposals. So what we have been seeing happening over the last several years is that when one bill has not had success, then basically the subsequent bill has been an improvement over that bill. It will also involve several agencies in the regulation of spam, including the Competition Bureau, the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, and the CRTC. And in addition to setting up a regulatory scheme to deal with spam in Canada, it gives these agencies the power to share information and evidence with international counterparts in order to deal with spam coming from outside the country, because we are literally dealing with an international problem here. The government indicates that its background on the proposed legislation that the bill is intended to deter the most dangerous and damaging form of spam from occurring in Canada and help to drive the spammers outside of Canada. Unfortunately, we end up driving them outside of Canada. We just drive them somewhere else, and that's why we all have to be working on a worldwide basis to deal with this issue. This bill can be seen, as I'd mentioned before, as a complement to the e-commerce legislation that's been gradually developing in each of the Canadian provinces and territories over the last years. That e-commerce legislation basically set the foundation for e-commerce in the country, and by the way, was at a time when people were not yet buying things online. We were trying to look at ways as how to promote e-commerce. And what people were doing was saying, well, we're very reluctant to put our credit card information on the computer to buy the product. So as part of this Bill 31 in Manitoba that we brought in, we put in some consumer legislation which, at the time, was only in effect in, I believe, 3 states in the United States. And what this consumer legislation did was it made it a requirement that credit card companies had to reimburse you, the customer, if you purchased something online and didn't get the product. So it was designed to basically peace of mind, to get the public to to accept the fact that if they use their credit card to purchase something on the computer, that they needn't worry that if they didn't get it, they would be out the money. So the credit card companies were held responsible, and let me tell you, the credit card companies were not happy. They came to the Manitoba government, and they came, I believe, to the committees too, to say how this was just terrible, that they shouldn't be made responsible for this. But in reality, I will tell you that we were interested in bigger fish at that time than the consumer part of the legislation. While that was important, the real reason that we were bringing in this legislation was, in the first place, was to enable the government to streamline the way businesses interact with government and facilitate the creation of the common business identifier. And for those of you who know what that is, that was basically a means of having a common identifier for each business for in dealing with governments at all levels. So up until that time, we had a common business identifier for the federal government, and then we had a different business identifier for the province. So if a business dealt with the province, they had one number. If they dealt with the federal government, they had another number. So by streamlining this, we were able to save the province a lot of money at the end of the day by getting all of the businesses transferred over to a single business identifier, and that eventually led to them able to pay their taxes and their payroll deductions and so on through the internet. Without that framework that we set up in those days, that all the provinces set up in those days, without that framework agreement, we could have not facilitated that ease of that seamlessness between the federal government, the provincial government, and the business community. And now you see that as a result of all of that, the business community now, by and large, are filing their payroll deductions by their e-filing. They're filing their T4s by e-filing methods, and other dealings with the government are all being done by that. But there was at that time a major scandal down here in Ottawa regarding the databases, and Ms. Stewart had a problem on her hands, which a major liberal boondoggle of the day, I believe. And this is when we were doing this, and so there was some concern from the opposition about, how far we were prepared to go, whether there would be problems with database sharing and so on. So whenever you try to do something, there's always a negative side of it that you have to look at, and it basically slows down what is basically a good idea. But in terms of the electronic commerce and in terms of the e-government initiatives, the common business identifier that I just talked about, that really was low-hanging fruit for all governments to work with, because it was something where they controlled all the elements of it. And so far that has been very successful. So once again, this bill is simply just a bill that is a companion bill to those original pieces of legislation. The Act will expand the federal government's participation, and the federal legislation related to e-commerce governs the basic privacy requirements for private sector organizations and electronic documents within federal jurisdiction, and in provinces and territories that have not yet set up their own similar legislation. In a number of cases, what happens is the provinces opt to sign on to their federal legislation, and therefore they avoid developing their own legislation. Canada, as I said, is the last of the G8 countries to introduce specific anti-spam legislation. There's some existing criminal code provisions that were identified by the task force as being possible assistance in prosecuting spam cases, and the task force worked with the Department of Justice and the Technological Crime Branch of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police during 2004 and 2005 to identify the evidentiary requirements to bring a charge under the existing provisions, although when the task force report was published, these provisions had not been used for this purpose. Other agencies, such as the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada and the Competition Bureau, have received complaints from members of the public about spam as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's been no overarching framework for addressing such complaints. Now, Mr. Speaker, the listening public may not be familiar with some of these terms. Certainly they'd be familiar with identity theft, and phishing is certainly a popular word these days, although a lot of people don't know what it is. Spyware, viruses, botnets, and this bill will also grant additional right of civil action to businesses and consumers targeted by perpetrators of such activities. In terms of phishing, it's the, just to give you the definition, Mr. Speaker, is the impersonation of a trusted person or organization in order to steal a person's personal information, usually for the purposes of identity theft. And the only other one that I would mention is botnet, because that one's people don't necessarily know what that is. A botnet is a collection of zombie computers used to send spam for another purpose. A zombie is a computer that runs malware so that the computer can be remotely controlled by the creator, distributor, or controller of the malware. Now, Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm short of time, but you're telling me my time is up, so I am ready to take questions, very eager to take questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for reminding the members about some of the specific provisions in the bill. There are still some concerns. The member for St. John's Mount Pearl, South Mount Pearl, raised a couple of the issues that were there, particularly with regard to disagreements among some of the witnesses about whether or not provisions their privacy protection would be adequately covered. And one of the examples that she used was where reporting requirements to the CRTC would be, in fact, protected from access under the Access to Information Act, and that no changes are proposed to the Access to Information Act at this point. It does raise a question about whether or not the process of legislation has taken into account consequential implications, and I guess that would be one example. I don't know if the member has others, but I do have some concerns that we are dealing in an area in which the velocity of information and the kinds of technological say tools that have been developed so rapidly may be always one step ahead of the legislation of this place unless we get a better process in place.
The Honourable Member for Elmo-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely correct, and I mean that is why we have the committee process in the first place, so that the bankers could come in and many others could come in and they could see that there is an exposure here, that somebody actually could file a Freedom of Information request, and that banker information that they had given to the CRTC would then in fact be provided to the person who requested. So they were able to make that amendment. I've said that as the shortcomings of this bill, and every bill that we've ever passed has shortcomings, are noted, then there will be vigilant politicians, many of them right here in this house today, who in this corner of the house, who will be very willing and able to introduce amendments. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to deal with, and I have asked many questions about how this bill will deal with businesses, and this is going to be a minefield and a problem for many small businesses, and certainly businesses want to know that they can deal with their long-term clients and not have to get into trouble if they contact them, and that is an issue. If you're a real estate agent and you've sold a house to somebody 3 or 4 years ago or 5 years ago, do you have the right to contact them? And I asked my friend from Burnaby that question, because that's something to think about. We evidently there has been an amendment put in by one of the parties to increase that period, but it still may not be long enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention in the debate today, and his enthusiastic request for questions too. It was remarkable, actually. Mr. Speaker, C-27 is the spam bill, and we're thankful that it's finally back in the House because the NDP industry critic, the member for Windsor West, indicated that he sort of despaired that it ever was coming back here, and we know how important it is. I wanted to ask my colleague from Elmwood Transcona, should the bill pass here in the House, which it seems likely too soon, should it get through the Senate, should it become law, what then is required? I know you asked, that he asked earlier, Mr. Speaker, another member, of what kind of advertising program was necessary to make sure that people in the public were aware of this legislation and how it would affect them, but also how businesses would be aware of the legislation and the effect that it would have on their business, on the way they did business. And I know he was just asking the question about how this would affect, for instance, real estate agents who go back to their former client list and try and use that again as they pursue business. So I wonder if he can comment on that aspect of what's necessary around this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. Surely, I know that in the case of the charity legislation, it too was one of those pieces of legislation that had to start over again with each with each election, and even though there's thousands of charities in the country, there's only a small percentage of them after 2 or 3 times of getting the legislation through the House, that there's only a few small percentage of them that even know that this legislation exists. So I'm not sure exactly what the answer is here, but what I'm saying is if the government has enough money to spend millions on feel-good advertising, basically just short of outright political advertising, surely they can put some money aside to advertise such an important bill as this to the public and to the businesses and work out some creative ways of getting the information out there to the business community so that they can start following the act correctly and not get themselves into a situation where they're doing things they're not supposed to be doing, because I don't think that most business people will want to do that. And that's where we get into the issue of real estate agents and insurance agents and other people who have a business relationship with clients. How far back can they go to solicit the business? If you sold a house to somebody 10 years ago or 5 years ago, do you have the right to send them a letter or contact them regarding a house sale, right? Or do you have to, can you not do that? So that was really my question there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech on this matter. The member for Elmwood Transcona gave us a lot of useful information on the legislation. And I'm just wondering, is a lot of the activity that's prohibited now would currently be legal. I mean, but on the other hand, a lot of the things that people complain about is actually illegal even now. Like if I get a email message purporting to be from the Bank of Commerce or the Royal Bank saying, please send me or there's been an error in your account, please insert your bank account number and your PIN numbers and all of that. That's obviously somebody committing a fraud. So that's illegal now. I'm assuming that this legislation is not going to change that, and you don't need this legislation for that. And the person writing a letter saying that they're the spouse of some former or deceased corrupt government official in Africa and have $10 million to share with me, that's already illegal. And maybe this bill can do nothing about that because it comes from Nigeria or from the UK or some offshore account. So I guess the first question is, does this bill stop anything coming from internationally, and are there mechanisms to cooperate with other governments to make that illegal here in Canada, because the crime may not be committed here, for example, yet someone has access to email accounts or addresses within Canada. So that was one question that I had concerns about. That would this be something that would help that? And are there any I suppose if they are, you would have told us. But we know that when we had the no phone list, the do not call list, it turned into an opportunity for people to get access to all these numbers, and as soon as you signed up for the no call list, you started getting calls. Are there any fatal flaws like that in this bill that you're aware of?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's never ceased to amaze me that people will go to the boat show or they'll go to some show and they're willingly give out all their private information to join a free draw for when they should know that the boat seller is simply going to take the card and come contact them about buying a boat, and that they're all going to be winners in the draw that happens afterward. But then when things are going in their favor, they're very supportive and eager and happy. But if it gets into a situation where they're not happy about a situation, then the argument about my privacy rights or my other rights are become an issue here. So it's a big minefield for businesses when they're dealing with this type of legislation. It really depends on the people themselves as to whether or not they want to make complaints. And what we've done here is this bill has a provision for people to take action on their own, where there's no provision for class action here. But if the CRTC doesn't take action, there's provision for an individual right of action, which the member as a lawyer will know is probably a valuable addition to the bill.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready to vote? The question is as follows.
Mr. Day moved that Bill C-27, an act to promote the efficiency and adaptability of the Canadian economy by regulating certain activities that discourage reliance on electronic means of carrying out commercial activities, and to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act, the Competition Act, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, and the Telecommunications Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yeah? Yes? Is it the pleasure? Yes. Carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-44, an act to amend the Canada Post Corporation Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to debate the government's attempt at privatizing Canada Post, Part 2. Part 1, of course, was Bill C-14, which they introduced about 2 years ago. Again, to refresh people's memories, it's not that long a bill. That was C-14. The one we have now before us is C-44. And, of course, they are exactly the same bill. It's important to state that, as my comments will show. It's exactly the same bill with just different numbers and dates on it. And the sole purpose, quite frankly, is to privatize part of Canada Post. But interestingly, you'll hear the government constantly stand up and say, we don't agree with privatization. In their famed report, I'll get to that too, their strategic review says, oh, we don't agree with privatization. But in this case, all they need is a little deregulation and they automatically get privatization because it's already there. Talk about a major flip-flop. The government began its mandate, its tenure in government, supporting the fact that all mail delivered within Canada is, of course, the responsibility of Canada Post, and any mail delivered anywhere is the responsibility of Canada Post. However, as I will be able to show here, the government flip-flopped. And I'm not sure where the Liberals are. I'll mention them a couple of times, but they're being deliberately, as a Liberal colleague says, they're skating on this one. and the skate is set to music in this case. The reason I wanted to mention the strategic plan early on, they did a strategic review of the Canada Post Corporation. There may be some members of the government who are tempted to stand up and say, well, because of the recommendation in here, that's why we're going for this. Well, let's understand that the first bill, C-14, was introduced before this report was done. And who is really surprised that a government hand-picked committee came up with a report that, oh, get ready for the shock, endorsed the position that the government has? Amazing. Wow, who'd have thunk, eh? Who'd have thunk that a group of people selected by the government would recommend a major change in the way Canada Post operates, and it just happens to line up beautifully with where the government is. It's a wondrous world it is. We'll come back to that report. I want to, first of all, begin with the Canada Post Corporation Act. One small part of this law. Part 1, objects, Section 5, and I'm going to go to Section 5.1 sub B. Reads as follows. The need to conduct its operations, meaning Canada Post, its operations on a self-sustaining financial basis while providing a standard of service that will meet the needs of the people of Canada and that is similar with respect to communities of the same size. So the operative language is on a self-sustaining financial basis. If we weren't there, there might be some kind of argument that the government can make that they should make this change. If we were on a trend line that showed that in the near future, Canadians are going to have to start either increasing the cost of postage or, worse yet, giving direct subsidies to keep it afloat. But what's the reality, one might ask, so we know the context? The reality right now is that Canada Post makes a small profit. So they're currently meeting the mandate. Self-sustaining basis. Currently making a modest profit. Sounds like they're meeting the mandate. Why would you make this change? Will the change do any harm to the ability of Canada Post to meet their mandate of being self-sustaining financially? Well, let's go back to the last review. We've got the government, their current review, that says that we ought to stop giving Canada Post the exclusive mandate, the exclusive privilege to deal with all mail. The last report in 1996, do you know what they said about this very idea, the whole purpose of this bill that we're dealing with right now? Here's what they said about that singular idea that is the singular purpose of Bill 44. And I'm quoting from their report in 1996. Removal of the exclusive privilege would be tantamount, in effect, to tossing Canada's postal system up into the air, allowing it to smash into a random assortment of pieces, and hoping that those pieces would somehow arrange themselves into a coherent whole that was better or at least as good as the current system, end quote. What's changed since 1996? Oh, I know, the government. Well, and the official opposition who used to be the government, so they might not want to laugh too hard yet till we get to the bottom line. But there'll be time for you. There'll be time for them, Speaker. They not get too upset. But in 96, there was no mistake. The government of the day did support keeping Canada Post intact. Another review came up with that conclusion. And is that the only conclusion? Oh, no. No, this is so critical, Speaker. There's lots of evidence. I wish I had much more than 20 minutes to get it all on the floor of the House of Commons about why we ought not do this, and the experts, the people with the experience, and what they've had to say about this idea over the years. But I'll do my best to get the main pieces tabled. What did Canada Post say at that time? They're a little quieter these days. They don't say as much. Certainly not as much in support of the Canada Post that most Canadians want. But Canada Post at the time said, quote, "For as long as it is the public policy of Canada to provide universal letter service at uniform rates, it will be necessary to maintain the limited exclusive privilege for letters." This bill undoes that. Now, who else might have something to say about this? Well, cabinet ministers that are responsible for Canada Post, they often have things to say. What did the Conservative cabinet minister responsible for Canada Post say in a letter of July 25th, 2006? Quote, "The activities of international remailers cost Canada Post millions of dollars each year and erodes the corporation's ability to maintain a healthy national postal service and provide universal service to all Canadians." End quote. That was the Conservative government, Conservative minister, on record, in writing. Let me introduce one more piece to the foundation of our position on this. See, the situation is that these private enterprises started encroaching into this business and then started getting into it in a big way. And Canada Post said stop, and they didn't, and they tried negotiation process, and that didn't work. So given the mandate they have under law, they did what any Canadian or any Canadian corporation would do if somebody's wronging them. Took them to court. Canada Post won. But because these international remailers are so committed to Canadian Postal Service, they appealed that decision. And on May the 8th, of 2007, the Ontario Court of Appeal brought down their ruling. And Justice McFarlane wrote on behalf of the three-judge panel, and they ruled unanimously. And they said this: "The purpose of statutory privilege can only be to enable Canada Post to fulfill its statutory mandate or realize its objects. It is meant to be self-sustaining financially while at the same time providing similar standards of service throughout our vast country. Profits are realized in densely populated areas which subsidize the services provided in the more sparsely populated areas." Is this that hard to understand? We have a huge, beautiful country, but it does present serious challenges in terms of presenting and providing the same level of service in downtown Toronto as in downtown Hamilton, Vancouver, Halifax, and Yellowknife, and quite frankly, all the other far-flung reaches of this country. It's expensive. It has challenges in addition to money, in terms of having the human resources. But we've got this great formula in Canada right now whereby there's enough money made by saying to Canada Post, you do all of it. We're going to regulate you. You're going to be responsible to the Parliament through a minister. We're going to provide the laws, the regulations, but your purpose is to provide this service at a world level and be self-sustaining. Now, nobody likes increase in postage stamps or anything like that. But the fact is that currently we have one of the lowest cost postal services in the world. Now, that would be one kind of a brag if you're talking about Austria, but to make that brag when you're talking about Canada, that's pretty darn good. That's pretty good. And it's been pretty good. Oh, there's always problems, and there's not a person in this room who hasn't got one postal story or letter story or another. So be it. But in a large corporation that size, that's not surprising. The reality for most people is the service is okay. It can always be better, but it's not horribly broken and not efficient. Quite the contrary. It's efficient enough to generate just that little profit. And what's on the floor now will have the effect of taking that ability away. Why are they doing it? Weren't doing it before. They didn't have that position before. Now they've got it right after the judge's decision. Here's the way it looks like, Speaker. It looks like a group of these entrepreneurs, fine, nothing wrong with that, had gotten into this business, struggled with Canada Post, lost the struggle, went to court, lost, appealed it, lost, and then they found friends in the Conservative government. And they said, look, we can't seem to get our argument past the courts with that darn monopoly that Canada Post has that lets them generate this modest profit. So, what we would really like, we being the international remailers, what we would like is for you to change the law, and then we won't be violating the law, and we can keep on doing what we're doing, and whatever happens to Canada Post, well, that's your problem. It's similar to a lot of the issues at the core of privatization. They cherry-pick the things that make the most money, privatize that, make bags of money, usually with non-union workers, but, you know, it's a free country, but that's a little point to make. And they leave the expensive parts, like delivering mail to Yellowknife, or Iqaluit, to the government. And then they'll be the first ones on their feet to talk about how much it costs and how outrageously inefficient the system is. We've got a system that is not perfect, but the financial structure allows us to maintain and expand our service, to pay the workers a decent wage and benefits, not as good as what they would deserve for the work they do, but it's a decent wage and benefits. All of that is done, and Canadians don't need to give it a thought. It's taken care of because of the way it's structured. And so, in effect, by deregulating this particular clause, by taking that out of the bill, the existing law, the government will make legal the privatizing of the Canada Post work under the current law where it's prohibited. One little change, and suddenly that which is not allowed in the front door comes merrily bouncing through the back door. And that's what's going on. The government's going to stand up and talk about jobs and this, that, and the other thing. And the reality is, the question isn't whether there will be jobs. The question is whether those jobs are going to be outside Canada Post and therefore denying Canada Post the financial ability to provide the service and be financially sustaining as the law mandate and as they've been doing. That's the real rub. If this thing was broken and nothing was working and they were running a massive deficit, well, you could make arguments for some kind of fix and correction. But that's not the case. The people that will be celebrating, should this bill pass, and that's what I bring the official opposition, I don't know where they are, on Bill C-14, which was exactly the same bill, word for word, they supported it. They supported it. The current critic is listening to the member from Toronto Centre and skating up and getting ready to go. And I've just heard this, but what I heard was that they put out some nonsense of, well, they're going to support it at this hearing so they can get it to committee, and then at committee they're going to worry about the jobs that should be in Canada Post, and they'll worry then about where the money's going to come from, and it's all just a scam. The fact of the matter is, this is a straight-up question. My colleague in the block had spoken the last go-around, and he made it very clear. There's no nuancing here. There's no maybes or ifs or kind of dodging. It's very simple. You either support the right of Canada Post to maintain the exclusive privilege and therefore have the ability to be financially viable, or you do not. And I say to the official opposition, if they would join with us and the bloc, we could kill this. I would say we could save Canada Post. Because I'll tell you, there's a lot of people who use Canada Post and work for Canada Post and are beneficiaries of the service of Canada Post that don't want this to happen. They don't want it to happen for the very practical reason that it doesn't make sense. It only makes sense if you think about the owners of these corporations that are doing the remailing, mailing outside Canada, mostly to the United States, right next door. That's where the money is. That's where the volume is. That's where the big bucks are. Of course they want this. And they're going to talk to us about the jobs. Look, move those jobs out of where they are now and put them in Canada Post, and I'll bet you every one of those employees will be making more money than they are today. And Canada Post would still turn a modest profit. There's a win-win-win. But if you're the owners, I see my time's winding down, if you're the owners of the companies that are currently illegally doing this work, oh, you would be so heartbroken to see this die, because it's the best Christmas present they could ever get. And they would have gotten it because of the handiwork of the Conservatives, and until I hear different, with the support of the Liberals, who will have changed their position from having supported Canada Post the way it is to supporting this nonsense. We can stop all of that. Do Canada Post and Canadians and Canadian business a big favor by voting this bill down and out.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for BC Southern Interior.
Thank my colleague for his expertise, his passion in defending Canada Post and all it stands for. As a Canadian who's been following our political scene over the years and having recently become involved in politics, what I see is a progressive loss of control of our way of life by government. What I see is this whole philosophy of, I guess you can call it the Milton Friedman philosophy of deregulation, privatization, government pulling out, and allowing the corporate sector to take over. And I see this as another step in this direction. And often at the expense of jobs and at the expense of a system that works. In my province of British Columbia, BC Rail, a government-owned railway generating a profit, was sold. We're in the process of losing public power, BC Hydro. So I would just like to ask my colleague, does he feel this is just another one in a step, on a number of steps to privatize our way of life, to bring in more corporate control? You know, we have other examples. We have, for example, the Canadian Wheat Board, which is under attack by this government, even though it's efficient, making money for farmers. People in Canada Post receive a decent wage. They provide us with service. Is this another step in an attack on our Canadian life? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Waiting for the light here. There we go. Thank you, Speaker, and I very much appreciate the question from my colleague. And I'd have to say to him, you know, we're roughly in the same age bracket. We're all the result of our experiences, and I had the experience of 8 years of Mike Harris's government in Ontario. And privatization was the way to go. They privatized anything they could lay their hands on. One quick example, for Ontarians need to know the history, that the 407 was sold after it was bought, built, and making money by the Ontario taxpayer. It was sold by Mike Harris's government, and all the money, the profit, went into the election year revenues as a one-line income into the budget. And to this day, people, those of us that use the 407, are paying hugely above what the going rate is around the world for a similar type toll road. One of the things that's most exacerbating about this, Speaker, is that when they sell off the country's crown jewels to, I don't know what they want the money for, I guess to make sure their friends get rich. It's not even to pay the bills. It's not what it's needed for. In this case, we don't even get the fire sale dollar amount that we would normally get. One change in the law, and all of that suddenly stays with the private side, and they get to make all that money, and Canada gets nothing for it. Nothing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his animated presentation, because I think, Mr. Speaker, it's time we got a little animated about what's happening. We're seeing it on, even to some extent, on the CBC. The member may recall in the last budget, I think in C-51, there actually is a provision whereby the borrowing authority of CBC is being increased. Everybody thinks that's a good thing, but it is being increased simply because the government wouldn't provide the resources necessary for CBC to continue to deliver services to Canadians. So what they're doing with that borrowing authority is actually selling off or cashing in the leasing revenues on buildings that they own but don't use, just to provide the cash flow that they need. It's to survive. And I Mr. Speaker, characterize that as one of the next steps in terms of the privatization of the CBC. Now, with regard to the Canada Post and to the remailer situation, I'd like to ask the member if he could just inform the House about a little bit of the history, because I was told by someone, I want to just confirm it, about how the remailer situation arose and what options may be available to address it, either by remediation of a mistake that happened before, or in fact there may be some sort of an arrangement made on a one-time basis to grandfather current provisions as opposed to trying to unravel what's been done.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. And I appreciate the member from Mississauga South's questions and his involvement. And I would hope that he'll convince his colleagues to join with us in stopping this bill, because we can. So at caucus meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, I hope the member will do that. I don't think there's any question that if there was an easy solution, it would have been found. In fact, if you look at the history of this, there was a period a few years ago where there was an attempt under a universal mailing union system to see if there couldn't be a compromise that Canada Post could live with to avoid what the member is saying. And my understanding is that Canada Post did everything they possibly could, and others will disagree, but that's what I'm advised, that they did everything they could. They could not find that agreement, and that's why they ultimately took them to court, because it seemed as if it was going to be the privatizer's way or the highway, and Canada Post couldn't live with it. If we do this, Canada Post is going to be in a financial crunch, and either services to Canadians in my friend from BC's province are not going to have the same service as downtown Toronto, or the cost of postage is going to go way up, or we're going to have to put in our budgets every year that we don't have to right now, a sum of money that's dedicated to subsidize the Canada Post. That's why this makes no sense.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This issue goes right back to the establishment of the Canada Post Corporation, and I have here a quote from the Postmaster General of the day in 1980, one Andre Rillet, who was a Liberal Postmaster General, and a quote from him says that the Canada Post Corporation will have the monopoly to transport letters so as to have a guaranteed source of revenue, allowing it to ensure the universality of services. So that's from the very foundation of Canada Post, the requirement of the monopoly in order to allow the universal services. So someone from my province, or I can write a letter from Ottawa, or someone from BC can write a letter to Nain, Labrador for the same price as it costs a letter to go from Toronto to Montreal. This is a fundamental principle. And I'm wondering whether the member thinks that the Liberal Party has actually abandoned that principle, or is there some other reason why you think they may not support it?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much. I suppose there's a long list of reasons why they might not be supporting it. But what matters to Canadians is that they're not supporting us in stopping this bill and staying with the tradition. I mean, they've got a tradition. I'll go so far as to say that they can be relatively proud of in the past with Canada Post. Why on earth is the Liberal Party throwing that overboard to appease a handful of private interests in Canada? We don't understand. I'll read you another quote from the 1996 review mandate, and they said this in part. The quote starts in a moment. Private companies would concentrate on high-density urban areas and ignore rural and remote markets, quote, because the combination of sparse population, low mail volumes, and numerous distribution points is one that offers little prospect of profitability, end quote. Canada Post is about providing an important service to Canadians. The private business's interest is to make money. The two don't go together. Why are we denying Canada Post the ability to be financially viable without costing taxpayers a single dime beyond what they pay directly for the postage service? Why? The Liberals need to answer to Canadians why they would even consider letting this bill go through and do that kind of damage to Canada Post.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk about the importance of the rural postal delivery and the fact that we need to be able to support that, and the fact that it's not cost effective in some of the areas, that it takes a lot of cost to go to places. Some of the I'll talk about the northern communities in particular. Starting in my riding, of course, we have a very big capital city of 23,000 or so people, in which it's easy to deliver service to, can be very efficient and cost-effective for any corporation. And Canada Post provides us good service and can do that economically. But then we have a number of very small communities. One, Old Crow. The mail has to, of course, go on plane. There's no roads there. And then there's other communities that could be up to 4, 5, 6 hours drive, such as Beaver Creek and Watson Lake and Mayo and Teslin, Pelly Crossing, Keno. Some communities have only a very few citizens in them. Numbers in a few dozen citizens, and of course it's very expensive to take mail to such an organization, to have a whole delivery there for the few letters that may go at 54 cents a letter, which is the cost now for delivery in Canada. So Canada Post, obviously, we all want them to be self-sustaining, to at least break even, and of course they'll need to have the revenues to deliver to those small communities. In the Northwest Territories, the situation is even more costly. In the Northwest Territories, of course, Yellowknife and Nuvik, those large cities have highway access, but they have many cities that only have air access. And as you know, the cost of mailing letters to air access is very expensive, and those communities without roads in the Northwest Territories have these tremendous costs for Canada Post that we need to have supported somehow, that they need to have revenue somehow, and some of that
comes from the exclusive privilege. Then we go on to Inuvik and the Nunavut, and basically there's virtually no roads at all. All the communities need to be flown in, even the large capital city, all the small communities, very expensive. If anyone's flown there, you know the plane flights are extremely expensive because they're so far in the north, so isolated, so hard to get to, and so different climate conditions. And yet they have a right to receive mail like anyone else in Canada. And so once again, this is a very costly exercise, but for the same amount of 54 cents, they have the right to receive mail from anyone in Canada, and that needs to be covered. So that the exclusive privilege is very useful in helping Canada Post. It's one mechanism that can be used to make sure that they can provide reasonable rates to all Canadians to have mail come to their communities. Another item that's other areas of rural delivery in Canada, to areas like farms. In the prairies, there are some communities that have, once again, several dozen people, and they actually have, in the past, have been incorporated as a municipality, and yet they need delivery. A number of the rural post offices are very important places in Canada, and we've fought to keep those open time and time again. As the previous speaker said, we have a proud record in fighting for those rural post offices so that people in small communities once again have access not only simply to mailing a letter, but to other services that Canada Post offers. And in some small communities, those other services could be achieved from no one else. They don't have banks or any type of other organizations in these very small communities where Canada Post can provide some services. And once again, this isn't always a money-making opportunity for Canada Post, and so they have to have sufficient revenues to be able to fund these services. Another service is the delivery to the farms and the postal boxes that are on the highways. And in particular, recently, there have been some concerns in the recent years, about the safety of the setup of the post boxes and how you make those deliveries. And so the answer is not, in our belief, to necessarily eliminate delivery to farms, to rural people, but to improve their access to where that mail person has to stop and make that delivery. And once again, these are expenses that could be incurred by Canada Post, and they need the revenues to pay for these expenses. And you can see why this is important, because in some cases you need a larger pull-off off the side of the road. There could be a slot at the bottom of a hill where you don't want the postal car stopping on the highway, but you don't also want them to cancel the service to that particular post office. If you have elderly people who have for years been just going to the end of the driveway and getting their mail, and then all of a sudden you tell them, no, you're going to have to go out on that highway and down the highway somewhere else to get that mail, you can imagine the potential for very serious accidents. Elderly person pulls out on a very busy highway, especially in the winter. They may not see the oncoming car as clearly as they thought, and the oncoming car, who normally could stop quickly, may not on an icy road. And so once again, these provisions to make sure that the mail person is safe, but the farmer and the people living in these rural communities are also safe, all cost money. And so once again, Canada Post needs the type of revenue to ensure that these people are covered. We have now a number of areas where there are saving some money by having super boxes, mail put into one location where everyone can go to. So It saves the door-to-door delivery and is practical, but still, you still have a large number of stops in very rural areas that cost a fair amount for delivery of these many 54-cent letters or larger letters that they get some more revenue for, but of course are heavy to carry. It's very important that all Canadians, no matter where they live, and it's a tenet of our Constitution that they have the ability to receive services comparable to all Canadians, and certainly mail is one of those type of services that all Canadians should have the right of access to. It's a great binder of our nation, and it makes us all feel part of a country where we can all live in a great modern society and have those type of services that everyone should have access to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. When the House returns to this matter, the Honourable Member for the Yukon will have 11 minutes remaining. Mais maintenant qu'on y...
As it is 6:30, the House will proceed with the deferred recorded division on the question of privilege in the name of Mr. Cutler. Call in the members.
Order. I wish to inform the House that in accordance with the representation made by the government pursuant to Standing Order 55-1, I have caused to be published a special order paper giving notice of a government bill in motion. This should have been tabled this morning, but here it is now. It's being tabled on the day. So, je dépose donc sur le bureau.
I place on the table this document.
Order. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. This seconded by Ms. Jennings, that the question of privilege raised by the member from Montreal be referred to the Committee of Procedure and House Affairs.
Motion will please rise.
Mr. Ignacy. Mr. Fillon. Mr. Ranieri. Mr. McCauley. Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Mina. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Regan. Mr. Bélanger. Mr. Burns. Mr. Karagianis. Mr. Canis. Mr. Lee. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Kotler. Mr. Madame Jennings. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Proulx. Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuca. Mr. McTague. Mr. Patry. Mr. Zabo. Madame Folco. Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Wilford. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Iking. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Murphy Charlottetown. Ms. Neville. Mr. Thomas. Mr. Chetty. Mr. Baines. Mr. Damour. Ms. Dalla. Mr. Holland. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rota. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Russell. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Murphy Moncton Review Dieppe. Mr. Pearson. Ms. Hall Finley. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Foote. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Canyon. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Valerian. Madame Zarak. Monsieur Duceppe. Monsieur Laframboise. Monsieur Laforêt. Monsieur Paquette. Madame Lalonde. Monsieur Bachan. Monsieur Bigra. Monsieur Ménard. Monsieur Bouchard. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Roy. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Guimont, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Lemay. Madame Brunel. Madame Gay. Madame Bourgeois. Madame Demers. Monsieur Blais. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Cardin. Madame Faye. Madame Lavallée. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Saint-Cyr. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Nadeau. Monsieur Carrier. Monsieur Lévesque. Monsieur Asselin. Madame Mourani. Monsieur Godet. Madame Deschamps. Madame Bonsan. Monsieur Vincent. Madame Tillac. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Wallet. Monsieur Pomerleau. Monsieur Guimont, Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques. Monsieur Paillet, Louis Hébert. Monsieur Dorion. Monsieur Paillet, Hochelaga. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Dorion. Monsieur Desnoyers. Mr. Layton. Monsieur Moncalve. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Ms. Washley Chalice. Mr. Massey. Mr. Harris, St. John's East. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Camartin. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus. Mr. Julian. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Collins. Mr. Sixay. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Bevington. Madame Savoie. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Malloway. Mr. Alan Welling. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Gravel. Madame Hughes. Mr. Marston. Ms. Chow. Mr. Thibault. Ms. Leslie. Mr. Rafferty.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Brightkreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Belknap.
Madame Belknap.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Lunn.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen to McMactaquack.
Mr. Allen to McMactaquack.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. DeVolan.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Yeas pour 151, 151. Nays contre 136, 136.
I declare the motion adopted. I'm ready. Order! In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Malpak, Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 30th, I asked the Minister of Agriculture a direct question related to this government's response, or more so lack of response, to the United States country of origin labeling issue, their legislation. I qualified my remarks, Mr. Speaker, that this is just that one of the defining characteristics of this government is to announce but never deliver. And as usual, the government has claimed that it has taken action. It claimed that it raised the matter with the United States administration. And last January, in a media release from the Minister of International Trade, that Canadian producers were assured, and I'll quote from the release of January 12th of this year, quote, "I am pleased key issues raised by Canada are addressed in these measures," the Minister of International Trade in Canada. Now that was last January 12th, Mr. Speaker. That statement came after the United States in December published regulations for their cool legislation. The Minister of Agriculture was reported as claiming at the time, "We have gotten what we asked the United States Department of Agriculture to do." That was on January 12th. Sounds like a success story, doesn't it? But here is what the same government issued in a news release on November 19th of this year, and I quote, and this is by the Minister of International Trade again, quote, "Our assessments are showing us that COOL, country origin labeling, is having a negative impact on Canadian farmers and livestock producers." Well, obviously, Mr. Speaker, isn't that quite a revelation? The success that they talked about in the spring didn't happen. So much for the Conservative government's ability to gain concessions for Canadian producers. Its failure to gain results from the United States administration has been demonstrated by the necessity now of going to the WTO. The reality is that their failure to take action, their failure to present the United States with a clear position to respect of countermeasures we might take, has cost Canadian farmers. And in fact, we to a great extent are losing the hog industry in Canada, and beef producers are in serious trouble, and this government has to be held to account for its lack of action. Here's what the Canadian Pork Council told the Standing Committee on Agriculture, and this is a sector of the farm economy that is suffering from COOL. And I quote, "The introduction of mandatory country origin labeling in the United States has wreaked havoc on a sector already suffering from financial losses. Since 2009, exports of live hogs are down 40% compared with the same period last year. This breaks down as follows: 30% fewer Canadian weaners and feeder hogs going into the United States, and 65% fewer Canadian market hogs being exported to the United States. On an annual basis, this represents a loss of about $250 million worth of exports." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, and all the government can do, instead of utilizing business risk management, where they have spent $861,400,000 less than last year, instead of utilizing that program, reprofiling it so producers could survive in the interim, this government continues to fail Canadian producers. So I ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why do they continue not to take strong measures against the United States, and why do they not support our producers in the interim?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me just state that when it comes to agriculture, our Conservative government puts farmers first in everything that we do. With respect to country of origin labeling, our government is standing up to the U.S. on this harmful legislation and is formally challenging the COOL legislation at the World Trade Organization. Thanks to our efforts, a panel was established by the WTO Dispute Settlement Body on November 19, 2009. Mr. Speaker, we have taken action to defend the interests of Canada's cattle and hog producers, and we are confident that we will win our challenge. La demande de la formation d'un groupe spécial.
The request for the making up of a group to resolve this dispute with the United States. In early December 2008, we launched a process for dispute settlement at the WTO by calling for official consultations with the United States, showing in doing so our work to defend Canadian producers. The Minister of International Trade and Agriculture both actively committed to challenging the country of origin labeling issue and shared concerns, Canada's concerns, with their counterparts in the United States on several occasions.
It has also made it very clear to the U.S. all along that if the discriminatory aspects of COOL are not removed, that we would take this issue to the WTO. And with respect to the Agricultural Committee, I took the initiative, with the support of my Conservative colleagues, to move a motion for our committee to travel to the U.S. in order to meet with congressmen, senators, and industry groups to defend our farmers. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the member from Malpeque and his Liberal Party are completely out of touch with Canada's farmers and would in fact have us abandon this challenge. Just listen to what Bob Russell, former Liberal candidate for Edmonton St. Albert and Liberal of the Year, Mr. Speaker, he was named Liberal of the Year in 2007, said. He said, quote, "COOL appears to be an idea whose time has come and that our producers should meet this demand," unquote. Mr. Speaker, that's what the Liberal of the Year said in 2007. Mr. Speaker, that is not the view of our Conservative government. It is time that the Liberals get on side with farmers and that they support our efforts in challenging COOL. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Putting farmers first is their motto. What a first. What a first. They are the first to help farmers out of business, and that's the facts. And how low will they go? To go back and quote from somebody who's in an agriculture committee in one sector of one province and say that's this party's position, that's what that party over there is all about, Mr. Speaker. Messaging. No matter what the message is, no matter whether it's the truth or not, to create a false impression. Facts of the matter, putting farmers first, Mr. Speaker, 861,400,000 less than last year in farm safety nets. $101 million lapsed on agriculture and agri-food on grants and contributions. 15 million lapsed on environment. 13 million lapsed on safety. How can that parliamentary secretary even stand up in his place and even try and leave the impression that he's putting farmers first? They're doing nothing of the sort. They're selling out the farm community in this country, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, shame on this Member of Parliament. He rants and he raves, but he does nothing for farmers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this member's on strike. He said that he's not going to ask any questions on the agriculture portfolio because he's not supported by the leaders of the agricultural industry. Do you know why he's not supported, Mr. Speaker? Because he is wrong in all of his positions. That's why they won't support him. So now he goes on strike. He says he defends farmers, but he will not ask a question during question period. In committee, Mr. Speaker, he's very ineffective. When it comes to COOL, our government understands that COOL threatens our livestock industry, and that is why we have taken our challenge to the WTO. And this has been extremely well received by the industry. Let me quote Brad Wilderman of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association. "The negative impact of this legislation will only increase, and we appreciate the government requesting the dispute settlement panel at the WTO." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South, Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may recall that on a number of occasions I've rose in the House with regard to, unfortunately, alleged improprieties on behalf of the Minister of Natural Resources, and in fact made a complaint to the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday last, I received at 3 p.m. a letter from the Ethics Commissioner in which she said, and I would like to quote, she says, "I am writing to inform you that I have completed my preliminary inquiry In relation to your request of October 5th, 2009 for an inquiry into alleged contraventions of the Conflict of Interest Code by the Minister of Natural Resources, based on the information before me, I believe that an inquiry is warranted. The basis for my decision is outlined below. Mr. Speaker, it's clear now. It's clear now that the Commissioner is satisfied that there are matters which appear to be in contravention of the Code of Ethics for members, as well as under the Conflict of Interest Act, which he'll be looking at. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we've been asking for is that during this period in which the Minister is going to be subject to a formal inquiry by the Commissioner of Ethics, that she step aside until that inquiry is complete. Now, Mr. Speaker, it gets even more complicated because consequential to this, the chairman of the board of the Toronto Port Authority, which is implicated in these alleged wrongdoings, Mr. Speaker, his name is Mark McQueen. He was appointed by the current Minister of Transport, who's responsible for the Port Authority. And Mr. McQueen is, in fact, has been pleading for the government to allow the Auditor General to come in to clean up the mess, to look at the problems, and to try to deal with them. Mr. Speaker, when the chair of a board of a federal agency asks the government to take action, action should be taken. Now, this is the second time the board has asked for an investigation to be done and for an inquiry to be done. And the government continues to say it's beyond the Auditor General's mandate. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I learned in my review of this matter is that under Section 41(1) of the Marine Act, which is the act under which this Port Authority operates and which guides the Minister in terms of his responsibilities, the Minister of Transport, it says that they must have a special report, a special investigation at least once every 5 years. Or, Mr. Speaker, it also says the Minister has the discretion to have one as often as he deems is required. Mr. Speaker, at question here is things like doctoring board minutes, political interference, Mr. Speaker, gross mismanagement and dysfunction of the board to the point where they cannot discharge their responsibilities. My concern at this point, Mr. Speaker, is that the Toronto Port Authority, a federal agency, is not able to discharge its responsibilities, and I'm asking the Minister to order a special investigation to clear the mess up.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by thanking the member for Mississauga South and the chair of the Ethics Committee for his intervention today. Our government takes the allegations seriously. This government prides itself on accountability and ethics. That is why we strengthen the powers and responsibilities of those arm's-length agencies that are charged to investigate such matters. The Minister of Natural Resources continues to cooperate fully with the Ethics Commissioner. The Minister is following and will follow the Commissioner's ruling and guidance. The issue is still being examined by the Ethics Commissioner, and therefore it would be inappropriate for me to comment further. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has the authority to call for a special investigation by a third-party accounting firm, not the existing auditors, to come in. That is the request of the chair of the board, who was appointed by the Transport Minister. The Transport Minister is authorized under Section 41(1) of the Marine Act. This has nothing to do, it has nothing to do now with the Ethics Commissioner or with the Minister of Natural Resources. It has to do with the chairman of the board of directors saying, we have a problem, we need somebody to look into it to clear the air. We need to be able to do our work, but there's a cloud hanging over our head. It is interfering with our ability to do our jobs. Mr. Speaker, the minister has the tools. There's nothing that the Ethics Commissioner can do to help him. He can go in and just take responsibility for this, get someone to give him the information, and determine what solutions there may be so that we don't have a dysfunctional Toronto Port Authority.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, our government takes the allegations seriously. This government prides itself on accountability and ethics. That is why we strengthened the powers and responsibilities of those arm's-length agencies that are charged to investigate such matters. The Minister of Natural Resources continues to cooperate fully with the Ethics Commissioner. The Minister is following and will follow the Commissioner's ruling and guidance. The issue is still being examined by the Ethics Commissioner, and therefore it would be inappropriate for me to comment further. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yukon, Canada-U.S. Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, time and time again I've raised the fact that the United States is putting out oil leases in the Canadian Beaufort Sea, and there's no response from the government. They wax eloquent about protecting Canadian sovereignty, all sorts of speeches, a number of announcements, most of which have not come to fruition. And yet when there's a serious dispute, where are they? The Beaufort Sea, as you know, has a disputed area. Canadians say it goes in the 141st meridian. The Americans use another aspect of international law and a perpendicular to the shoreline, resulting in an area 4 times the size of Prince Edward Island, larger than some countries that we claim as Canadian, they claim as the United States. And yet when they have this threat to our sovereignty, putting out oil leases, what's the response? Very mild. Nothing is being told to the Canadian people about how that's being protected or dealt with. So I put in a question on the order paper earlier this year, and I got the answer, asking what was happening with this dispute with the United States, the one serious major dispute at this time about Canada's economic property with tens of millions of dollars worth of resources, and they said there's no dispute. This is simply, let me quote, a well-managed disagreement. Well, it's not very well managed if the United States keeps infringing on our potential economic interests. So it carries on. Just recently, a couple of weeks ago, on November 9th, the state of Alaska put out a 437-page document, the Beaufort Sea area-wide oil and gas lease sale. Once again, in spite of any diplomatic letters we've written in the past, any mild complaints that the Canadians haven't really heard about, the Americans just keep on putting out leases on Canadian property. We should be sitting down, working out this dispute, and instead of allowing the Americans just to go ahead and threaten our sovereignty in these ways. The next issue that came up was the fisheries. The Americans have decided to put a moratorium on Canadian fisheries in our part of the Beaufort Sea. Once again, what's the response? Other than a letter, we hear nothing about sitting down and working this out. And this particular area of the Canadian Beaufort is also managed by 6 Inuit communities in the Western Arctic on the terms of the 1984 Inuit-Inuit Final Land Claim Agreement. So we have not only all Canadians, but specifically legally with the Inuit-Inuit have a big interest in this area. And so we sent the letter on April 27th saying this isn't acceptable, that's our territory. And what was the result from the United States in this well-managed, as I quoted, well-managed disagreement? They moved on August 27th, 2009. The Commerce Secretary, Locke, just announced they're going ahead and doing it anyways. Once again, ignoring Canada's claims. And finally, our solution, one suggestion from was that Canada would also put a moratorium on our side. As opposed to challenging the United States, we'll just do what we want by passing our own law.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada and the United States have a strong history of strong bilateral cooperation in the Arctic, and we will continue this cooperation. For example, Canada and the USA are implementing an eco-based approach to ocean management in the Beaufort Sea and elsewhere. In addition, we are cooperating in the scientific work to delineate the extended continental shelf in the Beaufort Sea. Mr. Speaker, Canada's sovereignty over the Arctic's land and waters is long-standing, well-established, and based on historical title. This government will continue to protect our sovereignty. There are 3 exceptions to this, found on the outer edge of our Arctic. The 1.3 square kilometer Hans Island claimed by Denmark, the 65 square nautical miles maritime boundary dispute with Denmark in the Lincoln Sea, and our dispute with the United States over the maritime boundaries in the Beaufort Sea. All three of these disputes are well managed by all involved, Mr. Speaker. Canada-U.S. dispute in the Beaufort Sea is north of the Yukon and Alaska. To be clear, this is an international maritime boundary dispute between two nations, not between sub-national governments like the territory of Yukon and the U.S. state of Alaska. Mr. Speaker, the disagreement that exists between the United States and Canada regarding the maritime delimitation of part of the Beaufort Sea is well managed and is not a major bilateral irritant. Our position is and has always been very clear on this matter. Canada's consistent and long-held position is that the 141st meridian is the proper boundary between Canada and the U.S. in the Beaufort Sea. This is based on the 1825 Anglo-Russian Treaty and has also set the international land boundary that falls between the Yukon and Alaska. Canada and the U.S. have managed this dispute for many years and will continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, our position is clear. This government continues to reject any measures taken by the U.S. government which would infringe upon Canadian sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, we would like to find a resolution to this dispute, but of course, in the meantime, we will assert our right to enforce Canadian law in our territory. This matter, Mr. Speaker, will be resolved when Canada and the United States deem it necessary to resolve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Parliamentary Secretary just said that Canada stands by the border at the 141st meridian. And then he goes on to say that the dispute is well managed. But the Alaskans have just put out, once again, oil leases on Canada's side of that 141st meridian. How well managed is that? The Canadians asked and sent a note, a diplomatic note, saying that you cannot put a fishing moratorium on our side of the 141st meridian in April of this year. And what happened in August? The Americans' national government went ahead and provided the moratorium on the Canadian side of the Beaufort. How well managed is that, Mr. Speaker? We have both the state of Alaska and the federal government in the United States challenging Canada, and the government is not answering that challenge or protecting the Canadian Beaufort.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member was advised in June that no formal discussions between the governments of the United States and Canada has been held in recent years regarding the resolution of the Beaufort Sea maritime boundary. This is because neither Canada nor the U.S. have found it warranted to be resolved at this time. Mr. Speaker, the member is also right. He's noted that the United States and Canada have both issued oil and gas exploration licenses and leases in the dispute zone in the Beaufort Sea. The area may have oil and gas potential, but nobody knows for sure. Traditionally, neither the country nor has allowed exploration or development in the area pending resolution of the dispute. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say Canada and the United States have a strong history of engaging in bilateral and multilateral cooperation in the Arctic, and we look forward to continuing this cooperation. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 2401.